I was reborn. 2 lifetimes lived, and I'm still a joke. In my past life, I was crushed by the endless grind. One blink, and I woke up in a place called Blue Star. The tech here was absurdly advanced. Robots had replaced nearly all human labor. Too bad none of it had anything to do with me. 20 years drifting through this world. No system, no connections, and an orphan on top of it all. I went from working myself to death to working myself into an early grave, living even more miserably than before. Just when I'd gone completely numb, Blue Star blew up. Year 2150. Decades of pent-up hatred finally detonated. Some region fired the first nuke into the sky and broadcast it live to the whole world, cackling. Let's reboot this world. The insane chain reaction swept across the globe in an instant. Once someone flipped the table, nobody was walking away alive. Stockpiled nukes rained down, blanketing Blue Star indiscriminately. Within minutes, everything reset to zero. The apocalypse had come. So it's finally over? I felt strangely calm inside, even a little relieved. No breakdown, no screaming. I just closed my eyes and quietly waited for the end. But annihilation never came. In the final seconds, countless beams of soft light descended from the heavens, precisely enveloping every single person. My body felt weightless, my mind hazy. When I opened my eyes again, endless blue stretched across my entire field of vision. The ocean? I was standing on top of a vast sea. I looked down. Beneath my feet was a crude wooden raft, maybe 4 meters long and only a meter wide. The moment I shifted my weight, it rocked violently, scaring me into planting myself dead center, too terrified to move. Is this the underworld? No. I couldn't feel the searing pain of an explosion tearing my body apart. I didn't die? Reincarnated again. Before the thought could even finish forming, a majestic voice rang out across the heavens and earth, as if coming from the far horizon, yet whispering right in my ear. Blue Star civilization has been rebooted. The global ocean survival game is now officially open. The Heavenly Way grants all beings an equal starting point. 1 wooden raft, 1 paddle, and 3 days' worth of survival supplies. Each person receives 1 smart light screen, activated by thought, visible only to you. For details, consult the light screen announcements. And to all of you, have fun. A global ocean survival game? I froze for a second, then it clicked. This setup, I knew it well. I'd read so many web novels in my past life that I could recite tropes like this in my sleep. I just never imagined the day would come when I'd be starring in one myself. I pushed my scattered thoughts aside and silently commanded, "Open light screen." A semi-transparent screen materialized before my eyes, its interface clean and simple. A column of icons lined the left side. Announcements, profile, chat, trade, backpack, explore. I tapped announcements first. Newbie protection period, 3 days. The sea surface has no wind and waves and curing illness. During this period, players cannot die, not even by seeking death. They'll only be trapped somewhere, like sinking to the ocean floor. Resource acquisition, salvage drifting treasure chests, or explore the ocean. Each player gets 1 directed exploration opportunity per day. Social restrictions. During the protection period, players occupy independent waters and cannot encounter one another. 3 days of invincibility. Can't even die if I want to. A wave of relief washed over me. Call it a sliver of mercy from the heavens. In all those survival stories I'd read in my past life, you were lucky if even 1 or 2 out of 10 made it past the first day without dying. I tapped personal. The toolbar held only a rickety wooden raft and a wooden paddle. The stats panel was grayed out. Novice period. Not yet unlocked. The chat icon kept flashing. I opened it, and endless messages came scrolling by in a frenzy. Where is this? Mommy, I'm scared. Have we really been chosen by the gods? This raft is way too small. I'm afraid I'll roll right into the ocean. Panic, confusion, despair, every kind of reaction imaginable. I skimmed a couple lines and closed it. This was no time for idle chatter. Trade was completely empty. Backpack had 20 slots, with 3 items sitting inside. Fresh water, tagged 12, 6,000 milliliters. Bread, tagged 3, 1,500 grams, and a single stone axe. 3 days of rations, plus the only tool I had. That was it. Finally, my eyes landed on exploration. I opened it. A top-down view of the raft appeared in the center, with arrows extending out in 8 directions. One exploration per day? I pick a direction. Just then, 3 lines of text materialized beneath the raft, without warning. Left, auspicious. 3 wooden chests, average resources. Survival rate, 100%. Front right, slightly auspicious. 2 wooden chests, 1 black iron chest, slightly better resources. Wolves, wild boars, etc. present. Survival rate, 80%. Rear right, supremely, unstoppably ominous. 3 wooden chests, 1 ancient ruin containing a divine artifact for you. Survival rate, 1 in a trillion trillion. My pupils contracted. Foretelling fortune and disaster? 8 directions, and it could reveal the danger behind 3 of them? This system was surprisingly considerate. But how was I supposed to choose? Since it could foretell the outcome, I could just ignore the 5 unknown directions outright. The problem was which one to pick. The third option, supremely, unstoppably ominous, 1 in a trillion trillion. Even a death wish had its limits. Who knew if I'd get another chance to transmigrate after dying this time? My gaze drifted between the first 2. 100% average resources. 80% a black iron chest, better supplies, but more risk. Wait, a thought struck me like a bolt of lightning. The novice protection period, you can't die? Not even if you try to. I looked again at that. A super invincible mega danger. Going there meant certain death, no question about it. But death itself had been forcibly sealed off by the rules of Heaven's Tao. That 1 in a trillion survival rate, under absolute rules, became 100%. No matter how dangerous it was, could it possibly outweigh the rules? And what remained was that naked temptation, a hidden divine artifact for you. Yes, that was it. Fortune favors the bold. Everyone was fighting to survive, and few were destined to make it. Whatever I could scavenge from these dangerous places in these 3 days would be my lifeline down the road. I'd take the gamble. My mind was made up, but old habits kicked in. I wanted to see how others were choosing. I opened the chat. A notice popped up. This zone contains 100,000 people. Each person may send up to 10 messages daily, with a 1-minute interval. The whole channel was pure chaos. How do we pick a direction? Just blind guessing. I picked straight ahead, and I'm freaking out. This tiny bit of bread isn't enough for anyone. Any pros out there who can give some advice? Wah, I want to go home. I scanned through quickly, and the more I read, the more chilled I felt. Not a single person mentioned any danger prompts. A theory surfaced in my mind. This ability to foresee danger wasn't a mercy Heaven's Tao had granted to everyone. It belonged to me, Zhao Fan, alone. 20 years reincarnated, 2 lifetimes lived, and my long overdue golden finger had finally arrived. What was there left to hesitate about? I raised my hand and tapped the arrow pointing to the rear right on the Explore menu. Direction selected, rear right. You will arrive at the resource point in approximately 5 minutes. Please wait. The raft beneath my feet was pulled by an invisible force, slowly turning around and heading toward the rear right. A patch of mist rose up ahead, and the raft drove straight into it. 5 minutes felt as long as 5 years. I flipped through the chat channel again, confirming that still no one had mentioned any danger prompts. The last trace of doubt melted away. This was my golden finger. Soon the mist parted, and a black appeared on the horizon, rapidly growing larger. An island. The sea was smooth as a mirror, without a single ripple. The raft gently drifted up onto the beach. I stepped onto the island. I turned back, wanting to put away the raft, only to find it wouldn't go into my backpack. A light screen popped up with a prompt. Lock raft in place. Once locked, it will not move and cannot be harmed by any creature. Yes/no. Pretty smart. I selected yes. Scattered across the island before me were a few dozen large trees, and a handful of sheep grazed in the grass with their heads down. For an ordinary survivor, this would be a prime source of meat. But I only glanced at them before looking away. No tools, no experience. Catch a sheep with my bare hands? I couldn't even keep up with them. I had only one goal, that ancient ruin. At the island's center, a cluster of crumbling structures stood faintly visible. Without hesitation, made a beeline for it. The way there was strangely smooth, not a single obstacle. Pushing aside the hanging vines, I found a crumbling stone door blanketed in moss, half open, with a shimmering veil of light stretched across the entrance. I reached out to test it. It gave no resistance at all. I stepped through. The passage was dim, thick with the stench of rot. I moved forward carefully, and along the way, beams of light in every color kept slamming into me. These, I figured, were the various attacks. But it was like I had an invisible shell around me. Nothing could touch me. Newbie protection. Living up to the name. Can't die, can't get hurt. So what's there to be afraid of? I grew bolder with every step, walking faster and faster. The passage wound downward, twisting and turning, until at last a faint glow appeared ahead. Another light veil. I knew these veils were almost certainly powerful barrier arrays meant to stop intruders. But to me, right now, it was like we existed in completely different dimensions. I passed straight through. Before me lay a vast underground stone cavern. At its center stood a crude stone altar, and resting silently upon it was a long sword. About 3 feet 3 inches long, no more than 3 centimeters wide, a slender blade, without even a scabbard. I walked up to it. This was exactly the divine artifact the prompt had mentioned. A light screen appeared. View information? What was there to hesitate about? View. A panel lit up along the blade. Wind-cleaving sword, dark gold. Attack. Description, an ancient relic weapon. Sharp enough to slice a hair blown against its edge, it cuts through iron like mud. Legend has it that its previous owner, upon obtaining the sword, wrapped it in the finest silk, sealed it in a rosewood case, and rode home by carriage. On the bumpy mountain road, the blade pierced straight through the case, silently sliced through the silk, bored clean through the entire carriage, and dropped to the ground, burying itself in stone all the way to the hilt. At the bottom, one line in bold. A divine artifact. None but those of great fortune may claim it. Holy crap. I sucked in a sharp breath. Just how sharp was a sword like this? Wasn't this supposed to be an all-player survival game? And right off the bat, it hands me a divine artifact? This was my ticket to taking off. I reached out for the sword. The instant my fingertip was about to touch it, but hadn't quite, a thin beam of light shot out from the blade. No pain, just a tingle in my fingertip. I looked down. My index finger had already been sliced open, a thin cut, a bead of blood welling up, falling right onto the ancient hilt. I froze. Wasn't I immune to attacks just now? How did it cut me? Then it clicked. Those beams of light would have killed me, so the heavenly way blocked them for me. But this was just a flesh wound, not fatal, so it let it happen. So the heavenly way in this game only protects your life, not your skin. The bead of blood was drawn into the hilt and vanished into thin air. The wind-cleaving sword gave a faint tremor, a streak of dark gold flowing across the blade. Liu Guang. The very next instant, it settled firmly into my palm. Congratulations. You have obtained Wind Cutter's Sword ×1. It accepted me as its master. I stared at it, hardly able to believe it. The sword had a slight heft to it, 4 or 5 pounds, but that was nothing to a body worn hard by years of manual labor. Just then, a voice, crisp, young, yet straining to sound mature, exploded straight into my mind. Well, well, well. You there? Yeah, you, the one standing around like an idiot. How are you this pathetic? My whole body went stiff. I glanced around, not a soul in sight. Stop looking. I'm right here in your hand. The voice piped up again, dripping with disdain. The second you bonded with me, I actually thought that old geezer Heavenswell had finally opened his eyes and sent me the peerless prodigy I've waited 100,000 years for. And instead, it's you. The corner of my mouth twitched. So the sword had a spirit, and it was a bratty little girl with quite the attitude. Wind Cutter Sword? Is that you talking? I answered in my mind. Who else would it be? It let out a sigh. Fine, fine. Heavenswell forced our karma together and bound us. To meet is to be fated, though this is the crummiest fate ever. I suppose I'll put up with you for one lifetime. My heart leapt with joy, and I was about to say something to smooth things over. Hey, don't get too excited yet, it cut in. How many decades of lifespan do you even have? Way too short. Following you is a total waste of a sword's life. It seemed to probe my constitution more carefully, then suddenly shrieked. You've got to be kidding me, master. You haven't even opened your dantian? There's not a shred of spiritual energy anywhere around here. What kind of garbage plane of existence is this? Where am I supposed to keep my true body? Before I could answer, its voice abruptly went limp. Forget it. You're so weak that even talking to you tires me out. I'm going to sleep. Someday, when you're worth even a tiny fraction of me, or when your lifespan runs out, I'll be freed, and I'll come back here to wait for the next fated one who isn't such a hopeless loser. Later, don't call me unless it's important, and don't call me even if it is. As for my true body, dump it wherever you like. Wait. Wind cutter. No more response came. I patted the blade, cold, silent. I looked down at the ancient sword in my palm, caught somewhere between laughter and tears. Good news. This was a divine artifact with a sword spirit. Drop it into any world, and it'd be an absolute game changer. Bad news. As its master, I'd been written off the moment we met. Hopeless loser? Wrong plane? Unopened Danteon. This sword had clearly walked onto the wrong set. Sleep, then. Sleep. Sundara or not. Once it accepted me, it was mine. The priority right now, stay alive. I summoned the light screen and glanced at the remaining exploration time. My chest tightened. From landing on the island to claiming the sword had felt like mere moments, but in reality, more than an hour had passed. The total time limit was 3 hours, less than 2/3 remained. I need to hurry. In that super mega terrifying warning, aside from, I found ruins and artifacts, plus a wooden chest, wild berries, timber, and stone blocks. I ignored the sewage. Out here in the wild, survival is survival. I grabbed my sword and climbed out of the cave, back to the surface. My eyes landed on a tree not far off, its trunk about as thick as a bowl. Let's see if this thing really cuts through iron like mud. I gripped the sword and swung diagonally, without much force. SSSSHG. The blade passed clean through the tree without any resistance. The tree creaked and began to tilt. I quickly stepped back. Crash. The moment the tree hit the ground, something amazing happened. The entire tree dissolved and reassembled in a faint glow, transforming into a bundle of uniformly sized timber with a ball of light floating beside it. I touched it. Congratulations. You obtained Timber X8. The timber instantly went into my backpack. A tree that thick, felled with a single light swing. Now that's what you call cutting through iron like mud. I examined this one unit of timber and clicked my tongue in amazement. Each piece was about 4 meters long, with a 30-centimeter square cross-section. 12 pieces per unit, an impressive volume. The system had eliminated all the chopping and cutting, handing over standardized building materials for free. With the wind cutter sword as my lumberjack tool, what was I waiting for? I immediately became a tree-felling machine, targeting only the big ones. One swing per tree, never needing a second. The only hassle was that I couldn't control which way they fell, so I had to run the moment I finished each cut. Crash. Congratulations. You obtained Timber X12. Crash. Congratulations. You obtained Timber X18. Congratulations. You obtained Timber X32. The forest echoed with the whistle of the blade and the thunder of falling trees, notification screens popping up one after another. Lumberjacking is exhausting? Wrong. Lumberjacking wasn't tiring at all. My backpack had 20 slots, and identical items could stack. In no time, the timber had piled up to 631 units, and there wasn't a single tree left standing around me. Enough. Next up, food and water. I took my sword and pushed deeper into the island. Along the way, I ran into a few wild goats. They weren't too afraid of people, but they were alert. The moment I got close, the herd would nimbly leap away and vanish into the bushes. No traps, no ranged weapons. Can't catch them. I gave up, frustrated. Looks like the sword spirit was right when it said I couldn't even trust a chicken. All this divine weaponry, and I couldn't even take down a single goat. Along the path I spotted some bare rock and, on a whim, gave it a swing. SHHHG. The blade sank into the stone like it was cutting tofu, and an entire chunk of the boulder sheared clean off, transforming into a standard stone block. Congratulations. You obtained Stone Block X1. This one unit of stone was no small thing. A few of these would sink my raft. But as a basic resource, there was no harm in stockpiling. I harvested a few more until there were no obvious protruding rocks left. Hard work pays off. At the base of a sun-drenched slope, a patch of low shrubs was covered in deep purple berries the size of longans. Purple blossom fruit white. Edible, filling. Sour with a hint of sweetness and a slight astringency. Non-toxic. Item grade. Tiers. White, green, blue, purple, yellow, red, gold. The Wind Cutter Sword's dark gold transcends the rules entirely. Chest tiers. Wood, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. Filling and non-toxic. Out in the wild, that already counts as a good find. I just picked 2 when a thought struck me. Why not try the system? One sweep of my blade, and the entire berry bush broke down into components. Congratulations. You obtained purple blossom fruit times 22. Congratulations. You obtained wood times 1. 1 unit of purple blossom fruit weighed a pound. A few quick strokes, and 22 pounds went into my pack. The yield and efficiency were insane. The food crisis was on hold, at least for now. Not a single chest yet, though. The prompt said there were 3 on the island. I searched carefully and finally spotted the first one beside a dried-up stream, half buried in mud, old but unlocked. I didn't bother opening it. I just stored the whole chest right away. Congratulations. You obtained wood chest times 1. I'd open them all back at the raft. No time to waste right now. Along the way, I chopped up some rocks and weeds too. Weeds counted as a resource, collected by weight. The second wood chest turned up in a sheltered hollow in the rocks. The third was nowhere to be found. Then my exploration time ran out. An invisible repelling force swept over me, and the world around me twisted and warped. When I opened my eyes again, I was back on that same raft. Endless blue water stretched to the horizon, sea and sky blending into one, so silent it set me on edge. The island had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Only the supplies in my pack and the Wind Cutter Sword in my hand proved any of it had been real. I instinctively shifted my foot, and the raft immediately rocked violently. I stumbled, then quickly crouched down to lower my center of gravity. Too small. This crappy raft is completely unreliable. If I opened a chest on this thing and something big popped out, the narrow little raft would probably capsize. You couldn't drown during the beginner phase, but flipping over still wouldn't be any fun. Upgrade the raft first. I called up the light screen, tapped the raft icon under Survival Tools, and focused my mind. A new option appeared. Upgrade raft to small wooden boat materials required, with 632 100ths. Only 100 units? The corner of my mouth curled up. For someone who'd just turned into a tree-chopping machine, that was nothing. Without the Wind Cutter Sword, though, could anyone gather 100 units of wood with just a stone axe? Dream on. Upgrade. In an instant, the transformation began. The raft gave off a soft white glow, and a gentle force lifted me lightly into the air. The planks beneath me smoothed, thickened, extended, and reassembled at a visible pace. The 4-meter wreck expanded in the blink of an eye into a 6-meter-long, 2-meter-wide boat. A small cabin even appeared at its center, topped with an arched wooden canopy, crude, but enough to keep out the wind and rain. The lone wooden paddle was replaced by a tiller at the stern, and at last I could actually steer. Instead, congratulations. Your raft has been upgraded to a small wooden boat. Almost simultaneously, a screen popped up on its own, carrying a festive tone. Congratulations. You are the first player in this region to upgrade a raft into a small wooden boat. A region-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to remain anonymous? I thought for a moment. I was a stranger here with no connections. Staying anonymous was pointless. Making a bold entrance would build my reputation and might even attract investors and followers. No. Please set your player nickname. Sword by lamplight in drunken nights. This nickname is already taken. Zhao Fan. This nickname is already taken. Turns out plenty of people shared my name. I curled my lip and decided to go with something cocky instead. I'm your big bro fan. Nickname. I'm your big bro fan set successfully. The next moment, a bold red announcement forcibly popped up on every player's screen across the region, scrolling 3 times. Region-wide announcement. Congratulations to player. I'm your big bro fan for becoming the first player in this region to upgrade a vessel to a small wooden boat. Rewards. 3 free attribute points, 1 black iron chest, plus 5 backpack slots, 1,000 reputation. 3 rounds of the announcement instantly set off the already noisy regional chat channel. Holy crap, someone's already upgraded to a boat on day 1. I'm your big bro fan. That name is straight up savage. Gotta be a heavy hitter. 100 units of wood. I chopped with a stone axe till my hands blistered and only got 8. We're still trying to balance on rafts, and this guy's already sailing? Take me with you, bro fan. I'll follow you anywhere. Definitely hacking. Report him. Shut it, you salty chicken. There are no cheats under the Heavenly Tao rules. Is it really so hard to admit someone's just better than you? Messages of amazement, admiration, doubt, envy, and pleas to join flooded the screen too fast to read. Within just a few minutes, I'm your big bro fan had become the most eye-catching name to tens of thousands of players. I glanced over it a few times. This was exactly the effect I wanted. I had no intention of chiming in. My full attention was on the rewards. The 3 free attribute points couldn't be used yet since the tutorial phase wasn't over, so they hovered before me as a scroll. Then there was the higher-tier black iron chest. 1,000 reputation points, of unclear use but seemingly important. And most crucial of all, those 5 extra backpack slots. Exactly what I desperately needed. I casually checked the requirements for the boat's next upgrade. Small wooden boat to small sailboat. With 300, iron ingots 5, hemp rope 10, linen cloth 5, glass 2. Starting to demand premium materials, I noted silently. Standing on this small wooden boat, the stability was more than 10 times better than that broken raft. Walking from bow to stern still had some sway, but there was no longer any fear of capsizing. Every beginning is hard, but as long as I had a sword in hand and a boat beneath my feet, above the vast, unforgiving sea, I finally had the confidence to survive. It was time to take inventory of my spoils. I set the 2 wooden chests I'd brought back from the island onto the deck, took a deep breath, and threw open the first one. A faint shimmer, and 3 items popped out. Wood X2, bandages X3, iron ingots X2. Bandages could save my life. Iron ingots were the key to upgrading my vessel. Not bad at all. The second chest yielded water, bread, and stone. Survival supplies. You could never have too many. 3 loaves of bread. Hell, I'd take 100 million if they offered. Finally, I pulled out the black iron chest, my reward for being among the first to level up. About a foot square, jet black all over, engraved with swirling cloud patterns. One look and you knew it was something special. I lifted the lid, and the glow was even brighter than the wooden chests. Minor stamina potion X3, bandages X5, linen X5, iron ingots X5, glass X5. Good stuff. All good stuff. I glanced over the item stats. The stamina potions had to be drunk in one go, clearly designed to keep people from gaming the system. The bandages were emergency lifesavers. I ran through my inventory. 536 wood, 7 iron ingots, 5 linen, 5 glass, plus 3 life-saving potions. Just like that, I had all the main materials to upgrade to a small sailboat. A sailboat? Any day now. 3 hours of exploring that island had left me starving. Gnawing on bread and gulping down water, I casually pulled up the trade menu. Information flooded the screen instantly. Just as I'd figured, wood had become the hard currency, and prices were through the roof. 1,000 milliliters fresh water for 1 wood. 5 stone for 1 wood. Someone had even posted a notice. Buying wood at premium prices, DM me. Everyone wanted to upgrade their rafts into wooden boats, so they were scrambling for wood like crazy. Meanwhile, stone was practically worthless. The trade board was flooded with it, and not a single deal was going through. Looking at those 500+ units of wood in my pack, I couldn't help but smile. So this was how easy primitive accumulation could be. But now wasn't the time to dump my goods. After dark, that was the best time to stockpile resources. Right now, the only thing I was short on was 10 units of rope. I typed rope into the search bar. This was Sector 9527, home to 100,000 players. Even 1 chest per person would add up to a serious supply. 2 rope for 1 wood. 3 rope for 2 wood. I got it. It wasn't that rope was cheap. These sellers just didn't have much of it. If they had more, they'd have posted it all to swap for wood. Same as stone, 5 for 1, simply because nobody had a big stash. There were some absurd listings too. 1 rope for 8 wood. Clearly thought I was an idiot. And another, 5 rope for any weapon blueprint. This guy wanted to gamble, trading common goods for something strategic. It actually gave me a new idea. I didn't have time to haggle. I countered, locked onto the seller's listing at fair prices, and fired off trades one by one, dumping wood. They confirmed almost instantly. Hemp rope X2, hemp rope X3, hemp rope X2. In a few minutes, 5 units of wood netted me 11 units of hemp rope. Against my stockpile of over 500, that was nothing, a drop in the bucket. Materials ready. I pulled up survival tools and selected small wooden boat. Upgrade to small sailboat requirements. Wood 531/300, iron ingot July 5th, hemp rope November 10th, linen May 5th, glass May 2nd. Not just met, I had a surplus. What was there to hesitate about? Upgrade. White light erupted, fiercer than last time, swallowing the entire boat. I was lifted into the air, hovering, as the decks stretched beneath my feet. The sides climbed higher, and the hull swelled at a rate visible to the naked eye. Just over a minute later, the light faded. A sizable ship now stood on the sea, 15 meters long, 3 meters wide, sleek in its lines, steady as a rock. A thick mast rose from the center, a triangular mainsail woven from heavy linen hanging at its top. In calm air it drooped limply, but the moment the wind picked up, it would free me from manual labor entirely. The cabin had upgraded to a compound structure, with a hatch leading below deck. At the stern sat a pilot house fitted with a steering wheel, and beyond that, a new engine room. Inside, 2 sets of pedal-driven, primitive engines that could be powered by hand. Congratulations! Small wooden boat has been upgraded to small sailboat. The moment the notification chimed, that familiar announcement popped up again. You are the first player in this region to upgrade to a small sailboat. A region-wide announcement will be issued. Remain anonymous? No, I'd already gone loud. Might as well go all the way. The next instant, a bold red announcement forced its way onto every player's screen in the region, scrolling 3 times. Region-wide announcement. Congratulations to player. I'm your bro Van, for becoming the first player in this region to upgrade to a small sailboat. Rewards. Free attribute points X5, bronze treasure chest X1, inventory plus 10 slots, reputation plus 3,000. After the third scroll, the chat channel went dead silent for a few seconds, then absolutely exploded. A sailboat? On day 1. Where the hell did he get all those materials? Free attribute points, a bronze chest, 3,000 reputation. The first clear reward goes to him again. Where's the report button? This makes 0 sense. Bro Van. Legend. Throw us a bone, drop some tips. Anyone who called him a cheater earlier, step up. This is basically a GM slumming it with the rest of us. The messages scrolled like mad. 2 region-wide announcements in one day, 2 ship upgrades. This was way past lucky. In countless minds, I'm your bro Van had already ascended to godhood. I glanced at the frenzied channel and gave a faint smile. What others say has nothing to do with me. All I know is that on day 1 of the newbie protection period, I've already built a massive lead thanks to my ability to foresee fortune and misfortune, plus the Windcleaver sword. But this is just the beginning. The road ahead is still long. While getting familiar with my new ship, my gaze swept across the distant horizon, a small, inconspicuous black. My heart skipped a beat. A drifting treasure chest at sea. Looking closer, that was actually drifting ever so slowly. I couldn't let it slip away. I rushed into the wheelhouse, grabbed the helm, and turned. But reality dumped cold water on me instantly. There was no wind. The sails hung limp and slack, and one person simply couldn't control this ship. This won't work. After thinking it over, I decided to do the work of 2 men. First, I set the course in the wheelhouse and jammed the helm with a wooden wedge, then dashed to the engine room to pump the pedals. The ship finally started moving. But the efficiency of human power was pathetically low. After pedaling for about 10 minutes, I ran to the bow and looked. That black seemed only a tiny bit bigger. Swim over? Or build a raft? The idea popped up, and I immediately shot it down. Sure, the protection period meant I couldn't die, but if a sea creature bit me or dragged me off and I couldn't get back to the ship, once the 3 days were up, I'd be just as dead. This place was nothing like the resource island. There was no convenient teleport out when time was up. Besides, my storage was fully stocked now. 1 treasure chest wasn't a necessity. With that weight off my shoulders, I stopped rushing. The far ones were out of reach, but I wouldn't pass up the close ones. Might as well treat it as exercise. I stopped fixating on that distant target and focused only on what was right in front of me, pushing forward steadily with a rhythm I could sustain. Creak, creak. Amid the monotonous sound, an idea struck me. I pulled out the bronze treasure chest I'd earned as the first launch reward, set it in the corner of the engine room, and got ready to open it. The bronze chest was similar in size to the black iron ones, but worlds apart in quality. A warm, lustrous bronze sheen, its surface carved with intricate patterns. One look told you it was something extraordinary. I didn't know how to appreciate such things. I only cared what was inside. I lifted the lid. A soft green light flashed, and 5 items materialized. Loyalty Scroll, Special, X2 Basic Constitution Enhancement Potion, X2 Fine Fishing Net, X1 Wood, X50 Copper Ingot, X10. I immediately studied the scroll's description. Loyalty Scroll, Special, Contract Type. Effect, can be used on one willing sentient being. Once activated, the target permanently pledges allegiance to you, with loyalty forever fixed at Die Hard, never to betray, and gains 1 chance to teleport to your side. Uses, 1/1. Description, the cornerstone of order begins with absolute loyalty. Good stuff, seriously good stuff. My heart pounded. I'd just been worrying that one person wasn't enough, and here came a treasure like this. Man, I'm starting to wonder if I'm some kind of chosen one blessed by fate. How is it that whatever I wish for just comes true? At this early stage, its value even surpasses an artifact. At the very least, it's way better than the Windrider sword. I carefully put the scroll away, deciding to use it sparingly. Loyalty like this had to be spent on someone truly worthy. I looked over the rest. The fishing net could boost fishing success rate by 20%. The physique enhancement potion permanently strengthened your body after drinking it, effective in a single dose. As for the 50 units of lumber and 10 units of copper ingots, those were all solid, basic resources. Just those 50 units of lumber alone probably exceeded the entire net worth of the average person. The haul far exceeded my expectations, and I was in great spirits. I'd been worried my physical condition was holding me back, so I immediately pulled out that bottle of physique enhancement potion, a palm-sized crystal vial holding 50 milliliters of pale blue liquid. I popped the cork, and a cool, herbal scent rushed into my nose. I tilted my head back and downed it in one gulp. The liquid hit my throat, icy at first, then instantly transforming into a warm current that surged through my entire body. Moments later, my muscles swelled slightly, my fatigue vanished, and a powerful strength rose up from deep within my bones. Instant results. I clenched my fist, feeling the newfound strength coursing through me, then stepped back onto the pedal wheel. It was noticeably easier now, and the boat picked up a bit of speed too. Riding this momentum, I called up the light screen to check the sailboat's upgrade path, and that's when I discovered something new. Under the upgrade option, the path suddenly split into 2 branches. Branch 1, Medium Sailboat, Level 3. Requirements: 2,000 lumber, 50 iron ingots, 50 hemp rope, 20 linen, 8 glass. Larger cabin and storage space, greater stability. Still relies on sails, requires more crew. Branch 2, Small Steamboat, Level 4. Requirements: 500 lumber, 20 stone, 200 iron ingots, 80 copper ingots, 10 hemp rope, 15 linen, 8 glass, 10 rubber, 10 plastic, 1 flint. A groundbreaking revolution in propulsion. A hybrid of wind and steam power, freeing you from absolute dependence on natural wind, though it consumes lumber or coal as fuel. Highly automated, can be barely operated by a single person. 2 directions, 2 completely different paths. The medium sailboat was just a scaled-up version of the current system. It required more materials, but with the Windrider sword in hand, I could gather everything by tomorrow. The problem was, a bigger ship meant needing more crew. The small steamboat, on the other hand, jumped straight to level 4. This wasn't just a change in size. It was a fundamental revolution in power, going from wind power at the mercy of the weather to stable, controllable, man-made steam. My heart tilted toward the latter almost instantly. Can be barely operated by a single person and freeing you from dependence on natural wind. Those 2 lines held a fatal allure for me. Not to mention being the first to upgrade to Level 4, very likely to trigger another server-wide announcement. and score another hefty first clear reward. Goals set, stockpile resources, and get that small steamship. The potions boost was still going strong, and my pedaling efficiency on the tread wheel had shot up noticeably. Maybe it was luck, maybe just one piece of good news after another, but before long I'd pulled up right next to the first treasure chest. Wooden chest 1. I didn't open it, just tossed it straight into my pack and kept moving. Squinting into the distance, I could see a few blurry dots still floating at the edge of the horizon. My naked eye couldn't make them out, but I had the system. A quick scan from afar was all I needed. One sweep of the area, 3 wooden chests, 1 black iron chest. What was there to hesitate about? I swung the bow around and made straight for that black iron chest. As for the fancy fishing net, I left it alone for now. My whole focus was on covering ground and collecting chests, no time to trawl. Besides, at this snail's pace, the only fish I'd net would probably be the ones with something wrong in the head. Working the rudder to adjust my heading with one hand, I ducked back into the engine room and started pumping the pedals with my legs to act as the engine. At the same time, I split my attention and pulled up the trade interface. Upgrading a steamship took way too many resources. Relying on my own exploration alone would be painfully slow. I had to work the market. My strategy was dead simple. Use the lumber I'd hoarded to buy up what everyone else saw as junk. Iron ingots, copper ingots, glass, rubber, plastic. I quickly zeroed in on these key items. Just as I'd expected, right now nearly every player's goal was to gather lumber and upgrade their rafts. Lumber had become hard currency, and prices stayed sky high. Meanwhile, those advanced materials had turned into dead weight, dumped at rock-bottom prices. The announcement board was flooded. Iron ingot ×2, for lumber ×1, urgent. Somebody big please take a look. Copper ingot ×2, for lumber ×1, price negotiable. Glass ×3 for lumber ×1. Anybody want this shiny stuff? For someone like me sitting on 281 lumber, this was basically pennies from heaven. I didn't hesitate and started sweeping up everything. Anything listed at ratios like 3:1 or 4:1, I closed the deal on the spot. There weren't many of these overly generous sellers, maybe 15 or 20 by a rough count. When sellers got my trade request, almost none of them could believe their eyes. Are you, the legendary I'm Your Bro fan? Am I seeing this right? A god-tier player wants to trade with me. This avatar, these tier 3 tools, it's really bro fan? Boss, can we add each other as friends first? Ever since I made a name for myself, a whole swarm of knockoffs had popped up in the game. I'm your bro Dan, I'm really bro fan. I'm your fan song. Impossible to guard against. Word was plenty of people had already gotten scammed. But everyone quickly discovered the key to spotting the real me. There was a bold numeral 3 badge in the bottom right corner of my avatar. Tier 3 survival tools. While everyone else was still struggling with Tier 1 rafts, I was the only person on the entire server at Tier 3. You lost with X1. Obtained iron ingot X3. Obtained copper ingot X3. Obtained glass X4. Trade confirmations flooded my screen nonstop. Someone got so excited they ran to the public channel to brag. Haha, just traded with Van. 1 wood for 3 of my iron ingots. Van the man. Same here. Van's the best. Van's buying up iron and copper ingots in bulk. Everybody check your inventories. One spark set off a firestorm. The whole channel erupted instantly. What? Van's trading precious wood for those useless iron chunks. Van's moves always mean something. You can't go wrong following the big shot. Quick, pull your iron and copper ingots off the market. Don't sell them cheap. Van, look at me. 3 iron ingots and 1 stone, all for just 1 of your wood. In an instant, my DMs blew up. $9.99 plus. Friend request notifications blended into one continuous chime. I was completely blindsided by this sudden wave of enthusiasm. I made a snap decision, set DMs to friends only, and friend requests to reject all. Finally, peace and quiet. But people wouldn't give up. The channel was flooded with mentions and pleas to add them as friends. Someone even listed on the trading post, Iron Ingot X5 for a friend slot with I'm Your Van. I understood exactly what was going on. It wasn't my level they were after, and it wasn't the celebrity appeal either. Bottom line, they all just wanted to survive. With a friend slot to me, if they ever ended up in a hopeless situation, maybe I could pull them out of it. Only human nature. A productive afternoon passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Thanks to that bottle of basic constitution enhancement potion, I was tired, but in far better shape than expected. After a full afternoon of grinding, I'd fished up another black iron chest and 2 wooden chests, and pulled off a beautiful buying war at the trading post. I tallied up my haul. I'd spent 172 units of wood total, in exchange for 260 iron ingots, 111 copper ingots, 16 silver ingots, 53 glass, 35 rubber, 21 plastic, 30 stone, 25 hemp rope, 21 burlap, 2 electronic components, 1 chip, 12 cotton, 1 crystal, 2 cotton cloth, and 1,000 milliliters fresh water, plus 2 blueprints, the barrel crafting blueprint and the iron pot crafting blueprint. Looking at the dazzling array of resources in my inventory, even I was stunned. Insane. That was the only word for it. It also proved one thing. In the early stages of survival, whoever holds the key resources in their hands, whoever has more basic resources wins right out of the gate. Now let's see what's in these boxes. The 2 wooden chests coughed up some basic stuff. Wood, stone, fresh water, bread. Pretty standard. The black iron chest gave me a green dagger, plus 5 iron ingots and 5 glass. I broke down the wooden chests as soon as I opened them. But looking at the empty black iron chest, I had an idea. Back when I got the barrel blueprint, I checked it out. Barrel crafting blueprint white October 10th. Materials required: 1 wood. Crafts 1 20-liter barrel. 1 barrel eats up a whole unit of wood. Terrible value. No matter how much wood I had, I wasn't about to blow it like that. But this black iron chest? It was basically a ready-made container. Sturdier than a barrel, and bigger too. I immediately posted 20 listings on the trading hall. 1 wood for 1 empty black iron chest. The second those conditions went up, chaos erupted again. To everyone else, breaking down an empty chest got you 1 iron ingot at most, and 1 wood was worth way more than 1 iron ingot. This was free money. What's Fan doing now? Trading wood for empty boxes. Fan's definitely hooking us up again. Don't try to figure out what the big shot's thinking. If you've got an empty iron chest, go trade it now. All 20 listings vanished in seconds. Satisfied, I tucked the empty chests into my backpack. That afternoon, my contacts list picked up a few temporary friends, all for the trades. One of them was named Li Changsheng. He'd taken a serious leg injury. During the newbie phase you can't die, but wounds still get infected and worsen. The pain and immobility left him feeling completely vulnerable. I traded him a bandage to fix his immediate problem. He was practically in tears with gratitude, swearing he'd repay me someday. I didn't think much of it. In the early survival stage, promises like that are worth basically nothing. Night fell completely, and the survivors who'd been grinding all day finally got a chance to catch their breath. The channel turned into a venting ground. Most people's survival setup was still stuck at raft. Some had just nailed a few planks together for reinforcement. Cold seawater kept seeping up and soaking their backs. That damp, freezing feeling? You only get it if you've lived it. The channel was nothing but complaints. Damn it, these planks are so hard I can't sleep. The seawater's freezing. I feel like I'm losing body heat. Anyone got spare wood? Let me expand my raft. I'm scared I'll roll off, just turning over. Almost got gored to death by a wild boar today. Thank God newbies are invincible. Complaints, fear, and a hint of relief at having survived. Soon, the bold or the lucky started sharing their experiences. A guy called Just Send It stood out in particular. Listen up, boys. During these 3 days of newbie protection, don't you dare chicken out. Head straight for the danger. Dug in. Today I ran into snakes and traps. If I weren't invincible, my ashes would have been scattered 8 times over. But high risk, high reward. I scored a hunting bow, a dozen arrows, and a hunting knife. We're flying now. 1 stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Holy crap, for real? There's a bear in the cave over on my side, and I pushed right past it to grab a black iron treasure chest. +1. I got chased into a ruined temple by hornets and found a skill book behind the god statue. Sounds like it's not just a fluke. The heavenly way is using this protection period to egg us on into getting ourselves killed. If I'd known, I would have gone all in today. I only dared to pick up wood on the outskirts. What a waste. After everyone pooled their experiences, a consensus slowly took shape. During these 3 days of the newbie protection period, the more dangerous the place, the bigger the payoff. But once the 3 days were up and the rules changed, you'd have to play it safe, slow and steady. The lessons being summed up in the channel lined up perfectly with what I'd run into during the day. I thought to myself, you really can't underestimate the crowd. I needed to make good use of this protection period rule for tomorrow and the day after. But compared to everyone else's gambling and guesswork, I had that one-of-a-kind ability to foresee fortune and disaster. No matter the situation, I was confident I wouldn't come out on the losing end. Late at night, the sea was windless but carried a chill. Staying out on the deck was getting uncomfortable, so I turned and headed into the sailboat's built-in cabin. The furnishings were bare, just a hard wooden plank bed, but it kept out the wind and rain, which was good enough. There was no blanket, so I could only wrap the 2 pieces of cotton cloth I'd traded for around myself to fend off the cold. I lay down and was just about to clear out my wood when the mood in the channel shifted again. A player named Landlubber started wailing. "Guys, I'm done for. I can't swim." My raft flipped, and I sank straight to the bottom after flailing a couple times. By all accounts, I shouldn't have sunk that fast, but it's freaky. It's like some undercurrent kept dragging me down. I'm on the seafloor now, and I can't move at all. Before anyone could process that, another player, down on my luck, spoke up. "I've got it worse than you." I paddled my raft out to grab a treasure chest, capsized, and this huge black shape shot out of the water, so fast I couldn't even get a look at it. It opened its mouth and swallowed me whole. Now I'm inside its belly, all slimy, squeezed so tight I can't budge. And it seems like I can't die. The channel blew up, sank to the bottom of the sea, swallowed by a sea monster. There's stuff like that during the newbie period. Can't die. So what state are they even in right now? You guys notice something? They've got one thing in common. They both left their rafts. Holy crap, that's true. Landlubber added in despair. I can't die, but I'm on the seafloor with what feels like a mountain crushing me. I can't move a single finger. Breathing's weird, though. It felt like air was being supplied automatically underwater. But this was worse than being dead. Pitch black all around. I can only open the light screen with my mind to watch you all chat. Rotten Luck chimed in. Same here. The monster's stomach is spinning like crazy, and it keeps swimming. Forget it. Don't worry about me. Just treat me as a cautionary tale. Do not leave the raft. At this point, a few level-headed players started to analyze the situation. The Heavenly Way said no death, but it never said you couldn't get trapped. They've fallen into a hopeless situation. It's over. Once the 3-day protection period ends, the one at the bottom of the sea gets instantly crushed into a meat patty by the water pressure, and the one inside the stomach starts getting digested. The more you think about it, the scarier it gets. The protection period has hidden traps too. This brutal reality made everyone's heart sink. The players who'd been itching to go risk it all for glory and fortune tomorrow suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Not dying doesn't mean you won't end up in something far worse than death. Looks like we'll have to be extremely careful. Thankfully, the exploration zones have a time limit of about 6 hours. Once it's up, you're forcibly teleported back to the raft, which actually makes them relatively safe. Just as pessimism filled the channel, an ID bearing a level 3 insignia spoke up, instantly drawing everyone's attention. I'm your bro fan. At Landlubber at Rotten Luck, don't despair. Since you can't die during the newbie period, remember to use your once daily directed exploration tomorrow. Getting randomly teleported might just be your ticket out. Give it a shot. It beats sitting there waiting to die. The channel immediately erupted. It's the legendary bro fan, right? Teleporting might override the trapped status. Bro fans' thinking is crystal clear. Awesome. At Landlubber, remember what bro fans said. Definitely try it tomorrow. As if the floodgates had opened, more players who'd gotten trapped today started coming forward. Their misfortunes came in all shapes and sizes, but they shared one thing in common. They'd all left the raft. A few had fallen through when their rafts fell apart. Just then, a familiar ID caught my eye. Lin Wanqing. I paused for a moment and looked at the profile picture again. Wasn't this my classmate from college? Back then, she was the department beauty, one of the girls everyone considered the campus queen. She came from a wealthy family, had an exceptional presence, and was the dream girl of countless guys. Me? I came from an ordinary background, an orphan with nothing to my name. During school, Our paths barely crossed. After graduation, I heard she went back to run her family business and became an urban elite. Me? I became just another ordinary office worker. Lin Wanqing, she got trapped too? I instinctively clicked on her profile and sent a private message along with a friend request. Lin Wanqing, it's me, Zhao Fan, your college classmate. Remember me? You ran into trouble too. A moment later, the friend request was accepted, and a reply came through, carrying, with a hint of surprise, it's me, your buddy Fan. You're Zhao Fan. Is it really you? My raft fell apart. After it broke, I grabbed onto a plank, but once the raft was gone, it's like I lost all protection. I'm sinking now, and I can only control the light screen with my mind. Even in such a desperate situation, her description stayed clear and calm. A true elite. I couldn't help sighing inwardly. The goddess who'd once been so far out of reach was now reduced to such a miserable state. I replied, hang in there, don't give up. Remember what I said in the channel. Use the explore function first thing tomorrow morning. That's your only hope. Lin Wanqing. Okay, I will. Thank you for still remembering me, Zhao Fan. Wait, no, you're a big shot now? How are you doing? After a bit of small talk, a thought started circling in my mind. The sailboat, the future steamships, even things further down the road. I was going to need help, and not just from one person. Originally, I'd wanted to find some big, strong guy to do the heavy lifting. But once I thought about the mechanization that was coming, raw physical strength didn't matter as much anymore. With the backpack, I didn't need to haul heavy loads myself. What I really needed was someone to handle the tedious stuff for me. Things like camping out at the trading house, buying up supplies, sifting through information. It sounds simple, but it actually eats up time and energy. It takes patience, and it takes good judgment. Most importantly, I was too famous now. The moment I opened up private messages, I'd be buried under an endless flood of spam and couldn't get anything done. I needed a reliable agent. Lin Wanqing seemed like the perfect fit. Well-educated, with solid communication and comprehension skills. A former campus beauty, and easy on the eyes too. Of course, I'd never admit that last part. I'd just chalk it up to better odds of survival. My real confidence came from the fact that I held something that could guarantee absolute loyalty. I took a screenshot of the loyalty scroll, special, stats, and sent it over, without adding a single word. It was both an offer and a test. She'd understand. Sure enough, after a few seconds of silence, she replied with a single character, question mark. If your Explore turns up nothing tomorrow, or if there's no way out of this, I typed, you can use this scroll. It'll teleport you onto my ship. I didn't overstate it, and I didn't pressure her. I just gave her an option. On the other end of the line, Lin Wanqing, sinking into the freezing seawater, stared at the words die hard loyal and never betray in the scroll's description. That meant handing everything about herself over to another person. 7 or 8 minutes later, her reply caught me off guard. Zhao Fan, just use it now. I'd assumed she'd wait until tomorrow, until she had no options left. This girl was surprisingly decisive. You don't want to wait until tomorrow and see how things go? I'm done waiting. My mind's made up. She replied quickly. In a game where everyone's fighting to survive, I can't make it alone. People will inevitably form groups, and someone like me walking into a group of strangers? That never ends well. Rather than clinging to some slim hope, why not now? I trust you. What makes you so sure you'll survive with me? I'm not even sure myself. I'm not sure either, she answered candidly. Trust is a gamble by nature. I'm betting you're one of the front runners in this region. I'm betting you're willing to spend something as precious as that scroll on me, which means you see my value right now. And I'm betting that you, the reliable guy I remember from school, won't leave me hanging. I thought to myself, if you're not afraid, why should I be? The loyalty scrolls got me covered anyway. All right. I took out the loyalty scroll, special, and unrolled it. Intricate runes surfaced, along with an input field. I focused and wrote 3 characters. Lin Wanqing. Confirm use of loyalty scroll, special. On zone 95-27 player Lin Wanqing. Confirm. The scroll dissolved into a streak of white light and vanished into the sky in an instant. Almost simultaneously, as Lin Wanqing continued to sink, a prompt forced its way onto her light screen. Player, I'm your big bro fan, wishes to use loyalty scroll, special, on you. Upon acceptance, you will pledge permanent allegiance to him. with loyalty locked at diehard, never to betray, and receive one teleportation. Do you accept? Looking at that cocky ID, I'm your big bro fan. A trace of self-mockery touched the corner of her mouth. No hesitation. Accept. In an instant, a soft white light enveloped her, and a pulling force swept in. Her figure vanished into thin air. On the deck of the sailboat, white light flashed, and a slender but bedraggled figure suddenly appeared. Lin Wanqing. She looked around, dazed, the mast under the moonlight, the cabin, and me, having just climbed up from below. Her soaked clothes clung to her body, her face pale, yet those eyes were still bright. The cold sea air cut to the bone. She shivered involuntarily and wrapped her arms tight around herself. I pulled a piece of cotton cloth from my pack and handed it over. Nothing to keep you warm here. This'll have to do. Thanks, she said softly, wrapping it around her damp shoulders. I turned and headed for the cabin. She followed silently. Once inside, I pointed to the doors on either side. Plenty of rooms, all small. Take your pick. She stopped and nodded. The loyalty scroll's effect was absolute. She could feel the sense of belonging to me deep in her soul. But that didn't mean she'd lost the ability to think. She looked up and asked quietly, "How should I address you?" "Master." That was the rule. This title, coming from her, the words carried not a trace of discomfort. I turned around. "No need. Just call me Fan. Rest first, get your strength back. We'll talk business tomorrow." But she shook her head and dove straight in. "You didn't pick me to be arm candy, and you didn't pick me for grunt work. It's because your reputation's too big. Making large trades at the exchange would draw too much attention, so you need someone reliable but low profile to handle it." "Right." A flicker of surprise crossed my eyes. Barely out of danger, and she'd already read exactly what I needed. That kind of sharpness exceeded my expectations. I like smart people. Exactly. And that's the first thing I need from you. With that confirmed, she cut right to the heart of it. "So, Fan, how much do we have to work with right now? I need to know what we're holding before I can set a trading strategy." Efficient. She probably also wanted to gauge our odds of survival. Loyalty meant she was willing to die alongside me, but she still wanted to know when that might be. Fair enough. I had no intention of hiding anything, so I shared my backpack interface with her directly. When that string of items and the staggering numbers behind them came into view, even someone as composed as her couldn't help sucking in a sharp breath, her pupils shrinking. Backpack, 35 slots, 30 used. Wood 96, stone 70, iron ingots 267, copper ingots 121, silver ingots 16, crystal 1, rubber 35, plastic 21, burlap 21, hemp rope 26, glass 61, electronic components 2, chip 1, cotton 12, fresh water 9,000 milliliters, bread 1900 g, purple flower fruit 22, weeds 12, hemostatic bandages 7, empty black iron chests 23, empty bronze chest 1, free attribute scrolls, bound 8, reputation scrolls 4,000, loyalty scroll, special 1, basic constitution enhancement potion 1, fine fishing net, green 1, wooden barrel blueprint 1, iron pot blueprint 1, Lingfeng sword, dagger, green. "Are we really playing the same game?" she murmured. She'd risked her life all day, scraping by on tiny margins, and her entire net worth was 9 units of wood and 3 days of basic rations. My inventory, meanwhile, was stocked like the warehouse of an entire faction. The sheer gap made her realize just how right her decision to follow me had been. She pushed down the shock and quickly began analyzing. "Fan, what's the next goal?" "Upgrading to Tier 4 survival tools." Once she'd boarded, my survival tools tab became visible to her too. One glance at the comparison, and she saw we were only missing wood and flint. "Yes. Got it." She snapped straight into work mode. "Here's my suggestion. Overnight, trading volume is low, but there's always someone in urgent need. Let's convert our surplus materials into wood. Tomorrow, exploration focused on gathering timber." She looked at me. "Leave it to me. I'll get us the best return." Satisfied, I didn't hesitate to trade all 96 units of timber from my pack over to her. "On the contrary," I said, "the point now is to trade this timber for other resources. I'm putting you in full charge of it." She took the timber, unable to hide her curiosity. "Van, why the rush to clear out our timber?" Aren't we supposed to be stockpiling it? Because after tomorrow, we won't be short on timber anymore, I said, looking at her. Tomorrow, we might have thousands of units coming in. Thousands. The number startled her, and she blurted out, Van, are you bound to some kind of web novel system? Like the type where you give supplies to a pretty classmate and get back 100 or 1,000 times as much. Even she thought it sounded ridiculous the moment she said it. It made me laugh too. You've been reading too many web novels. There's no return system. This is survival. This is reality. I didn't explain my ability to foresee fortune and danger. That was my biggest trump card. Sure, I had the loyalty scroll as a safety net, so telling her wouldn't hurt. But everyone needs to keep a few secrets, and I had an image to maintain. I'd tell her eventually. She didn't press further, just nodded. Understood, Van. I'll get right on it. Her room had no bed, so she sat on the floor, back against the bulkhead, and started working the light screen. Watching her settle into it, I felt pleased. This assistant, I'd chosen well. The night passed, and the second day arrived right on schedule. The first thing I did upon waking was check the light screen. Nothing new on the bulletin board. The newbie protection rules wouldn't change. I opened Exploration. A top-down view of the wooden boat appeared, along with 8 directional arrows. 3 prompts surfaced below. Front left, moderate fortune. Wooden chest times 2. Average resources, including a small amount of timber, stone, berries, and fresh water. Worry-free exploration, but limited resources. Survival rate, 100%. Ahead, minor fortune. Wooden chest times 3, black iron chest times 1. Moderate resources, with minor harassment from lethal poison. Survival rate, 85%. Back left, moderate danger. Wooden chest times 4, black iron chest times 1. Moderate resources, with large beasts, bears, wolves, wild boars, bison, etc. Survival rate, 50%. I frowned slightly, feeling an odd sense of disappointment. Compared to yesterday's supremely, overwhelmingly perilous option with its incredible payoff, today's moderate danger was clearly a letdown. Then again, it made sense. In a world where everyone was fighting to survive, everything came down to resources. You couldn't run into a legendary artifact every single day. My gaze drifted across the 3 options, and I locked onto the third without hesitation. The logic was simple. Poison was the real threat you couldn't guard against. Beasts you could see were actually easier to deal with. Just then, Lin Wanqing stepped out of the cabin. In the morning light, her clothes had long since dried. A little wrinkled, maybe, but nothing could hide her natural elegance. Her long hair was pinned up carelessly, exposing the graceful line of her neck. After a night's rest, she'd shed the disheveled look entirely. A flicker of admiration crossed my eyes before settling back into calm. I noticed the faint shadows beneath her eyes. Up late last night. I'm fine. She gave a slight smile. Like you told me, I traded all the leftover wood for other materials. Our wood stock is at 0 now, but we've got plenty more iron and copper ingots. She paused. Also, last night I saw someone listing a flint for sale. Steep price. After some haggling, I got it for 5 units of wood. I nodded approvingly. Nice work. In a survival world, fire matters more than anything. They probably had another way to make fire, or they never would have parted with it for just 5 units of wood. Today we focus on wood and food. Once we're back, we can upgrade the sailboat. She nodded. My backpack had 35 slots. Today, that might not have been enough on my own. But with her, we had 55 between us, so capacity wasn't a concern. Just to be safe, I pulled out the empty bronze treasure chest and stuffed all the loose scrolls and special items inside, then stashed it in the cabin. That freed up both our backpacks for more basic resources. After a breakfast of bread and fresh water, I looked at her. Ready? Whenever you are. I selected the arrow marked, rear left, medium danger. Direction selected, rear left. Sailboat in transit. Estimated arrival at resource point in approximately 5 minutes. Please wait. The boat came about and set course for the rear left. The system handled the sailing far more smoothly than I ever could. Once we'd turned, a bank of mist rose up ahead, and the boat plunged straight into it. 5 minutes later, an island appeared before us, vaster than yesterday's, its vegetation far denser. Before we'd even landed, low, guttural roars echoed out from the trees, enough to make your heart clench. I stepped onto solid ground and locked the boat down. Only today did I understand why these survival tools couldn't go into the backpack. If they could, I'd just leave everything on the boat, and my backpack capacity would basically be infinite, nesting like a set of dolls. No point dwelling on it. I moved ahead with the Ling Feng's sword drawn, Lin Wanxing close behind, gripping the stone axe the system had given her. The thing was heavy, and she was struggling with it. I pulled the green dagger from my pack and handed it over. Use this for now, it's lighter. When we get back, I'll grab you a proper weapon from the trading hall. She took it without a word. She belonged to me now. Using my tools was simply how things worked. The dagger felt light in the hand, worlds better than the clumsy stone axe, just a bit short. We advanced carefully. I scanned our surroundings and let out a sigh. If it weren't for the newbie protection period, this place would be a total no-go zone. I warned her, stay close. Keep your eyes open. We can't die out here, but we'll still. Injuries hurt. The protection period only makes you immune to fatal attacks. If a beast pins you down, they won't kill you outright. They'll gnaw at you bite by bite. And let me tell you, that's not a pleasant experience. She gripped her dagger and nodded. She'd already gotten a handle on this rule from the chat channel last night. The goal was clear, that stand of tall trees a few dozen meters ahead. Timber was hard currency. Top priority. Entering the woods, I raised my sword and locked onto a thick tree, gave it a light swing, then quickly darted away, slashing at several trees around me as I ran. The movements were smooth as silk. After downing the basic constitution enhancement potion, my strength and speed far surpassed yesterday's. Crash, crash, crash. Several massive trees toppled to the ground. Congratulations. Obtained timber 39. Congratulations. Obtained timber 61. Congratulations. Obtained timber 43. Today's trees were thicker, and every one yielded double what I'd gotten yesterday. I worked like a tireless logging machine. One charge could bring down 4 or 5 trees. Lin Wanxing handled lookout and collection. Her beautiful eyes went wide, her red lips slightly parted, her whole face stunned. She finally understood where my confidence came from last night when I'd said thousands. It wasn't some system. It was this divine artifact called the Wind Cutter Sword. Yesterday, even working hard, she'd hacked at a not particularly thick tree with a stone axe for nearly 4 hours before it fell, earning 5 units of timber, and she'd thought that was impressive. And me today? One light swing, and down came a tree more than 10 times thicker than hers. With this sword, it'd be hard not to be the first to upgrade my survival tools. What limited my speed was the spacing between trees, not their thickness. She caught on immediately and got busy, keeping watch while rapidly tapping the timber orbs and stashing them in her pack. The two of us worked in seamless coordination, incredibly efficient. The only thing was, this girl turned into a total penny pincher, wincing at the waist-high stumps I left behind. Fan, you're being so wasteful. Cut lower, cut lower. This is all resources. I absolutely refused to turn back for a second swing. Some stumps were so thick they needed a cut from both sides to fall, and in that time, I could have felled a whole new tree. A new tree, wouldn't that be sweeter? In less than half an hour, the timber count broke 1,000 units and kept skyrocketing. The stack limit in the pack was 999. Anything over that automatically went into the next slot. Good enough. I swung my sword at yet another tree, so thick it'd take both arms to wrap around. Fan, watch out. Lin Wanxing's cry rang out behind me. I instantly pulled back my sword and retreated to her side. What is it? She pointed 30 or 40 meters away. A wild boar was glaring at us, its hind hooves pawing the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. I gave it a glance. Hashtag rampaging boar white. Status, enraged. Terror of the forest, thick-skinned, tough-fleshed, with formidable defense. Its tusks can rip through tree trunks with ease. Any who trespass on its territory will face a relentless assault to the death. Lin Wanxing tightened her grip on the dagger, instinctively edging closer to me. But I just smiled and leveled my windcutter sword. Good timing. Let's put my skills to the test. There were plenty of tree stumps around, nearly as tall as a person. I signaled her to hide behind one, then took position beside another. I let out a taunting roar at the boar and hurled a rock at it for good measure. The boar completely lost it. Boom. Boom, boom. It charged straight at me, each step making the ground tremble. The instant its tusks were about to gore my chest, I pushed off hard with my feet and darted behind the stump. The boar whipped its head around to ram me again, but its momentum was too great. It barreled right past my side. My chance. I swung my arm, the wind cutter sword slicing through the air. Squelch. The blade cut like it was going through tofu, sinking in from the back and punching clean through the other side. Grah! An agonized scream tore through the forest. Carried by its own momentum, the boar plowed forward another dozen meters, slammed into a stump, and crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Blood gushed out, staining a wide patch of earth red. Its limbs still twitched. Strike while it's down. I rushed forward and drew my blade across its throat. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the rampaging boar. I sheathed my sword and stood tall, my breathing even. Lin Wanqing hurried over, glancing at the corpse on the ground, then back at me, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She'd assumed I was just riding on the sharpness of the sword to gather resources easily. But from the calm observation, to the precise dodge, to the instant kill, it had all flowed seamlessly. This was more than just the edge of a fine weapon. Is this really that ordinary classmate from my memory? She murmured softly, then suddenly pressed her lips together. Sticking with him was definitely the right call. The system prompt popped up right on cue. Rampaging boar corpse detected. Decompose. Yes. Obtained. Boar meat X252. Obtained. Wooden chest X1. I frowned. Just meat? What about the organs and bones? Is the system charging a processing fee or something? Lin Wanqing laughed. Maybe the system doesn't count those as resources. Getting a wooden chest out of it is pretty good already. Pork liver is delicious, though. I shook my head, then glanced at her again. Then again, a beauty like you probably wouldn't touch intestines. She shot me a look. I know it's tasty too, but we've got no seasoning. Could you actually stomach it cooked plain? She paused, then added, if you really want to eat it, next time don't let the system decompose it. Bring it back, and I'll handle it. She gave her dagger a little wave. I thought it over. Forget it. The smell of blood out at sea could attract danger. Better to let the system store it, safer that way. We gathered up our spoils and got back to chopping. The wind cutter's sword, unstoppable wherever it went. The entire woodland had been visibly cleared. As the last big tree fell, Lin Wanqing finished tallying, her voice bright with excitement. Brother Fan, that's 3,011 units of lumber total. Even I was a little stunned by the number. That's about enough. Let's head deeper in, up that hill to find a water source, and check out that treasure chest while we're at it. Brother Fan, honestly, the chest doesn't matter much to us, she said. One tree you chopped down, traded at the exchange, is worth way more than any chest. I gave her an approving glance. Fair point, but we're short on fresh water, and chests sometimes drop blueprints. It's on the way, no loss. We exchanged a smile and set off toward the heart of the island. Before we even reached the summit, Lin Wanqing stopped halfway up the slope and pointed into the distance. Brother Fan, look over there. I followed her finger. One side of the valley shimmered with light. Water. My eyes lit up. Lucky us. I kept up my efficient harvesting the whole way. With each swing of the wind cutter's sword, any tree in my path or bit of exposed rock split apart like tofu. I cleaved a waist-high boulder clean in two. Lin Wanqing gasped. That sword cuts through stone. It's unbelievable. I ran my hand along the blade. The wind cutter's edge is beyond imagination. I found it in some ruins yesterday. If it weren't for the beginner's protection period, I'd have died 100 times over already. I grinned. I tested it later. Even an iron ingot snaps in two at the lightest touch. Her eyes were full of envy. Along the way, we also opened a wooden chest and got some lumber plus a basic trap blueprint. I handed it to her offhandedly. Useless. We'll sell it when we get back. Maybe it'll come in handy someday. I pointed at the wind cutter. With this, if I want a trap, I just carve a few lines in the ground. The words had barely left my mouth when an idea flashed through my mind. Come on, let's find some flat ground up ahead and dig a trap. Might get an unexpected haul. As we neared the valley, I picked a level spot, drove the wind cutter into the earth, and effortlessly traced out a 2-meter circle, then made a few slashes across the middle. Obtained stone X1. Obtained stone X1. I had no idea what the stones were for yet, But if the system counted them as a resource, they had to be good for something. Soon a 2-meter deep pit had taken shape. We covered it with branches and weeds and set a piece of wild boar meat as bait. Done. I clapped my hands. We'll come back and check it later. The whole thing took barely a dozen minutes. We pressed on toward the water source. The stream was crystal clear, the occasional fish and shrimp darting past. It wasn't wide, but the low spots ran half a meter deep. Lin Wanqing crouched down. Running water and clean. Just to be safe, we can't drink it straight. I pulled out 23 empty black iron chests, 10 centimeters square, perfectly sealed, each holding about 27 liters. We buried the boxes in the water. The stream gurgled in, filling them up, and we stowed them in our packs. Obtained. Fresh water, 27 liters. Obtained. Fresh water, 27 liters. All filled, 621 liters total. That should cover our drinking water, she smiled. We'd been exploring for over 2 hours now, with only half an hour left. Most of it had gone into just getting around. Let's check that trap, cut some more wood along the way, then head back. She nodded. We'd stopped caring about the treasure chests. With the Windrider sword, lumber was the hardest currency around. We gathered plenty more wood on the way back. But as we neared the trap, the scene ahead froze us in place. A dozen or so wild wolves circled the trap, growling low, clearly drawn by the boar meat. It looked like one of their own had already fallen in. The trap worked, I whispered. But that many wolves? We can't handle it. Lin Wanqing gripped my arm. Fan, let's go. Even with the protection period, getting bitten still hurts. Fair enough. This was real survival. No time to play the hero. While we hesitated, something even more shocking happened. 2 massive black bears, lured by the smell of blood, faced off against the wolf pack, growling in warning, the tension razor sharp. My eyes lit up. Here's our chance. Let them wear each other down, then we swoop in for the spoils. I pulled her aside and we watched closely. Unfortunately, the 2 sides stared each other down for ages, neither moving, both sizing up the other. The minutes ticked by. Come on, fight already. I could have felled a few trees in this time. In the end, the system made the choice for me. Exploration time was up. We were teleported back to the sailboat. Back on board, I fell into thought. We need skills. Or ranged weapons. Someone listed a skill book at the trading post yesterday, she said. Priced at 100 lumber. The guy seemed to be showing off. He knew no one could afford it. Wouldn't even respond to inquiries. I'll keep an eye out for weapons today. Next time someone shows off, if the skill's a good fit, just buy it outright for 100 lumber, I said. That'll teach them to flaunt it. She nodded. Yesterday, she'd thought lumber was hard to come by. Now she understood. To everyone else, lumber was a scarce resource. To us, it was the easiest thing to get. After spending the better part of a day together, she'd fully settled into the role of assistant. Let's tally up today's haul. She immediately pulled up the data. Last night, I used 96 units of lumber across several trades. Got 107 iron ingots, 71 copper ingots, 5 linen, 10 cotton cloth, 6 silk thread, 19 raw cotton, and most importantly, 1 flint. Her eyes curved with a smile. Add today's haul, and we've got all the special materials to upgrade to a small steamship. I nodded. Continuing with today's haul, for 1,231 units of wood, 251 pounds of boar meat, 621 liters of freshwater, 320 stones, 13 units of weeds, plus 1 trap blueprint. She gasped. At this rate, we've got way more materials than we need. Exactly. Time to upgrade. I said, grab a bite to eat first, then keep an eye on the trading post this afternoon. I'm heading out to collect the drifting treasure chests at sea. Got it. I summoned the light screen, opened the Survival Tools tab, and locked an upgrade to small steamship. Under the required materials, my stockpile far exceeded the demand. I smirked. This was the payoff from 2 days of relentless grinding. Upgrade. The moment I confirmed, Lin Wanqing and I were both lifted by a beam of light. She let out a startled cry, and I quickly explained. The entire sailboat was engulfed in green light. The hull emitted a low rumble, and the wooden structure reshaped itself before our eyes. The deck expanded, the cabin reorganized, and at the stern, a metal smokestack and steam power system rapidly took form. About 5 minutes later, the light faded. A completely transformed vessel stood before us. 20 meters long, 5 meters wide, a blend of wood and metal. At the stern sat a brand new steam boiler and paddle wheel propeller, with a smokestack standing tall, radiating the raw power of the industrial age. The deck was wider now, and the cabin was divided into a living quarters, storage area, and power room. In the wheelhouse, alongside the ship's wheel, there were now control levers and pressure gauges. Congratulations! Your small sailboat has been upgraded to small steamship. Then, right after, congratulations! You are the first player in this district to upgrade to a small steamship. A district-wide announcement will be made. Remain anonymous? No. District-wide announcement. Congratulations to player, I'm your bro fan, for becoming the first player in this district to upgrade their vessel to a small steamship. Rewards: 8 free attribute points, 1 silver treasure chest, 15 additional backpack slots, and 5,000 reputation. It repeated 3 times. The district channel instantly exploded. A steamship? It's only day 2. Who the hell is I'm your bro fan? 3 first upgrades in a row. How many attribute points has he racked up? A silver treasure chest. I've never even heard of that. Please carry me, boss. I'll offer up all my resources. We're still struggling on rafts, and this guy's already sailing a steamship. The name, I'm your bro fan, was no longer just some ordinary big shot. He'd become a legend of the district. Lin Wanxing looked at the brand new ship, then back at the channel. Fan, you're a genuine celebrity now. I gave a faint smile. Just an empty title. Come on, let's test out what she can do. I headed to the boiler room first. In the center stood a gleaming boiler, with a fuel bay and water tank beside it. A problem, no coal. Guess it's wood then. I pulled out 10 units of lumber. The blocks were too big to fit. With a flick of Ling Feng's sword's wrist, they shattered into chunks of various sizes. It's not embroidery. Who cares if they're uneven? I loaded the wood into the fuel chamber and hit the ignition. The system's igniter was ultra-efficient. The wood crackled to life instantly. Then I opened the valve to feed water into the boiler, 500 liters in one go. Good thing we had plenty of fresh water today, or I couldn't have even gotten it started. Before long, the water in the boiler was boiling, steam rising. I tossed in a few more chunks of wood and hurried to the wheelhouse. Gripping the throttle, I took a deep breath and eased it forward. Woo! A low, powerful horn blared across the sea. The paddle wheels began to turn, slowly gaining speed. The ship pushed forward smoothly, finally free from wind and manpower. This speed, it's more than 10 times faster than pedaling that will rig. I nodded, satisfied. A few black dots floated on the water in the distance. Drifting treasure chests. The ones I couldn't reach before because the ship was too slow. Looks like collecting chests is easier than I thought. I changed course, and the steamboat roared toward them. The speed came and went. I had to keep running back to the boiler room to add fuel. Wood just didn't burn like coal. It went slow. Lin Wanxing stood at the wheelhouse door watching me, an indescribable light in her eyes. In this survival world where danger lurked at every turn, being able to follow someone strong was maybe the greatest luck of all. While familiarizing ourselves with the ship's layout, we found a nice surprise. Next to the engine room was a small heating chamber, where excess steam vented through the pipes. Inside sat a metal platform, like a stovetop, with 2 round clamps on top and a steamer box beside it. This is basically a mobile kitchen. Lin Wanxing cried out in delight. My eyes lit up. Treasure chests, the trading post, exploration, none of it mattered anymore. Right now, the most important thing was to cook myself a proper meal. I pulled out the iron wok crafting blueprint. A flash of light, and 3 thick, dark iron woks appeared. I opened 2 of the clamps and set the woks in place. The steam pipes ran right beneath the wok bottoms, a steady heat source, a natural flame. Today, we treat ourselves right. I took out 10 cuts of wild boar, each a pound, and poured out a case of fresh water. You wash the meat, we'll cook a whole pot. Lin Wanxing took over with a smile, getting to work. She hacked at it a few times, dropped the chunks into the wok, and added water. I ran back and forth between the wheelhouse and boiler room, steering the ship while feeding the fire. The steamboat carved graceful arcs across the sea, easily scooping up chests that had once been out of reach. Before long, the smell of meat drifted from the pot, drifted out from the kitchen area, filling the entire cabin. Lin Wanqing had also picked up salt and seasonings from the trading hall, even wooden bowls and chopsticks. Never underestimate the people of this world. Someone had already handcrafted these basic supplies and put them up for sale in the trading hall. I poked my head out of the cockpit and couldn't help but praise. Smells amazing. Almost done, she replied with a smile. This was the first time since entering the survival world that we could actually prepare a hot meal in peace. Watching the steam rise from the pot, for a moment, even the harshness of survival seemed to fade away. Once the meat was cooked, we sat in the cockpit, cradling bowls of steaming broth. Life is so much better with this boat, I said with feeling. And now we've got hot soup too. Suddenly it feels like home. Lin Wanqing's pretty face flushed. She nodded and carefully ladled soup for me. Yeah, we can try a lot more recipes from now on. After a hearty meal, we both felt more satisfied than ever. While waiting for the soup to cool, we opened the regional chat channel. Messages scrolled by at lightning speed, way livelier than I'd expected. What surprised me was that the whole screen was full of messages tagging me. It's your bro fan, thanks for the tip, bro fan. I got out. If bro fan hadn't reminded me to use the explore function, I'd still be stuck at the bottom of the sea. Bro fan is the man. I'm rolling with you from now on. I froze, then turned to Lin Wanqing. What's going on? I didn't do anything. She explained with a smile. The players who got trapped yesterday. Did you forget? You reminded them in the channel to use the explore function to get free. She swiped across the light screen and pulled up a few more. Landlubber, I'm back, guys. Yesterday, I sank to the bottom and couldn't move. Thanks for saving my life, bro fan. Fish who can't swim. One word from bro fan saved my life. I won't forget this. It finally clicked. Back then I'd just mentioned it offhand. I never imagined it would actually help this many people. Part of it is genuine gratitude, Lin Wanqing analyzed softly. But part of it is also wanting to get on your good side. You're the talk of this region now. Being close to you has its perks. But not everyone was so lucky. Players whose rafts were still intact had all escaped using the explore function. But those with broken rafts were still stuck where they were. They couldn't even use the explore function. Scattered throughout the channel were desperate cries for help. Why still can't I move? The explore function won't work. My raft got chewed to pieces by a monster and it's wedged in a crack in the reef. Somebody help. Joy and despair formed a jarring contrast. Lin Wanqing closed the light screen and looked at me with a complicated expression. Her raft had fallen apart too. If not for me, she probably wouldn't have made it back either. Bro fan, thank you, she said gently. My raft broke yesterday too. If you hadn't, take me in. Once the 3-day protection period ends, I'll probably be dead. I nodded. So tell me, how are you going to thank me? She shot me a look, but said nothing, though her pretty face flushed red. I knew exactly what she was thinking. This girl had the wrong idea. Zhao Fan, was a real man. How could I have those kinds of thoughts? At the same time, another thought crossed my mind. Once the 3-day protection period ended, how many people would be left in this district of 100,000? After we finished eating, Lin Wanqing cleared the dishes and got to work on the trading house. She listed the 22 units of purple berries I'd collected earlier in batches. Now that we had meat, there was no need to hold on to them. Honestly, I tried a few, and they tasted awful. I focused on piloting the boat, cruising across the ocean. With steam power, my efficiency at collecting treasure chests had multiplied several times over. During a lull in the sailing, I summoned the light screen, opened the survival tools menu, and studied the upgrade path for the small steamboat. Sure enough, there were 2 branches. Branch 1, upgrade to medium steamboat, tier 4 tool. Requires 10,000 wood, 800 iron ingots, 500 copper ingots. Greater tonnage, twin paddle wheel propulsion, capable of withstanding rough seas. Massively increased fuel consumption. Branch 2, upgrade to small steam ironclad, tier 5 tool. Requires 3,000 iron ingots, 1,500 copper ingots, 10 tempered glass, 10 crystals, 1 rune. Propeller propulsion, faster speed, iron ram at the bow, capable of ocean voyages and combat. The medium ship was just a beefed-up version of what I already had. It needed a lot of materials, but they were all things I knew how to get, not hard to gather. The problem was that it was too costly. Even this little boat was burning through nearly 50 planks in a single afternoon. A bigger ship? Could I even afford the fuel? Besides, there were only the two of us aboard. What did we need something that big for? The ironclad was a different story. Jumping from Tier 4 straight to Tier 5 wasn't just about getting bigger. It was a fundamental revolution in materials. And upgrading to a Tier 5 tool would probably trigger a district-wide announcement. Maybe even draw in a treasure chest, possibly even a golden one. That would be worth it. But those requirements forced me to stay grounded. 3,000 iron ingots, 1,500 copper ingots, plus tempered glass, crystals, rust-proof paint. Things I'd never even heard of. There was no way I could gather all that at this stage. Keep an eye out for these, I said, sending the materials list to Lin Wanqing. If you see any of these in the trading house, buy them. Don't push too hard, though. This boat is good enough for now. She read it over, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Tempered glass, crystals, those sound rare. The price definitely won't be cheap. True, I nodded. But if we can upgrade to the ironclad, our survival capability at sea will take a massive leap. Take it slow. Don't worry about the cost. If it's available, buy it. Even if it's a bit wasteful, no big deal. Worst case, I just chop a little more wood tomorrow. She agreed. She spent the whole afternoon glued to the trading post while I fished treasure chests out of the sea. Nightfall crept in, and silver moonlight shimmered across the water. Dinner was the leftover meat broth from lunch. When Lin Wanqing pulled the pot out of her backpack, we made a discovery. Whatever went in came out exactly the same. The backpack could store things, but it didn't keep them warm. That meant nothing would spoil once stored. We could even stock up a few dozen extra bowls of meat, just in case. By nighttime, we were still fumbling in the dark. We had no lighting, just a single torch that we made do with, afraid to light too many for fear of blackening the cabin. Lin Wanqing said that from watching the channel, a lot of people had done well today. Plenty had built wooden boats. But most of them couldn't start a fire. She wanted to capitalize on that and make a killing. I threw cold water on it. Fire is intangible. Can you even trade it? And even if you could, who's going to accept fire on their little wooden boat? One spark and they're done for. Besides, starting a fire burns wood, and that's expensive. But she saw it differently. After dinner, we headed up to the deck. The cabin was too small for a fire, but the deck had no such problem. We laid down some stones, set up the big iron pot, piled a heap of wood inside, and lit it. The flames danced. Looking at the treasure chests lined up neatly on the deck, I felt a rush of excitement. All right, let's see what we hauled in today. 15 in all, 11 wooden chests, 3 black iron chests, and 1 silver treasure chest. I started with the wooden ones. Basic chests mostly held wood, stone, fresh water, and food, along with some common tools and a few bandages and disinfectant. Nothing rare, but a solid amount. Wood, stone, 3,000 milliliters of fresh water, all kinds of food. Lin Wanqing recorded beside me. Enough to last us a good while. We've already earned back what it cost to go out today. Next came the black iron chests. I opened the first one. A flash of green light, and at the bottom lay a finely drawn blueprint. Obtained refined crossbow blueprint X1. Obtained wood X5. Obtained quilt X1. A good omen. I picked up the blueprint. Refined crossbow blueprint green. Function: can craft refined crossbow 3/3. Requirements: wood X5, copper ingot X1, hemp X1, beef tendon X1, feather X10. Effect: light and precise, 50-meter range, comes with 10 bolts. This is a nice one. I handed it to Lin Wanqing. It fills exactly the gap we've got in ranged attacks. She looked over the materials. Fan: nobody in the trading post can take down a wild bull solo yet, so there's no beef tendon for sale. No rush, we'll keep an eye out, I said. Ranged options are a must. If we'd had enough ranged weapons, that wolf pack today, I can totally hold our own. The second black iron chest, another green glow. This time, it was the leather armor crafting blueprint. Could make simple leather armor for basic protection. Offense first, then defense. Both chests turned up exactly what we needed. The luck was absurd. The third black iron chest was all materials. Obtained, crystal X2. Obtained, anti-rust paint X1. Obtained, iron ingot X3. It looked ordinary, but the crystal and anti-rust paint caught my eye. That meant The next ship upgrade might actually happen while we were still under the newbie protection period. Lin Wanxing was thrilled too. She said she'd go stake out the auction house soon and try to round up the rest of the materials early. Finally, both our gazes settled on the silver chest. The system reward chest was clearly a cut above the rest. Delicate patterns were carved across its surface, and a faint luster shimmered under the moonlight. I took a deep breath, said a silent prayer, and lifted the lid. 5 streaks of silver light burst out, lighting up the whole deck for a moment. As the glow faded, 5 items came into view. The first was an exquisite tea set, carved from white jade, gleaming warm and smooth in the moonlight. White jade tea set blue. Effect: slowly restores mental energy and relieves fatigue while drinking tea. Note: elegance never goes out of style. This thing, we didn't even have tea leaves. What were we supposed to brew? And the note said, elegance never goes out of style. Elegance, my ass. But when my eyes landed on the second item, my breath caught. It was a skill book with a quaint, old-fashioned binding. 4 bold, forceful characters graced the cover. Gale, swordsmanship. The edges of its pages glowed a faint blue, as if wind flowed between the paper. Gale swordsmanship blue. Effect: greatly increases the speed and precision of sword strikes. Blows swift as wind, impossible to defend against. Requirement: agility greater than or equal to 8. Note: of all martial arts under heaven, only speed cannot be defeated. This was exactly what I'd been dreaming of. My Lingfeng sword was razor sharp, but I'd never had a matching sword technique. Usually I just hacked away with it. I picked up the skill book, my fingertips brushing the cover. Skill book, Gale swordsmanship detected. Learn immediately. Note: the book will vanish after learning. The skill will be permanently mastered. I didn't hesitate. Yes. The skill book dissolved into a stream of blue light and surged into my body. In an instant, a flood of swordsmanship knowledge poured into my mind. Stances, footwork, techniques for channeling force, all seared directly into my consciousness. It spared me the long years of grinding and hard-won understanding. Yet I dimly understood, too, that true mastery never came from a single instant of infusion. It came from every swing of the blade that followed. I gripped the hilt of the Lingfeng sword, and a sense of familiarity like nothing I'd felt before flowed from my palm. The sword felt as though it had become an extension of my arm. Extended outward, every ounce of weight shift crystal clear to my senses. Fan you. Lin Wanxing stared at me in surprise, unable to pinpoint what had changed, only that my whole aura felt different. I smiled faintly, flicked my wrist, and drew the sword, thrusting it forward. Just that one simple thrust, so fast it left only an afterimage, the tip tearing through the air with a thin whistling hiss. So fast, she gasped. I can barely follow the blade. I practiced on the deck for a dozen minutes, then sheathed the sword and stood tall, nodding with satisfaction. Lives up to its name. With the Windrider sword, my combat power just jumped at least a full tier. I could feel it clearly. If I ran into that boar from earlier again, I wouldn't need to dodge at all. One strike would end it before it ever got close. Even against that wolf pack, I wasn't so sure I'd come out empty-handed. Congratulations, fan. Lin Wanxing was genuinely happy for me. 3 items remained in the silver chest, and each one made my eyes light up. Obtained, Crystal X10. Obtained, Red Copper X10. Obtained, Refined Iron X10. All 3 gave off a faint glow, clearly a cut above ordinary resources, something of a higher grade entirely. Looks like this world is a lot more complicated than we thought, I said. There'll probably be plenty more things that defy common sense down the line. Lin Wanxing picked one up to examine it, the veining across its surface seeming to flow slowly. These look valuable. We should save them for crafting high-end gear later. With the silver chest fully accounted for, a thought struck me, and I pulled up the personal stats tab. Same familiar line, as always. Beginner transition period. This feature is currently locked. I shook my head and closed the light screen. If I wanted to see my detailed stats, I'd have to wait until the protection period ended. Fan, I've finished tallying our total reserves. Lin Wanxing pulled up a list, unable to hide the excitement in her voice. She'd been glued to the trading hall, exchanging 1,000 units of timber for a mountain of supplies. Our stockpile had already been transformed beyond recognition. A screenshot popped up in front of me. Inventory. Zhao Fan 50 slots plus Lin Wanqing 20 slots. Materials timber 2,901. Iron ingots 871. Copper ingots 612. Silver ingots 62. Crystal 15. Refined iron 10. Food boar meat 241. Fresh water 125L. Bread 1900 G. Special free attribute points 16. Reputation 9,000. Loyalty scroll 1. Basic Constitution Enhancement Potion 1. Blueprints Wooden Barrel, Simple Trap, Refined Crossbow, green. Leather Armor, green. Weapons Longsword 1. Dagger, green. 1. White Jade Tea Set, blue. 1. Windrider Sword, dark gold, 1. Techniques, Minor Fireball. Seeing that last entry, I froze. Out of everything I'd opened today, I hadn't unboxed that skill book at all. Wanqing, where'd you get Fireball? She looked up, a smug grin tugging at the corner of her mouth. That's my biggest score at the trading post today. Someone posted it to show off, priced it at 200 units of wood, and added a note saying no haggling, like they were sure nobody could afford it. I took one look, saw it was perfect for ranged attacks, and snapped it right up. She winked. That guy's still crying in the channel, begging me to give it back. I picked up the book, which gave off a faint red glow. Fireball white. Effect. Launches a fireball. Maximum range 50 meters. Single target burn damage. Higher levels increase power and range. Requirement. Intelligence greater than or equal to 6. Note. The path of magic begins with the smallest spark. 200 wood wasn't cheap, but this was a lifesaver. I looked at her and said seriously, nice work. We're short on ranged options. This couldn't have come at a better time. Her cheeks flushed a little. I handed the book back. It requires 6 intelligence. Can you learn it? She looked at me, surprised. I can. But Fan, don't you need it? I've already got Gale's swordplay. I spread my hands. Can't exactly swing a sword with one hand and throw fireballs with the other. You learn this. It complements me perfectly. We're a team. She didn't argue anymore. She pressed her palm to the pages. A flash of red, and the skill book dissolved into her body. A moment later, she opened her eyes, raised her hand, and softly chanted the incantation. A fist-sized fireball slowly formed in her palm, radiating scorching heat. It worked, she cried excitedly, but the fireball flickered, wavering like it might go out at any second. A few more tries and it'll steady out, I said with a smile. Next time we run into that pack of wolves, we'll wipe them out in one go. You got it, Fan. The night deepened. In the big iron pot on deck, firewood crackled and burned, casting 2 silhouettes against the glow. She threw fireball after fireball while I ran through Gale's swordplay with the Gale's sword, blade flashing like wind, flames glinting like stars. In just 2 days, we'd gone from having nothing to owning a steamship stocked with supplies, and now armed with a technique and a skill. All thanks to that one Gale sword. During a break, I told her, same as before, clear out all the wood. Wood's still the hardest currency in the trading post. She smiled confidently. Got it. Divide and conquer. My approach was crude but effective. Search every listing offering wood for iron ingots or copper ingots, and buy them all out if the ratio was good. Paid 2 wood. Received 4 iron ingots. Paid 1 wood. Received 2 copper ingots. At the same time, I posted 200 listings all at once. 1 unit of wood for 1 empty black iron treasure chest. The trading post instantly blew up. Big shot fans buying up empty chests again. Hurry. 1 lumber for 1 crate. Basically a giveaway. Lin Wanqing, on the other hand, took the precision route, seeking out players in desperate need of lumber for private deals. Generous terms, huge quantities, wide variety. Player Pride of the Sea accepted the trade. Paid 5 lumber, received 10 iron ingots, 2 silk thread. The regional channel lit up fast. Another big shot popped up in our zone. Goes by Lin Wanqing. That's my 3rd trade with her today. You think she's working with I'm Your Bro Fan? Their styles are way too similar. I looked at her with a grin. Looks like you're about to be famous, big shot Lin Wanqing. Her face flushed red. I draw attention out in the open, so you can build up in the shadows, Bro Fan. That's exactly what I was thinking. Over 2,900 units of lumber. We didn't finish clearing it all until deep into the night. The channel buzzed with good news. Thanks to Big Shot Lin's lumber, I finally upgraded to a wooden boat. No more sweating it out on that busted raft. So many people were just a few units short, and one drop from us pushed them all to the next level. Late that night, she rubbed her sore eyes and reported, 2,900 units of lumber tonight got us 3,253 iron ingots, 872 copper ingots, 216 units of linen, plus 200 empty black iron chests. We scraped together some tempered glass and anti-rust paint, and we've got flint fully stocked. Got some blueprints too. Simple bow seawater desalinator plant identification manual. I stared at the seawater desalinator blueprint. Seawater desalinator blueprint white. Function: craft a seawater desalinator that produces 24 liters of fresh water daily. Materials: 8 iron blocks, 5 lumber, 3 coarse sand, 2 activated charcoal, for cotton cloth, 3 copper pipes, 2 glass. 24 liters a day? That wouldn't even be a drop in the bucket for a steam engine. My interest fizzled. The night passed without incident. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight spilled across the deck. I opened my eyes, feeling fully refreshed, and immediately summoned the light screen and tapped into exploration. Today's 3 prompts were completely different. Left, barren land. No chests, small amount of lumber and stone. Survival rate 100%. Straight ahead, moderate danger. A fully intact cannibal tribe, holding survival supplies, ritual items, and chests. Must contend with guards and unknown risks. Survival rate 30%. Rear right, extreme danger. 3 black iron chests, 1 bronze chest. A deep-sea shipwreck, rich in metals and lost technology. Must contend with deep-sea pressure. Survival rate 0%. My brow furrowed. This game was definitely more than just staying alive. I ruled out the first option immediately. It was the last day of the protection period, and there was no way I'd waste it on barren land. Cannibal tribe, deep-sea shipwreck. I chewed the words over and over. Both valuable, both plenty risky. The one that stood out most. It's the third one, survival rate 0%. Even nastier than that super ultra deadly one from day one. At least that one said less than 1 in a trillion, not an absolute 0. But during the protection period, I can't die. And if I can't die, it can't be 0%. Ignore it. The real question is which of the other 2 to pick. The cannibal threat comes from the natives, combat, capture. The deep-sea shipwreck, though, is the environment itself. What's the pressure down there even like? Can you breathe? Can you move? All unknowns. Just as I was mulling it over, Lin Wanqing stepped out of the cabin. She'd clearly cleaned up, long hair tied back, plain clothes doing nothing to hide her natural beauty. She couldn't see my exploration prompts. Seeing me zone out, she asked gently, "Fanji, what are you thinking about? We used up all the lumber yesterday. If we don't cut enough today, the ship won't even move." I looked up, and it hit me. Wasn't she the perfect answer? She'd been to the deep sea firsthand. With the loyalty scroll in play, I wasn't worried about her knowing I could foresee the prompts. But I still wanted to keep a bit of mystery. Casually, I asked, "Wanqing, that day you fell into the deep sea, what did it actually feel like?" Her expression changed. That experience was clearly a deep scar. Sinking to the bottom. Even though I couldn't die, that feeling, I'll never forget it as long as I live. Her voice trembled. The pressure was crushing. My whole body felt pinned under a boulder, unable to move. And the worst part, I couldn't breathe at all. Couldn't breathe. I feigned surprise. "Then how did you survive?" "A special effect of the protection period. You don't suffocate, but the agony. It's like someone's got their hands around your throat, squeezing the life out of you." She hugged her arms tight. All I could do was control the light screen with my mind, watching everyone chat in the channel, completely helpless. I never want to go through that again. Now I understood completely. Exploration requires the freedom to move. If you can't even budge, then 3 hours or 30 hours makes no difference. Such a shame. Once the protection period ends, there'll probably never be another chance at the deep sea challenge. Going there would be a death sentence. I made up my mind. Today, the cannibal tribe. At least on land, I can move and breathe. We prepped for battle quickly. I checked the Lingfeng sword and loaded up all 200 empty crates. Lin Wanqing stocked up on food and drink, picked up that ordinary longsword, and tucked the green dagger into her belt. She'd never trained in swordsmanship, but after watching me practice for so long, she'd picked up a bit. How to channel force, how to cut someone down. Of course, her main weapon was the small fireball. Ready? I looked at her. She took a deep breath. Ready. I tapped straight ahead. Direction selected, straight ahead. Steamboat in motion. Arrival in approximately 5 minutes. The familiar white mist wrapped around the ship once more. 5 minutes later, a strange, shrouded. The misty island loomed into view. Dense vegetation, towering ancient trees. It was even more lush than the one from yesterday. Not far from the shore, I could make out crude huts and a few wisps of rising smoke. That was the cannibal tribe. But before the boat even reached land, a bizarre howling erupted from the island, mixed with sharp, piercing shrieks. Fan, they've spotted us. Lin Wanqing gripped the hilt of her sword. Rotten luck, we'd barely appeared before they locked onto us. A dozen or so natives poured out along the shore, dark-skinned and clad in grass skirts, faces smeared with eerie paint, brandishing crude spears and stone axes. At the sight of the steamboat, they leapt and screamed like madmen, clearly rallying their comrades. I raised the Lingfeng's sword and sneered. Looks like we're quite the welcome guests. Get ready to fight. Firelight flickered faintly in Wanqing's palm. The steamboat was under system control. It didn't slow for a second, charging straight for the shore. The instant it touched land, we were teleported onto the beach. The cannibals froze. How had food suddenly popped out of the boat? But they recovered fast, clearly not in the habit of chatting with their meals. Several archers among them drew their bows to full draw in an instant, arrows tearing through the air, while the spear throwers hurled their weapons with all their might. I shifted my footing and unleashed the Gale sword art, my blade flashing in every direction, cutting down every arrow and spear. But from all sides, 40 or 50 cannibals were surging closer, about to trap us in a tightening ring. Follow me. I grabbed Wanqing and pulled her toward a hillside I'd already scouted out. The ground there was higher, and a massive boulder would make perfect cover. High ground was where we needed to be for this fight. We fought as we retreated. Wanqing kept forming hand seals, fireballs screaming out and exploding among the cannibals, driving back their assault. We made it behind that giant boulder just as planned. But the cannibals weren't stupid. The moment she poked her head out to cast, a dense volley of arrows came flying, forcing her to duck back. And that pack of them kept charging forward, closer and closer. This won't work, I decided on the spot. I'll cut you a firing slit. I raised the Lingfeng's sword and drove its tip straight into the solid rock. With a flash of the blade and a spray of stone chips, in just a few breaths a narrow slit had opened up in the boulder. Wanqing, fire from here. Take out their archers and spear throwers first. She caught on immediately. Fireballs shot out one after another, striking the distant shooters with precision. Screams rang out in waves, and the cannibals' ranged firepower dropped off sharply. The slit was small, and there was nothing they could do to us through it. In no time at all, we dropped more than a dozen of them. But the good times didn't last. They knew the terrain, and soon split off a group to flank us from the side. They're coming up, Wanqing shouted. I raised my sword and met them head-on. I threw everything into the Gale sword art. Wherever my blade passed, a man fell. The Lingfeng sword's edge was. Combined with the swiftness of my swordplay, I gained the upper hand in an instant. In all the martial arts under heaven, only speed cannot be countered. Another dozen or so cannibals dropped dead. Victory was within reach. Then Wanqing's face went pale. Brother Fan, I'm out of mana. I can't cast any more fireballs. Luckily, we'd already cleared out most of their ranged units. I glanced around. Come on, fight and fall back. Just kill anyone who catches up. I led the attack while she covered me with her sword. The two of us moved in perfect sync, retreating up the slope toward higher ground. Just when I thought we had the situation under control, the unexpected happened. Near the top, several cannibals had somehow circled behind us. A volley of spears suddenly shot out from the shadows. Look out! Too late. Two spears drove clean through Wanqing's thigh, pinning her to the ground. Blood instantly soaked her pant leg. Ah! She screamed and collapsed. I looked at her face twisted in pain, then scanned our surroundings. We'd only known each other 2 days, but this woman who'd chosen to follow me had already earned a place in my heart. There was no way I'd abandon her and run. Besides, the top of the slope was right behind us, nowhere left to retreat. Nowhere to retreat. So I wouldn't. Bring it on. Fight. Honestly, By this point, I was nearly spent too. I pulled out my last vial of low-grade Constitution Enhancement Potion and downed it in one gulp. Taken when exhausted, it worked even better. Fresh strength surged into my limbs. My voice went cold as ice. "You're all going to die." What followed was a total massacre. I charged forward, sword flashing, unleashing my Gale sword technique in full. The cannibals fell one after another, their blood staining the entire slope red. When only a few remained, an enormously powerful cannibal chieftain suddenly lunged at me from behind and locked his arms around my waist. Two others followed, each grabbing one of my legs. This was bad. Wanqing tried to summon a fireball, but her mana hadn't recovered. In desperation, she hurled her sword at the chieftain, only for another cannibal to block it. The chieftain tightened his grip. Down the slope, several more came rushing up, bone spears in hand. Completely restrained, I couldn't muster any force at all. If I got pinned like Wanqing, well, the newbie protection period meant I couldn't die, but if they tied me up and started slicing off pieces to eat. In a flash, a crazy idea struck me. If I couldn't die, what was there to fear? I remembered the ultimate sword technique from those old novels. Heaven and earth as one. With a roar, I reversed my Lingfeng sword and drove it hard into my own belly. The blade pierced straight through my body and plunged precisely into the chieftain's heart behind me. To be safe, I yanked it out and twisted it viciously into him a few more times. The chieftain's eyes went wide with disbelief as he slowly crumpled to the ground, the two clutching my legs. The cannibals froze in shock. Blood sprayed across their faces, no telling if it was the chief's or mine. Their grip loosened. I seized the moment, broke free, and with two backhand slashes, finished them off. The handful of remaining cannibals were so terrified by the sight that they scattered in all directions. "Fan!" Wanqing cried out, her eyes filled with disbelief. I was stunned myself. In that split second, I hadn't thought about the consequences at all. Only now, coming back to my senses, did I realize what I'd just done. The rookie protection rules really were powerful. Even a suicide attack couldn't so much as scratch me. Just as I was marveling at this, the Lingfeng sword in my hand suddenly gave a light tremor, and a childish voice echoed in my mind. "Wow, you're ruthless, master. Even more ruthless than my first master. Throwing your life away for a woman." My heart jolted. The Lingfeng sword's spirit had finally appeared again. Suppressing my excitement, I answered with feigned calm. "A woman? Women only slow down my sword." "What? You finally remembered you have a master. Ready to roam the 9 heavens and 10 lands with me." 9 heavens and 10 lands, huh? The sword spirit scoffed. "You're ruthless, I'll give you that. But follow you? Forget it. You haven't even opened your dantian. There's nothing I can do for you. You could help me, though. Teach me some techniques, help me open my dantian, right?" "Can't do it," it replied flatly. "This plane of yours is garbage. The spiritual energy here is pathetically thin. My former master's techniques all required massive amounts of spiritual energy. You'd learn them for nothing." My brow furrowed. "So there's really no other way?" The sword spirit fell silent for a moment. "A way? It's not that there's none. But it's too early to tell you now. Wait until you've got your footing in this world." Its voice suddenly turned serious. "Master, a word of warning, don't pull that stunt again. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead. Watch yourself." The moment the words fell, its presence vanished again, and no matter how I called out, there was no response. No wonder I'd stabbed myself a few times just now and felt nothing. Not even a drop of blood came out. The sword spirit had been secretly helping me all along. This sword spirit, arrogant, sure, but it came through when it mattered. Once I confirmed the surviving cannibals had retreated, I returned to Wanqing's side. 2 spears had pierced through her thighs, and blood was still seeping out. She clenched her teeth, cold sweat beading on her forehead, but she refused to make a single sound. "Bear with it," I said, using the Lingfeng sword to cut through the spear shafts, then pulling the spearheads out. Her whole body trembled, but she still nodded resolutely, not uttering a word. A tough woman, too. I cleaned her wounds, applied antiseptic, wrapped them in bandages, and fed her a healing pill. I used everything on hand with restorative effects. Better to overdo it than come up short. During the process, physical contact was unavoidable. Our eyes met from time to time, and something subtle hung in the air. "Thank you, Fan," she said softly. I shook my head. I'm the one who should be thanking you. If you hadn't held them off in time today, we'd have been surrounded and finished. The bandages and medicine worked surprisingly well. Within minutes, her wound began to heal. She still couldn't walk freely, but at least the bleeding had stopped. I hoisted her onto my back and headed toward the cannibals' settlement. A dozen thatched huts were scattered haphazardly across the camp, with a stone altar standing at the center, still stained with dark red blood. 5 crude canoes were beached along the shore. The whole place gave off a primal vibe. There's got to be some good stuff hidden around here. I set Wanqing down beneath a large tree and walked toward the nearest hut. I gave a light swing of the Lingfeng's sword, and the entire hut collapsed at once. But instead of scattering across the ground, it dissolved into several faintly glowing orbs. Just as I thought, destruction equals dismantling, and the dismantled materials are automatically registered by the system as harvested. I reached out and touched them. The notifications rang out one after another. Obtained wood X50. Obtained linen X10. Obtained crude bone ornaments X3. Obtained dried meat X20. Excellent. Even buildings can be broken down into resources. Wanqing had recovered quite a bit. She limped over and smiled. Then we'll haul in even more. Same as always. You chop up front. I'll collect behind you. She seemed to be holding up okay, so I nodded in agreement. On the road to survival, being delicate only gets you killed faster. So I got to work demolishing, while she followed carefully behind, keeping a wary eye on our surroundings. Everywhere the Lingfeng's sword passed, the thatched huts turned into orbs of light. When I got to the third hut, I noticed it was far more refined than the others. One slash split it open, and along with the usual resources, out popped 2 black iron treasure chests. The chief's quarters. After chopping down all the huts, I turned to the altar at the center. This thing was sturdier than I'd expected, surrounded by a jade-like structure with a faint luster flowing through it. Definitely no ordinary object. But the Lingfeng's sword was, after all, a divine weapon. A single light thrust sank it in up to the hilt, and I traced a circle around the altar. A few quick swipes, and the altar began to crumble. Obtained stone X200. Obtained crystal X15. Obtained runes X3. Obtained jade X5. Obtained energy stones X2. These are key materials for upgrading survival tools. Last were the canoes along the shore. All 5 were broken down, yielding a full 500 units of wood, along with some worn-out fishing nets. Once the final resource was collected, Wanqing had already tallied up the list. Total obtained from this expedition: wood 1800, stone 600, iron ingots 20, linen cloth times 200, bone material times 80, crude weapons times 30, dried jerky times 250, flint times 9, black iron chests times 2, crystals times 15, runes times 3, jade times 5, energy stones times 2, plus a few tattered fishing nets. Looking over the list, Wanqing and I exchanged a smile. Another haul-filled day. Sure, it had been a brutal fight, and she'd gotten hurt, but it was worth it. Then my eyes landed on bone material times 80 and dried jerky times 250, and my expression turned a little strange. Wait a second. Wanqing, this was a cannibal tribe. I pointed at the list, my voice hesitant. You don't think these bones and jerky are, legit, do you? She blinked, then caught my meaning and couldn't help but laugh softly. Fan, you're overthinking it. I took a close look. The jerky seems to be from some kind of large cattle. As for the bones, she trailed off, clearly not certain herself. They're probably, most likely fine. I think. I noticed her hesitation. Better safe than sorry. It's not like we're short on meat anyway. Let's sell the jerky at the trading post and just toss the bones. After talking it over, we decided to hold on to the jerky for now. The bone material was useless and wouldn't fetch a decent price, so we dumped it. After a short break, I said to her, since we're already here, let's not waste the trip. I'll carry you. We'll look around, chop some wood, and find a water source. Sounds good. The cannibals lived here long-term, so there's got to be fresh water nearby. I hoisted her onto my back and headed deeper into the island. She wasn't heavy, maybe 100 pounds or so. After downing 2 stamina potions, my strength was on a whole different level now. I carried her with one arm and swung my sword with the other, felling trees left and right as we went. Obtained, wood times 50. Obtained, wood times 45. Obtained, wood times 55. Along the way, we stumbled upon a wild apple tree, its branches heavy with bright red fruit. Apple white. Effect. Restores a small amount of stamina when eaten, relieves fatigue. I picked a few, handed one back to Wanqing, and took a bite of my own. The sweet juice burst in my mouth, and a wave of cool energy slid down my throat, leaving me refreshed. These apples actually restore stamina, she said, delighted. I swung my sword, and in an instant, obtained, apples times 126. We pressed on and found a clear spring at the foot of the mountain. Water bubbled up from between the rocks, pooling into a crystal-clear basin about 2 meters deep. Perfect. We can use the empty chests to carry water. I set Wanqing down and pulled out an empty black iron chest. On the way here, I poured our last 125 liters of fresh water into the steam engine, so now we had a full 226 empty chests. Dipping a chest into the water filled it automatically, but with so many, it took a solid half hour. Obtained. Spring water 27L. Obtained. Spring water 27L. By the time the last crate was full, more than half our exploration time had passed. Under the protection period and the medicine's effects, Wanqing's injuries had mostly healed. She could move freely again. Time to get back to our real job, I said with a grin. We started chopping wood with ruthless efficiency. I moved ahead fast, dropping a full-grown tree with every swing of Lingfeng's sword. She followed close behind, gathering everything with practiced ease. Obtained, wood 38. Obtained, wood 52. Along the way we ran into scattered cannibals. These survivors had clearly been terrified by my earlier display of strength. They only dared to peek from behind the bushes at a distance, never coming close. Wanqing teased. Looks like Brother Fan scared them stiff. I casually swung my sword, and another tree crashed down. Our campus queen deserves some credit too. Smart of them to back off. If they come looking for trouble again, I won't mind wiping this tribe off the map. I noticed the cannibals were quietly dragging their fallen comrades' bodies together, though I couldn't tell what for. Not that I cared. Right now, chopping a few more trees mattered far more than hunting down the stragglers. Lingfeng's sword was unstoppable. Entire stretches of forest visibly vanished, transformed into neat piles of lumber. By the time our 3 hours were nearly up, a huge swath of the island's woods had gone straight into our packs. The familiar pull hit us, and we were back on the small steamship. I immediately took stock. Woods up by another 5,200 plus. Premium spring water, 6,100 liters. Wild apples, 126. I nodded, satisfied. Then it hit me. Today was the last day of the beginner protection period. After this, hauls this rich would probably be a thing of the past. Wanqing realized it too. Brother Fan, she asked softly, what do we do next? I looked at her. Right now, we upgrade the ship immediately. One step at a time. There's no telling what new rules tomorrow will bring. I pulled up the survival tools interface. A full day of collecting had gotten our materials almost all the way there. I went straight for the upgrade option under Branch 2. Upgrade to small steam ironclad ship, Tier 5 tool. After double-checking, I was only short 16 copper ingots, 1 anti-rust paint, and 2 tempered glass panels. A gap this small wouldn't stop me. I opened the trading hall and swept the listings clean. 1 to 1, 1 to 2. I didn't even bother with the ratios. If someone was selling, I bought it all. A few minutes later, the gap was filled. I confirmed the requirements and hit upgrade. In an instant, the entire ship was swallowed by a blinding blue light. This time the light burned fiercer than any before. The hull began to roar, as if a pair of invisible giant hands were reshaping its very bones. Lin Wanqing held her breath. We watched, wide-eyed, as the wooden structure began to transform at a speed visible to, was replaced by dark gray metal. The entire ship had been transformed. A full 10 minutes passed. As the blue light faded, a brand new steel behemoth sat on the water's surface. 30 meters long, 8 meters wide, entirely steel, its streamlined hull radiating raw power. The propeller at the stern had completely replaced the clunky paddle wheels. The deck was broad and flat, now fitted with several fixed storage crates. Some of the equipment in the wheelhouse I couldn't even name. 3 levels, living quarters, storage, and the engine room, all clearly separated, with several times more space than before. Congratulations! Your small steamboat has been upgraded to small steel steamboat. Almost immediately, that familiar region-wide announcement rang out again. Region-wide announcement. Congratulations to player, I'm your bro fan, for becoming the first player in this region to upgrade their vessel to small steel steamboat. Rewards: 10 free attribute points, 1 golden treasure chest, 20 additional inventory slots, 10,000 reputation. 3 times in a row. The entire region channel exploded instantly. A steel ship? Fan got to level 5 in just 3 days. We're still struggling on wooden boats, and this guy's already sailing steel. What can a golden chest give you? Fan, take me with you. I'll offer up all my resources. Forget it. Your entire net worth isn't even worth one of his chests. At a stage where most people were still worrying about survival, I had already stepped into the Iron Age. Calling this gap miles ahead would be an understatement. Lin Wanqing looked at the new ship, then at the channel, and let out a long breath. Fan, you're a true legend now. I stayed calm. This is just the beginning. Come on, let's test what it can do. The new steam turbine room had a more sensible layout, a larger fuel bay, and even a storage room beside it. The water tank had been upgraded to semi-automatic filling, complete with a backup tank. I added water, loaded wood, lit the fire, walked into the wheelhouse, and gripped the control lever. It was far more precise than before, several function buttons, a few gauges displaying pressure and RPM. Once the warm-up was complete, I pressed the ignition. A deep, powerful roar came from the stern as the propeller spun rapidly. Gone was the old clatter. Now it was smooth, steady, poised and ready. I eased the control lever forward, and the steel ship responded instantly, far faster than before. Watching the seascape race backward outside the window, Lin Wanqing said in delight, "That's at least twice as fast." I nodded. Fuel efficiency's way up too. We can finally go on real long voyages now. But the ship's bigger, so we're not actually saving any fuel. Having had enough of the test run, I pulled up the requirements for the next upgrade. Looking at those 2 directions, even now, I sucked in a sharp breath too. Branch 1. Medium Steam Ironclad, Level 5. 25,000 iron ingots, 10,000 copper ingots, plus tungsten ingots, batteries, electronic components, chips. Still steam-powered, can burn wood. Branch 2. Small Diesel Alloy Vessel, Level 6. Diesel engine, radar, navigation system, energy core, plus 500 liters of diesel fuel. A complete break from steam, stepping into a whole new tier of technology. I told Lin Wanqing about both options. She stared at the material list, jaw-dropping. This is insane. 25,000 iron ingots? 10,000 copper? Fan, why does it feel like the more we collect, the further behind we fall? I gave a bitter smile. She wasn't wrong. The next level up is a whole different ballgame. These requirements are completely out of reach for us right now. I studied them carefully. The medium steam ship had terrifying material costs, but at least it stayed within the steam category. It could burn wood. The diesel ship was a completely different track. Precision equipment, diesel fuel, every single thing a hurdle. Actually, I'm mused for a moment. Even if we could hit level 6, I wouldn't pick the diesel ship. Lin Wanqing looked puzzled. Why not? Better performance, plus the bonus rewards. The performance is great, but there's a fatal problem: fuel. 500 liters of diesel, and right now we can't get our hands on even 1 liter. And say we did get it. Then what? Once it's gone, a steamship can at least burn wood to get by. I went on. And look at this equipment. Diesel engine, radar, precision transmission system. None of it exists at this stage. There has to be some special way to obtain it. Realization dawned on her. Until we found a stable diesel source, upgrading to a diesel ship wouldn't help us. It'd be dead weight. With that settled, I closed the light screen. We'd spent the afternoon exploring the cannibal tribe's territory, too busy to eat, then rushed back to the ship to work on upgrades. It wasn't until now that we'd finally heated up some pork soup to fill our stomachs. Bland, sure, but out here, hot soup was a luxury. After the meal, I started planning. Tomorrow, the newbie protection period ends. That meant one thing: from now on, death was permanent. No do-overs. Tomorrow's exploration couldn't be as reckless as the past few days. Careful, careful, and more careful. Still, I had my exploration prompts. Worst case, I'd just stick to the 100% safe options. That part didn't worry me. 3 days of buffer, I explained to Lin Wanqing. Most players have probably upgraded to wooden ships by now and can defend themselves. And I'd bet I'm not the only one who landed a special opportunity. Someone else definitely got a weapon like the Lingfeng sword. She nodded. Right. Someone's selling green weapons in the trading house, and people are showing off in the chat channels. Blues, purples, even some who got wooden chainsaw. The moment the protection period ends, the food and fresh water the system gave us will run out. My eyes darkened. By then, food, fresh water, wood, iron ingots, copper ingots, they'll all become hot commodities. I looked at her. Our advantage is the wind cutter sword. Chopping wood is easy. From here on, I'll handle exploration and collecting the drifting treasure chests on the surface. You keep using the wood to stockpile iron ingots. We're out of stock again. Also, get rid of that jerky as fast as you can. Trade as much of it as possible. Don't worry, fan. Just as we were discussing, a system announcement caught everyone's attention. System announcement. The Global Ocean Survival game will enter Phase 2, the survival era, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The no-death restriction will end simultaneously. Players still trapped, please escape as soon as possible. From this afternoon until tomorrow morning, treasure chest item quality will be increased. Special notice. Phase 2 will unlock more features. Stay tuned. The channel exploded again. What? It ends tomorrow? I'm still on a raft here. Trap bros, hurry up. Easy for you to say. I've been stuck at the bottom of the ocean for 2 days. How am I supposed to escape? Just let it all burn. What could the new features be? I skimmed through quickly. The system even went out of its way to remind trapped players. Pretty considerate, actually. Lin Wanqing said as she snapped up goods. What good is a reminder? Anyone who could escape wouldn't want to stay at the bottom of the ocean. True enough. The two of us went about our own tasks. But just as she listed the jerky for sale, the wind began to shift. At first it went smoothly. Players desperately needed food, and the prices were fair. After a dozen or so transactions, the noise started. Where does this Lin Wanqing get so much jerky? Look at the trading post. Hundreds of units. It takes 3 or 4 pounds of meat to make 1 pound of jerky. She's also listed a huge amount of wood. Where are all these resources coming from? She's definitely in cahoots with I'm Your Bro fan. The discussion heated up, the tone souring. If they have the ability to gather so much, why not share? Everyone should help each other out. I suggest the big shots distribute resources evenly. Agreed. We all come from the same place. The clamor grew into a movement. Countless people started at us, demanding we hand over our resources for the good of everyone. Lin Wanqing looked at me. Fan, this situation. I couldn't have cared less. Ignore them. It's just moral blackmail. You'll find people like this everywhere you go. Lin Wanqing had actually already figured things out, but she feigned concern. But won't this stir up public outrage? I shook my head. Public outrage? In this survival game, strength is the only thing that matters. No matter how angry the weak get, they can't touch the strong. Not one bit. I paused. You want to bet? Even if we really did divide it up. Even if we give it away, they won't be grateful. They'll just complain it's not enough and assume we're hoarding more. She winked playfully. Obviously. I was just testing you, fan. Wanted to see if you're one of those pushover do-gooders. Hee hee. Me. Just then, a player called Angel of Justice posted a long rant in the channel and tagged us directly. It's Your Bro fan at Lin Wanqing. As the top players, you have a responsibility to help everyone thrive together. I suggest you immediately disclose all your reserves and come up with a fair distribution plan. Otherwise, you're just selfish and unfit to be leaders. People need more love and less indifference toward one another. The channel erupted instantly, and countless people jumped on the bandwagon. Well said. The big shots should lead the way. Support Angel of Justice. This is the leader we need. Fan, Wanqing, please help us. Angel of Justice is a role model for our time. Flap your lips a little, and suddenly you're a moral crusader? A faint smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Wanqing, take all the jerky off the market. Jack up the price and relist it. She caught on immediately and got right to it. Not only did she raise the price, she deliberately ladled out 2 bowls of steaming, fragrant pork soup and listed them at a premium. The tide turned in an instant. Oh my God, wild boar soup. And it's still hot. Big shot. Please lower the price and sell me one. Screw Angel of Justice. I want that soup. Well, 5 units of would do it. I was wrong, big shot. I shouldn't have joined the mob. Just sell me a bowl. The switch happened so fast it even caught me off guard. I'd only meant to make a point. Most of these supplies are mine, and I'll sell as much or as little as I want, but I'm sure as hell not giving anything away for free. Piss them off, let them stew in their opinions while being powerless to do anything about it. I never expected such an extreme reaction. What was wrong with these people? Had their brains stopped working? Everyone had the fresh water gifted by the system now, and there was meat for sale on the trading market too. Sure, it was pricey, but after 3 days, it wasn't like they couldn't afford it. Couldn't they just cook a bowl themselves? Then it hit me. The problem was with the survival tools. Lin Wanqing had the same realization. I get it now. Everyone's still stuck at the raft or wooden boat stage, and lighting a fire on board is way too dangerous. One spark and a raft burns straight through. Even a wooden boat could get a hole burned in it. Line it with stones. Stones were too heavy. A small boat couldn't handle the weight. And what if it capsized? On top of that, building a fire meant burning wood, which only made things worse for people already short on resources. Over those 3 days, hardly anyone could actually build a fire and cook. Most people were surviving on the system's bread and fresh water, going days without tasting a hot meal. At a time like this, a steaming bowl of soup was enough to soothe the soul. And, of course, there were probably those who figured they had no hope of survival anyway and just wanted one good meal before the end. Lin Wanqing sprang into action. Fan, let me cook up another 20 pounds. I'll split it into 40 servings. Sure, but let's change the pricing. No more regular resources, only blueprints or special items. Got it. She perked up with excitement. Soon, the new listing went live. Rich pork soup, 500 milliliters per serving, with 3 big chunks of pork. Trade for green tier or higher blueprints or special items. Limited to 40 servings. First come, first served. In a survival setting like this, the temptation of a hot meal was overwhelming. Trade requests poured in like snowflakes. The screen in front of Lin Wanqing flickered non-stop as she filtered through them methodically. Trade you in simple fishing net blueprint for a bowl. Deal. She glanced at the stats. No thanks. Too basic. The other player wasn't ready to give up. But this can catch fish. Isn't seafood valuable? Sure, but I'm selling pork soup. It's nutritious and warms you up. She turned them down politely. Another one popped up. Trade for the herb identification manual. She shook her head again. Nope, it's just average. I've got better. Just as she was about to close the dialog box, a new message made her eyes light up. I've got a diesel engine blueprint. You in? She opened the details. Diesel engine blueprint green. Required materials, 200 iron ingots, 100 copper ingots, 50 rubber, 3 refined iron. Effect, craft a small diesel engine to power boats. Note, the core power source of the industrial age. She held back her racing heartbeat and kept her tone casual. This blueprint, it's kind of interesting, I guess. All right, hang on to it. We've got a deal. The moment the trade closed, she spun toward me, her voice bright. Fan, I figured it out. All the equipment for upgrading to Tier 6 tools. They're all built from blueprints. I was steering my steel ship across the sea. Hearing her, I pulled up the blueprint and took a look. So collecting materials alone isn't enough. We need to keep an eye on all kinds of blueprints too. Exactly, she said eagerly. And a lot of players have no idea these blueprints are worth anything. We can scoop them up cheap. Good news. I told her to keep watching. She picked up a few more after that. Simple water wheel, telescope, radio walkie-talkie, all unpopular items. The telescope was marginally useful. The rest weren't good for anything yet. But who's to say about the future? She sorted the blueprints into an empty silver treasure chest and locked it in my bedroom. Only the diesel engine blueprint was set aside on its own. As for that player called Angel of Justice, seeing how the trading hall had exploded, he shut his mouth and vanished from the regional channel for good. The tide had turned. It's all that Angel of Justice's fault for butting in. Now the jerky prices have gone up. Stuff you used to buy at a fair price? Now you're paying an extra unit of resources for it. There's nothing worse than a hypocrite who's all talk. If you've got the guts, step up and take responsibility. Quit playing the saint. The same people who worshipped him yesterday are now dumping all their anger about the price hike right on his head. I didn't have time for any of that. This steel ship was in a completely different league from those little steamboats before. Whenever I spotted a treasure chest, I'd smoothly ease up to the water's surface and scoop one up with the long pole Lin Wanqing had rigged together from a fishing net and some scrap wood. That tool was pulling its weight right now. In the end, I spent a unit of copper ingots and glass to build a telescope. Black iron chests were my top priority, with wooden crates grabbed along the way. There were noticeably more chests floating out there today, the last wave of freebies the system dumped before the game servers shut down. By halfway through the afternoon, 15 wooden crates and 8 black iron chests were piled up on the deck. I also pulled out the 2 black iron chests I'd gotten exploring the cannibal tribe's village earlier that day, plus the golden chest the system had awarded me. I didn't rush to open them. I lined up every single chest in a row, from lowest quality to highest. The sun sank low, its glow spilling across the deck. No new chests appeared on the water, and the ship had come to a stop. The ship was big, sure, but the washroom was completely empty, not a single fixture. I cracked open a black iron chest for the water inside, washed my face, then carefully scrubbed my hands clean. Lin Wanqing came over and watched me go through this whole serious ritual. She couldn't help asking, "Fan, what are you doing?" I gave her a mysterious smile, boosting my odds of pulling something good. "Didn't you notice the silver chest only gave us a blue skill book? Kind of unlucky, right?" She looked totally baffled. "Is there any science behind this?" "Nope," I laughed. "This isn't science, it's metaphysics. An ancient and profound discipline." She tilted her head, more confused than ever. "Metaphysics? Does that actually work?" "Who knows?" I shrugged. "Maybe it's just psychological. Maybe there's some hidden mechanic. Either way, no harm in trying." I kept explaining as I went. Supposedly, if you open some low-tier chests first as warm-up before hitting the high-tier ones, you build up your luck. Like tossing bait in the water before you fish. And washing up? That's greeting good fortune with a clean body. I took a deep breath. It's time. Let's begin. First, a wooden crate. Wood X5 stone X3 fresh water 1L. Basic stuff, nothing special. My expression didn't change. I opened 3 more in a row, all stone, wood, and iron ingots. Not a single surprise. Time to switch quality. I opened a black iron chest. This time, we both perked up. Refined harpoon green skill stone X3 healing salve X2 copper ingot X3. A green item. I nodded. Luck's decent, but we're not quite ready for the golden chest yet. I opened 5 more wooden crates in a row. Chests, all common junk. Let me try 1 more black iron chest to test my luck. The result was disappointing. 6 iron ingots, 3 copper ingots, 10 hemp ropes, and 1 crude stone axe. Not a single decent piece of gear. I reached out and grabbed the golden treasure chest. Lin Wanqing looked worried. "Fan, your lucky streak's gone cold. Maybe save the golden chest for another day? Your luck's just not there today." A glint flashed in my eyes. On the contrary, now's the perfect moment. Luck works on the principle that things turn around when they hit rock bottom. After this many junk chests, the good stuff's due. Truth was, I wasn't sure either. Whether luck actually worked, I had no idea. Slowly, I lifted the chest lid. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light shot skyward, lighting up the entire deck for a moment. "A golden legendary?" Lin Wanqing cried out. "Did you pull a golden item?" The light faded, revealing 5 items neatly arranged, each shimmering with its own unique glow. Farming Space Renovation Blueprint yellow. Golden Shield Skill Book yellow. Moonlight Grass purple. Tier 2 Backpack Expansion Module blue. Ship Upgrade Ticket special. No golden legendary, but 2 yellows was still gorgeous. Way better than that last silver chest that couldn't even squeeze out a purple. We examined them one by one. First, the blueprint glowing with yellow light. Farming Space Renovation Blueprint yellow. Materials: soil 100, iron ingot 10, copper ingot 1, silver ingot 1, glass 10, crystal 1, rune 1, jade 1, energy stone 1. Effect: renovates a 10 square meter area, compatible with multiple crops. Growth speed increased by 50%. Uses permanent. Note, the cradle of life. Wasn't this basically a glass greenhouse you could set up anywhere? This is amazing. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. With this, we can grow our own food right on the ship. I was thrilled too. The best part, permanent. Whatever we needed, we could produce. Second, the skill book radiating a yellow glow. Golden shield yellow. Effect. When activated, golden armor forms over the body, greatly boosting defense. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Note, indestructible. I clicked to learn it immediately. With a single thought, a warm current surged through my entire body, as if an invisible suit of armor had wrapped around me. I couldn't check the stats yet, probably tied to the fact that the novice protection period hadn't unlocked the stats panel, but I could learn and use it. Third, a white jade flower pot holding a small plant about 20 centimeters tall, its entire body glowing with a cold, moonlight-like radiance, a purple fruit crowning its top. Moonlight, grass purple. Function, illuminates a 15 square meter area, even better at night. Trait, produces 1 moonlight fruit each month, can be planted or eaten, boosts night vision when consumed. Note, a beacon in the dark. Lamp, perfect for lighting, and it comes with a bonus effect, I said, satisfied. Lin Wanqing had been planning to hit the trading post for a lamp. Now she didn't have to. The fourth item was a sleek, high-tech-looking module. Tier 2 Backpack Expansion Module Blue. Effect, permanently adds 10 slots to your backpack. I handed it to Lin Wanqing. This one's for you. You manage the supplies. You need the space more than I do. Touched, she took it and used it right away. Her backpack jumped from 20 slots to 30. The truth was, there was another reason. My own pack already had 70 slots. More than enough. When the last item stats appeared, we both held our breath. Ship Upgrade Voucher Special. Effect, skip the material requirements and upgrade your ship by 1 tier instantly. Note, applies to tier 6 and below only. Lin Wanqing grabbed my arm, her voice trembling. Fan. With this, we could jump straight to a tier 6 diesel ship. Her warmth pressed into my palm, and my heart skipped a beat. God knows I wanted to use that voucher on the spot, but reason held me back. I shook my head. Too soon. A diesel ship runs on diesel, and right now we don't have a single liter. Upgrade blindly, and this thing turns into a hunk of dead metal that can't move. She bit her lip lightly. She understood the logic. She just hated it. Upgrading to a tier 6 ship meant a server-wide announcement and a treasure chest reward. The announcement didn't matter. Our reputation was already loud enough. It was the chest that mattered. Knowing the system, it'd be a tier above the gold one for sure. And with luck running this hot today, we might crack open something truly rare. But in the end, we let the thought go. Better to pass on the first upgrade reward than to shove ourselves into danger. We looked at each other and smiled, each seeing the same clear-headedness in the other's eyes. In a survival game overflowing with temptation, keeping a clear head often mattered more than holding a divine artifact. All right, I said, changing the subject. Let's open the rest of the chests. See what surprises today's luck still has for us. The rest went smoothly. Maybe the gold chest had set a good tone, or maybe it was a pre-shutdown bonus. Iron ingot X15, copper ingot X8, refined repeating crossbow green. When the last chest was cleared, Lin Wanqing had already started taking inventory. Fan, today's total haul: 5 blueprints, 3 pieces of green gear, 2 special items, 12 skill stones, 3 teleport scrolls, plus a ton of basic resources. Those 2 special items had my full attention. I picked up the skill stone first. It was crystal clear all the way through, light swirling inside it. Skill stone special. Effect, raises the proficiency of a skill you already know, or, very rarely, grants a new skill. Note, if you want to become strong, you either grind the hours or rely on this. One or the other. Useful. I'll translate this Chinese text into natural American English. My assessment, I said, can boost skill levels. Next, I examined the teleport scroll. Made of leather, covered in intricate spatial runes. Teleport scroll special. Effect, teleport to a designated player's location, requires their consent. Uses, 1/1. Note, distance is no barrier between kindred spirits. While I was studying it, the regional channel had already blown up. Out of the 100,000 people in Region 9527, we clearly weren't the only ones who'd gotten a teleport scroll. I got a teleport scroll. Any big shots willing to take me in? At Big Bro Fan at Lin Wanqing, calling on both of you. I can teleport over. Big Bro's got a scroll. Bring the ladies along. I promise I'm worth it. Skyblast Guild is recruiting. Scroll holders get priority. Countless people were frantically at ING me and Lin Wanqing, all wanting to jump on our ship. In this world full of danger at every turn, latching onto the strong was the best way to stay alive. Lin Wanqing looked at the requests, then turned to me. Big Bro, should we take one or two? There's strength in numbers. I flatly refused. No. At this stage, we can't trust anyone. They could make all the sweet promises they wanted, but who knew what would actually teleport over? Let a wolf into the den, and we wouldn't even get a chance to regret it. She thought it over and nodded. So it's just going to be the two of us? Not necessarily. I pulled the loyalty scroll out of my pack. There's also this. If you find someone you like, you can use it to lock in their loyalty. She recognized it. It was how she'd teleported onto my ship in the first place. If we come across genuine talent, we use this to recruit them. What counts as talent? She asked. I thought for a moment. You're better at reading people than I am. Anyone with special skills, doctors, engineers. Anyone with special abilities, special forces, construction workers, martial arts experts. Or people with solid character, the ones who've stayed decent in the channel. But those angel of justice types who are all talk? Hard pass. I paused. Remember, quality over quantity. No rush on a cook, either. In the early survival stage, filling your stomach isn't hard. We want people who can carry weight, not dead weight. She nodded solemnly. Understood. I'll screen carefully. Barely 10-odd minutes had passed before the channel stirred again. Several players who'd used their scrolls were crying out in despair. Help! I teleported to some big shot, and they cleaned out all my resources and threw me into the sea. Same here. They promised to protect me, then took me hostage the second I got there. I've got it worse. After I teleported over, they did unspeakable things to me. Dude above, you used your scroll in a situation like that? You basically served yourself up on a platter. These buckets of cold water instantly doused the channel's fever. Many people finally understood. In a world without laws, trusting others carelessly could cost you your life. I almost used it. Thank God I saw this. That's horrifying. This place really is hell on earth. So what are we supposed to do? Survive alone for the rest of our lives? As panic spread, the angel of justice appeared once again, righteous and stern. Everyone, stay alert. There are already criminals using teleport scrolls to swindle and plunder. Before you use one, make absolutely sure the other party is trustworthy. The crowd immediately jumped on board, praising him as the embodiment of justice, thanking him for the warning. And amid all that flattery, he suddenly changed his tone, aiming straight at us. At Fanbro at Lin Wanqing, you two are the strongest in this zone, sitting on a level 5 iron ship. Shouldn't you step up and take responsibility? Are you just going to watch everyone get scammed and suffer? You clearly have room to take in more people. Why are you so cold and selfish? One stone sent ripples through the water. Players at their wits' end grabbed onto it like a lifeline. The angel of justice is right. The strong should help the weak. Fanbro, please take us in. We'll give you all our resources. So the strong get to do whatever they want. Have you got no compassion? How much of it was sincere and how much was calculation? No one could say. Lin Wanqing frowned. How do these people turn on a dime faster than flipping a page? They were just cursing out the angel of justice. And now they've completely changed their tune. Why should we be responsible for them? But I stayed calm. That's human nature. When people are desperate, they always pin their hopes on the strong. But the moment we can't live up to their expectations, we go from heroes to criminals in the blink of an eye. I added with a smile. That angel of justice is just a hypocrite who's good at moral blackmail. People like him only run their mouths. They never actually do anything. I looked at the screen, my voice dropping lower. But that's not even the worst kind. The worst kind is the one who uses his mouth to win everyone's trust first, then treats everyone like crops to be harvested, cutting them down one round after another. Just as I said that, something new stirred up in the channel. Egged on by that angel of justice, countless players frantically tagged me and Lin Wanqing. Please, sob stories, bribes, threats. They came flooding in like a tide. Notification chimes went off one after another on the light screen. At Fanbro, take me in. I'll offer up all my resources. At Lin Wanqing, sis, please save me. I can't survive out here. The more brazen ones sent teleport requests directly. Player, Sea Drifter, is requesting to teleport to your location. Accept. Player, Desperate Survivor, is requesting to teleport to your location. Accept. I shut them all down. Thankfully, the light screen had a Do Not Disturb function, just as Lin Wanqing was about to. As I was mass blocking messages, one ID caught her eye, Old Chun the Gourmet. His message stood out from the rest. Calm. Professional. At Fanbro at Lin Wanqing. I'm stranded on a reef and my raft is destroyed. I'm a professional chef. My ancestors served in the imperial kitchen and I've mastered cuisines from all over China. A chef may seem useless in the early stages of survival, but as the game progresses, good food will be key to improving quality of life. I don't have a teleport scroll, but I learned basic archery. I just lost my bow and arrows in a fight. Amid all the emotional wailing, this message was remarkably level-headed. Fanbro, this chef's kind of interesting, Lin Wanqing called out to me. I paused my trade and pulled up his messages from the past 2 days. This guy had stayed impressively calm the entire time, never once complaining, even in a hopeless situation. Definitely better than the ones who just cry. I nodded, then frowned. But a chef isn't much use early on. What we're short on are fighters and technical people. Just as I was hesitating, that annoying angel of justice popped up again. At Old Chin the Gourmet, you think that's gonna win over those 2 cold-blooded snakes? How naive. All they care about is profit. They couldn't care less whether you live or die. You've even lost your weapons. What value do you have left? Surprisingly, Old Chun responded calmly. At Angel of Justice, in a survival world, everyone should earn their survival through their own worth, not through moral blackmail. I'm showing my skills. Take me in if you need me. If not, so be it. You keep stirring up trouble. Are you just looking for attention, or do you have some other agenda? Neither humble nor arrogant. The channel instantly turned against her. Old Chen's right. Better to rely on yourself than beg others. I'd rather back someone who lets their skills do the talking than a moral blackmailer. Angel of Justice, if you're so great, show us what you've got. Lin Wanqing and I exchanged a glance. Just having basic archery makes him worth recruiting, she said. Plus, bringing him on just to shut down Angel of Justice wouldn't be so bad either. Fair point. He's the one. I sent him a friend request. Almost instantly, he accepted. I shared the properties of the loyalty scroll with him. A moment later, his reply came. I accept. It would be my honor to find a team worth serving. Without hesitation, I entered his ID and used the loyalty scroll. Confirm use of loyalty scroll, special, on player, Old Chin the Gourmet. Confirm. A flash of white light, and the scroll dissolved into a streak of light that vanished into the sky. Player, Old Chin the Gourmet, has accepted and is being teleported to your location. Before long, teleportation light flared up on the deck. As the light faded, the person who appeared was not the middle-aged chef I'd imagined. Not a chef, but a young woman in her early 20s. Her clothes were worn but clean, her long hair tied back. Despite the exhaustion on her face, she couldn't hide her delicate features. You're Old Chin the Gourmet? Lin Wanqing froze. The woman smiled slightly, her voice crisp. That's right. My real name is Chun Yue, professional chef, descended from imperial cooks. For a moment, I was speechless, like I'd just been scammed online. I looked at the pretty woman in front of me, then thought about that Old Chun username. The disconnect was jarring. Why'd you pick a username like that? Is it too late for a refund? I joked. Chun Yue stayed calm. Afraid so. But don't worry, my skills won't disappoint you. As for the name, young Chin the Gourmet was already taken, so I had to settle. As she spoke, she finally got a good look at the ship. The massive steel hull made her eyes go wide. This is the Tier 5 survival tool, the steel ship? Oh my god, I thought it'd be maybe a little bigger than a wooden raft. She ran her hand along the cold hull, her voice trembling. It's only day 3. How did you pull this off? I shrugged. I'd already used the loyalty scroll. No takebacks now. I should have asked about gender up front. Big mistake leaving that out. Lin Wanqing recovered quickly and extended her hand. Welcome aboard. I'm Lin Wanqing, and this is Zhao Fan. Chen Yue shook it earnestly. Thank you for giving me this chance. I'll prove myself with my skills. I pulled out a refined crossbow and a longbow and handed them over. Now that you're here, you're one of us. Take these weapons. You can buy arrows at the trading post yourself. Chen Yue took them, saying confidently, don't worry. My basic archery isn't just for show. I've got a solid hit rate within 80 meters. When it came to resources, she got even more confident. If a sea monster hadn't smashed her raft apart, she never would have ended up like this. She laid out everything she owned. 85 wood, 92 iron ingots, 20 copper ingots, 51 feathers, 31 arrows, and 1 arrow blueprint. All neatly arranged, with a hint of pride on her face, like she was waiting for me to praise her. Not bad, I said with a smile. Stockpiling all that under those conditions? You've clearly got skills. But what happened next left her completely stunned. I casually pulled out 2,000 units of wood and piled them on the deck, then turned to Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, take these to the trading post and sell them. It's too much, my backpack's overflowing. Real headache. Lin Wanqing collected them, shooting me a discreet eye roll. Chen Yue's jaw dropped. She couldn't speak for the longest time. The resources she'd worked so hard to gather weren't even a fraction of what I had. Comparing yourself to others will drive you crazy. No wonder he was the big shot, and she was the one who'd been stranded. I pulled out a few chunks of wild boar meat. Wanqing can only make soup, so how about you cook up a few different dishes for us to try? Chen Yue's eyes lit up. Perfect. I've been dying for a chance to show off my skills. The kitchen had no knives, just Lin Wanqing's green dagger. No stove either, only a steam heat source. But that wasn't going to stop us. The trading post sold knives. As for the stove, I grabbed a few rocks, and with a few quick strokes of my Lingfeng sword, shaped them into a cylindrical furnace. I carved out a hole on the side, set an iron pot on top, and just like that, a makeshift stove was done. Chen Yue had some real talent. She bought some seasonings, and in less than half an hour, 4 dishes hit the table. Clear pork soup, charcoal grilled pork skewers, stir-fried pork with a mix of lean and fatty cuts, and a fruit-glazed pork flavored with wild apples. 3 dishes and a soup, all made from the same ingredient. Please, dig in, she said confidently. Lin Wanqing and I each took a bite, and our eyes went wide. The same pork, but through her hands. Even a simple soup tasted several times better. This is amazing, Lin Wanqing marveled. Is this what a master chef can do? This beats any 5-star restaurant. I nodded, satisfied. Looks like your credentials aren't just for show. Striking while the iron was hot, Lin Wanqing immediately listed the new products on the trading post. Charcoal grilled pork skewers and fruit-glazed pork, both priced at double the usual rate. As expected, it instantly blew up the trading post, and the channel went wild too. Oh my god, Lin Wanqing is selling grilled skewers now. This flavor, it's more authentic than a 5-star restaurant. Wait, did Gourmet Old Chun really join their crew? At Gourmet Old Chun, please take me in. I want to eat that too. Chen Yue responded graciously. Thanks for the support. Yes, I've joined Lin Wanqing's team as the food processing specialist. There'll be plenty more delicious food coming soon. The channel filled with envy. So jealous. Being a chef on Brother Fan's ship must come with amazing perks. I want in too. I can do laundry. And of course, Angel of Justice couldn't resist throwing shade. Yeah, so you can cook a few dishes? At Gourmet Old Chun, you'd better watch yourself. You're just a cook by fate, ordered around like a servant. Instead of getting angry, Chen Yue laughed and replied elegantly. At Angel of Justice, you're right, I am a cook. But in a survival world, a good cook can raise a team's quality of life by several levels. I wonder, what's your special skill that makes your team's life any better? That mouth of yours. The channel instantly erupted. Well said. I've been gnawing on dry bread every day. My taste buds are practically dead. Team Old Chun, if you're so great, make something good to eat yourself. What does Angel of Justice do besides moral grandstanding and running their mouth? Buried under the mockery, Angel of Justice shut up and slunk away once again. I looked at Chen Yue with admiration. You handled that beautifully. She smiled. I've seen plenty of that type. In the restaurant business, the hardest people to deal with aren't the picky customers. They're the jealous ones. After dinner, the 3 of us got straight to work. The division of labor was clear. Lin Wanqing kept selling food and purchasing daily necessities like blankets and clothing. Chen Yue and I took advantage of the high lumber prices, converting all 6,000 plus units of wood into other supplies, especially metals that might appreciate in value. While sorting through the trade listings, Lin Wanqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Fan, come look at this. Semi-automatic bathroom blueprint green quality. Requirements: iron ingot times 10, copper ingot times 100, plastic times 30, glass times 10, rubber times 10, waterproof coating times 5, electronic components times 5, chip times 1. Effect: constructs a fully automatic bathroom equipped with a shower, bathtub, and hot water system. Uses: 1/1. Note: cleanliness is the foundation of civilization. With this, we could take showers right here on the boat. Good stuff. Let's build it now. I didn't hesitate. We had plenty of supplies, so the materials came together quickly. The boat had 3 levels, each with a designated spot for a bathroom. Since we lived on the top floor, we set the bathroom up there. It was a space of about 6 square meters that had been sitting empty. Lin Wanqing used the blueprint and selected the location. Then a miracle happened. A flash of light swept through, and all the materials flew into their designated positions on their own, assembling and taking shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. Iron ingots became the frame, copper ingots turned into valves and piping, plastic formed a waterproof layer, and glass fit together into a shower partition. In just 5 minutes, a fully functional bathroom stood before us. The bronze fittings were solid and heavy, the glass partition crystal clear. There was even a compact little bathtub. "This is amazing," Chen Yue marveled. "It's like magic." I poured 1,000 liters of water into the tank. We had plenty from the spring water in black iron chest number 226 anyway. Lin Wanqing couldn't wait to turn on the shower, but there was no hot water. It turned out the hot water system was connected to the boat's steam engine, which was currently off. Once we fired up the steam engine, warm water sprayed out. The bathtub filled just fine too. Lin Wanqing was so excited she nearly cried. Finally, a real shower. These past 3 days, we could only wipe ourselves down with damp cloths. I was about to lose it. Even I cracked a rare smile. Looks like the system's construction feature is even stronger than I imagined. It builds things and installs them automatically. The 3 of us took turns trying it out. At a time like this, nobody cared about propriety. We just showered separately. Lin Wanqing went first, emerging half an hour later completely refreshed. Her wet hair draped over her shoulders, she'd changed into clean clothes, and her face carried a satisfied flush. So comfortable. It's like being reborn. Chen Yue had different priorities. She tested every feature before coming out. The design is sound, the water pressure is stable, and the temp accurate, just a bit smaller on space. Though on this ship, that already counts as a luxury. Last was me. A quick shower, a change of clothes, feeling refreshed. With this, quality of life jumps up a whole level. After washing up, the 3 of us gathered in my bedroom, the moonlight grass in the middle, and kept on shopping. By late night, all 6,000 plus units of timber had been traded for valuable supplies. Tomorrow, the newbie protection period would be over. I took stock of our total inventory. Backpack Space Zhao Fan 70 slots, Lin Wanqing 30 slots, Chen Yue 20 slots. Materials: wood 50, stone 1020, iron ingots 9144, copper ingots 3016, silver ingots 185, rubber 463, plastic 522, linen 964, hemp rope 165, glass 325, electronic components 30, chips 19, cotton 628, cotton cloth 491, silk thread 30, weeds 25, anti-rust paint 10. Tempered glass 165, flint 24, crystal 85, red copper 10, refined iron 10, jade 5, runes 2, energy stones 2. Food boar meat 196, jerky 85, spring water 50-34 liters, bread 5 caddies, apples 98. Daily supplies: bandages 21, disinfectant 6, healing salve 12, empty black iron chests 465, empty bronze chest 1, empty silver chest 1, empty gold chest 1, assorted quilts and clothing, assorted cookware. Special items: free attribute points 26, bound, reputation 19,000, ship upgrade voucher 1, teleport scrolls 3, Skill stones 12, moonlight grass, purple. Blueprints wooden barrel, simple trap, simple water wheel, radio walkie-talkie, simple bow, seawater desalinator, refined crossbow, green. Leather armor, green. Diesel engine, green. Farming space modification, yellow. Miscellaneous plant identification handbook. Weapons tools crude weapons 34, telescope, longsword, refined harpoon, green. Fine fishing net, green. White jade tea set, blue. Windcutter sword, dark gold. Techniques weapons. Zhao fan. Gale swordplay, blue. Golden shield body, yellow. Lin Wanqing. Small fireball, white. Dagger, green. Refined longsword, green. Chen Yue. Basic archery, white. Refined repeating crossbow, green. Longbow. In 3 days, our stockpile had already far surpassed that of other players. This sense of accomplishment was real. Chen Yue's arrival had massively upgraded the quality of our meals, and the fully automated shower had solved the hygiene problem. In just 3 days, our lives had leaped from a primitive society straight into modern civilization. But there was still one fatal weakness. Food wasn't sustainable, and clothing was in short supply. I pulled out that yellow quality. Planting space blueprints. Got the blueprints, but we're short on raw materials. Tomorrow's exploration, let's dig up more soil. We also need seeds and energy stones. That last one sounds like a big deal, so keep an eye out for all of it. Lin Wanqing nodded. The trading hall hasn't listed any seed trades yet. That feature probably isn't unlocked. Maybe the system chests just don't have any. Chen Yue said. Keep an eye out for wild crops while exploring. Those wild apples you two found today, we might be able to transplant the whole tree back here. Made sense. Let's go with that for now. For long-term survival, farming and livestock are essential. Let's see how the rules change tomorrow. By the time we finished, it was already late. The 3 of us sat in my bedroom chatting, and Chen Yue quickly figured out that Lin Wanqing and I were college classmates. The woman was sharp. She saw right through that faint, unspoken tension between us. She gave us a knowing look, then stood up with a smile. Everyone's tired today. I'll turn in first. Good night. Good night. Now it was just Lin Wanqing and me in the room. The soft glow of the moonlight grass draped everything in a hazy veil. In that light and shadow, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Some impulse took over, and I said, "Stay tonight?" The words caught even me off guard. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Then, as if worried she'd seemed too eager, she quickly added, "Just so we're clear, I don't mean anything by it. It's just, I'm 100% loyal to you, and I'll never go against your wishes." Watching her put up that stubborn front, I couldn't help but laugh. I got up and moved the moonlight grass outside. Tomorrow, the newbie protection period would end, and the real trials would begin. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. In this world where everyone was fighting to survive, we had nothing. We could only prove we were still alive in the most primitive ways. Being alive hurt a little, but amid the storm, what was a little pain? The next morning, just as dawn broke, everyone woke early. After a quick wash-up, we gathered in the cockpit. No one spoke. We just waited for the system announcement. The entire chat channel for Zone 9527 was unusually quiet too. Only the players trapped underwater were crying out in desperation. "Save me. Once the protection period ends, I'm dead. Someone please save me. I swear I'll be loyal forever." Stop shouting. Those people are cold-hearted. They won't help. I stared at these distress messages, my brow furrowed. I did still have teleport scrolls in my pack, but I didn't dare use them. These people were making all kinds of promises now, but what would they be like once we pulled them out? In a world without laws, kindness had to have thorns. Lin Wanqing nodded. Adding newcomers recklessly would upset the team's balance. "Let's see how they," Chen Yue said. "People like that can't be trusted." Time crawled by, second by agonizing second. At exactly 8 a.m., the system announcement blasted right on schedule. System announcement. Rules update. 1. The newbie period lasts 7 days total. The 3-day Phase 1 protection period has ended. Phase 2, the survival era, begins now and lasts 4 days. 2. The ocean returns to normal and storms will appear. Players remain in isolated waters and won't encounter each other naturally. 3. Players may meet while exploring. 4. The shop system is now open, Everything you want, we've got it. Prices are a little steep, though. 5. Warning, more dangerous creatures and natural phenomena will emerge in the sea. 6. Preview. The leaderboard opens tomorrow. The top 3 players will receive gold, silver, and bronze treasure chests. Good luck to everyone. The instant the announcement force popped onto the screen, the online player count in the top right corner started jumping wildly. 100,000. 95,270. In just a few minutes, 100,000 plummeted to 95,500. Over 4,700 players lost their lives the moment the new rules took effect. The channel was instantly swallowed by panic. Oh my God, 4,000 people died in the blink of an eye. My wooden boat is rocking. It's about to capsize. There's something in the water. A huge black shadow just swam under my boat. More people began to regret. I got a teleport scroll yesterday. If only I'd used it to save someone. I should have handed my scroll over when I had the chance. Amid the chaos, that familiar username, Justice Angel, popped up again, pointing the finger straight at us. And I'm your bro fan at Lin Wanqing at Foodie Old Chun. You had level 5 survival tools and just let people die. These 4,000 plus lives are on you. This time, nobody was buying it. Having just brushed with death, everyone had sobered up. Give it a rest. Did you save anyone? Why should they risk their necks for strangers? If you're so tough, go save people yourself. Yeah, why don't you cough up 4,000 teleport scrolls? Of course, a few people chimed in too. The big shots in our region are cold-blooded. Other regions are definitely doing better than us. The argument was heating up when a new voice cut through. Look, there's a new shop icon on the light screen. It's open. Everyone's attention shifted in an instant. The 3 of us immediately opened it. It was split into 2 sections, the game shop and the reputation shop. The game shop's universal currency was star coins. Items could be sold for star coins or bought with them, and players could also trade with each other. The pricing system was pretty interesting. White items ran from 1 to 10 star coins, green from 10 to 100, and blue from 100 to 1,000. Items you could sell yourself could be text cuts off, buy it back at triple the price. Ordinary wood and stone sell for 1 star coin, but buying them back costs 3. Not a small markup. And items nobody's selling simply won't appear in the store. Take the skill book Small Fireball. Even if it's priced at 1 star coin, if no one's selling it, you can't buy it. Only 8 items were pinned at the top of the store. The first one made me frown. Guild token. Price, 1 star coin. Effect, used to create a guild. Gathers players in the same sea zone, requires teleport scrolls, or develop solo. Note, PvP is not restricted within guilds. Good or evil is your own call. 1 star coin. The price was absurdly cheap. Clearly the system was nudging players to form guilds. There were also all kinds of treasure chests, each with a line printed beside it. With enough luck, you can grow strong fast. All chest sales are final, no refunds. Wooden chest, 30 star coins. Black iron, 300. Bronze, 3,000. Silver, 30,000. Gold, 300,000. Platinum, 3 million. Diamond, 30 million. A naked gamble. Then I checked the reputation store. Everything here had to be exchanged with reputation, which came from 3 sources: system rewards, killing beasts, and selling items. The items here made my eyes light up. Guild token, 1 reputation. Rename card, 1 reputation, once per month. 10 reputation for the second time, doubling thereafter. Teleport scroll, 3,000 reputation. Loyalty scroll, 10,000 reputation. There were also item upgrade vouchers, ship upgrade vouchers. But those prices I could only gaze up at. While we were still studying it, the channel had already flooded with recruitment posts. Ocean Overlord Guild. Seeking the ambitious. Build the strongest fleet. Goal. Top. I'm your bro fan. On tomorrow's leaderboard and claim the gold chest. Survival First Alliance. Skill doesn't matter. We just want unity. Avengers Legion. Brothers, let's carve out a place of our own. Surprisingly, Justice Angel had founded a guild too. Salvation Vanguard. Contribute your resources. Build the Ark of Noah together. Save more lives. Chinyue looked thoughtful. The age of guilds is coming. That Ocean Overlord is obviously gunning for us, Lin Wanqing said worriedly. I was calm. As expected, the tallest tree in the forest catches the wind. Justice Angel, tag me again. And I'm your bro fan. You dare to compete with us for tomorrow's ranking? Annoying. Shin Yue replied for me. At Justice Angel, our bro fan says you're boring. Bro fan, should we start a guild too? Lin Wanqing asked. I shook my head. Let's explore first. We'll talk when we're back. I brought up the exploration screen. Still 3 directions, but the details were far more complex than before. Left, minor luck. Name, small fishing village ruins. Rewards, 3 wooden chests, 1 black iron, 1 bronze. Possible wild beasts or venomous snakes. May encounter other players. Survival rate, 75%. Straight ahead, moderate fortune. Name, Spice Islands. Rewards, 2 wooden chests, 2 black iron, 1 bronze. Possible wild beasts. Survival rate, 85%. Description, rich in spices, may contain rare cooking ingredients and plantable crop seeds. Rear right, great misfortune. Name, Shipwreck Graveyard. Rewards, 5 wooden chests, 3 black iron, 2 bronze, 1 silver, 1 gold. Survival rate, 0%. Description, countless ships have sunk here over the centuries, creating an underwater treasure trove. Given your current abilities, survival is nearly impossible. Staring at these 3 options, I furrowed my brow. I was becoming more and more convinced. This system had no intention of letting people survive. Without the ability to foresee fortune and misfortune, one unlucky choice of the shipwreck graveyard meant a 0% survival rate. What's wrong, fan? Lin Wanqing asked with concern. I pondered for a moment, then decided to stop hiding it. Both of them had already become absolutely reliable companions through the loyalty scrolls. Keeping secrets now would only breed distrust. Besides, after last night, Lin Wanqing and I had grown even closer. Telling them might also boost everyone's confidence. I started with a probing question. When you explored before, how did you choose which direction to go? Lin Wanqing blinked. We just picked one at random. Is there a difference? I figured it was all luck. I picked randomly too. Chen Yue frowned. You mean there's actually a method to it? I took a deep breath and shared my light screen with them. The truth is, every time I explore, I can see detailed information about all 3 directions. When those survival rates, precise down to the exact percentage, came into view, both of them widened their eyes instantly. This, fan, you can see all of this. My light screen only has 8 arrows, no information at all. Chen Yue was stunned. I nodded. This is my ability, foreseeing fortune and misfortune. Without it, picking a random direction could easily mean total annihilation. I pointed at the shipwreck graveyard. Look at this one. Incredibly rich in resources, even a gold treasure chest. But the survival rate is 0. Charge in without knowing, and you're wiped out completely. Lin Wanqing sucked in a sharp breath. A one-way trip. But if the system is designed this way, doesn't that mean everyone except you is bound to die? Chen Yue said, shuddering at the thought. Not necessarily, Lin Wanqing said. Others might have similar abilities, they just haven't mentioned them. The 2 exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with both shock and relief. Shock at the heaven-defying ability I possessed, and relief that they were already my companions. I'll keep this secret locked away, I promise. Lin Wanqing vowed solemnly. This concerns the safety of the entire team. Complete. Chen Yue nodded. I trust you too. Otherwise I wouldn't have told you. I smiled. All right, let's figure out where to go today. Lin Wanqing pointed at the shipwreck graveyard. Most resources, but way too risky. Cross that one out. Chen Yue's eyes were on the Spice Islands. This place has cooking ingredients and crop seeds, exactly what we need. And 85% is safe enough. The fishing village might have other players, Lin Wanqing added. People are unpredictable right now. Better to avoid them if we can. Unanimous decision, the Spice Islands. Of course, there was another reason. The second we saw the word spice, our mouths started watering. I tapped confirm. Selected, straight ahead. Steel ship in transit, please wait. While we waited, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but marvel. With your ability, fan, we can dodge every deadly threat forever. Then she suddenly gasped. I've got it. Fan, you're one of those chosen by fortune protagonists from web novels, aren't you? A transmigrative? Are you? Are you? My heart skipped a beat. I immediately regretted saying anything. Thank God for the loyalty scroll. This girl's mind worked in mysterious ways. Earlier, she'd been going on about some system where gifting supplies to pretty female classmates gives you a hundredfold return. I had no idea which trashy web novel had poisoned a perfectly good campus queen into thinking like this. 5 minutes later, a lush green cluster of islands appeared ahead. The steel ship slowly pulled up to shore, and the full view unfolded. Several small islands, densely covered in vegetation. The air thick with an intoxicating blend of fragrances. "Oh my God, this is amazing." Chen Yue took a deep breath, her face melting with delight. At least 15 kinds of spices. Cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, vanilla, cumin, and rare stuff like saffron and vanilla beans. Lin Wanqing and I couldn't tell any of them apart. To our noses, it all smelled the same, pleasant, but a little overpowering. We both noticed at the same time that the rules of survival era had indeed changed. During the protection period, getting near an island would teleport you straight to shore. Now the ship docked in a natural harbor, and we had to get off and land ourselves. More realistic and more dangerous. Gripping my Lingfeng sword, I stepped onto the island first. Same as always. I clear the path, you two collect. Survival rate's 85%, but we still can't let our guard down. The two of them nodded. There was still a short stretch from the shore to the greenery. It looked safe, but Lin Wanqing already had flickering flames gathering in her palm, and Chen Yue had an arrow knocked. The three of us held our combat formation and pushed forward slowly. We hadn't gone far when we came upon a grove of unusually massive cinnamon trees, their bark rich with fragrance, clearly grown over many years. I didn't hesitate. In my eyes, everything could be cut down. A flash of my blade, and a cinnamon tree as thick as a bowl toppled instantly, dissolving into several orbs of light. Congratulations, you have obtained cinnamon times 25. Congratulations. You obtain with times 9. Lin Wanqing had long grown used to this sight. Chen Yue, however, was witnessing the power of the wind cutter sword for the first time, and her eyes went wide with shock. "Fan, this sword is insane. It slices through trees like they're tofu." I smiled and, with a backhand swing, cleanly split a massive boulder beside us in two. I'll be honest with you, Wanqing and I made it this far not just because of the exploration hints. It's this wind cutter sword too. We pressed on. I kept swinging, and one cinnamon tree after another toppled to the ground. Obtained cinnamon times 12. Obtained wood times 2. Obtained cinnamon times 35. In just a few swings, hundreds of pounds of cinnamon filled my pack. This much would last us until the end of time. Soon a cluster of clove bushes came into view, their purple buds standing out vividly in the sunlight. Next came nutmeg, trees hung with red fruit. Even more exciting, in a clearing we discovered precious saffron and vanilla. "The quality is perfect," Chen Yue exclaimed as she examined them. In the real world, saffron sells for $100 a gram. And this vanilla, it's essential for top-tier desserts. Lin Wanqing suddenly pointed to a few small, deep green seedlings. "Yue, what are these?" Chen Yue hurried over and cried out in delight. "Pepper seedlings. And these ones over here. Sichuan peppercorn. We can transplant them." I traced a slanted circle with the wind cutter sword, and remarkably, thanks to the system, the soil and seedlings came up intact, forming a neat block of earth. Obtained soil times 1. Obtained pepper seedling times 3. Obtained Sichuan peppercorn seedling times 2. So the system didn't care about soil quality. If it was dirt, it counted. That massively boosted the transplant success rate. So I just started digging on a large scale, scooping up all the surrounding earth. While I dug, I carefully extracted each spice seedling under Chen Yue's guidance. Cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, pepper, Sichuan peppercorn, star anise, saffron, vanilla, even mint and rosemary. If it was a spice, this island had it. More than an hour later, the three of us were loaded down, our packs bulging. Unfortunately, we never did find any chili peppers, which left even me a little disappointed. If we had chilies, I could make a spicy Sichuan-style wild boar dish. Chen Yue sighed as she gathered more. Just as she was focused on her work, Lin Wanqing, who had been keeping watch the whole time, suddenly shouted, "Careful! Something big is coming." "Moo!" A deep, low bellow echoed from deep within the forest. In an instant, all three of us snapped into battle stance. I gripped the wind cutter sword tight. Lin Wanqing formed a hand seal, flames flickering faintly in her palms. Chen Yue drew her bow and knocked an arrow in one smooth, flowing motion. A massive bull came charging from the trees. The Lin Chong stepped out, 6.5 feet tall at the shoulder, its body knotted with muscle, and at a glance it looked delicious. Most terrifying of all was that pair of scimitar-like horns. Raging Bison White Elite. Status: enraged. Description: the heavy tank of the jungle. Thick-skinned and tough-fleshed, with a devastating charge. Its horns can pierce tree trunks, and its iron hooves can shatter stone. Looks like we dug a little too greedily and pissed off the local landlord. I cracked the joke, but my eyes had already gone still. The bison locked onto us, pawing the ground with its front hoof and carving out a deep furrow. "Let me test what it's made of," Chen Yue called out sharply. Her bowstring snapped, and an arrow tore through the air straight for the bull's eye. But at the last second the bison slammed its eyes shut. The arrow struck the thick eyelid, left a single white mark, and bounced away. What defense! That shot enraged it completely. The bison came at us like an out-of-control truck, sending splinters flying as it smashed through a tree as thick as a bowl. "Scatter!" I warned. The three of us dodged in different directions. None of us dared hide behind a tree, afraid it would send tree and person flying together. Mid-dodge, Lin Wanqing formed a seal with both hands. Fireball! A blazing sphere shot out and struck the bison square in the face. Boom! A patch of charred black. Low. The bison bellowed in pain, but only grew more furious. Its eyes went blood red, its muscles visibly swelling. It had gone berserk. Careful! It's enraged. I activated Golden Body, a faint golden glow enveloping my whole body. I halted, waited for the right moment, and struck straight for the eye. But the berserk bison's speed had exploded. With a violent jerk of its head, it dodged the vital point. My Lingfeng sword clashed against its horn instead. Crack! One horn sheared off at the base, cutting through iron like mud, reliable as ever. The strike hadn't landed. I retreated fast to open up distance, alarmed inside. This bison's agility was insanely high. Did Berserk Elites all get special bonuses? The bison charged far off, then quickly wheeled around. The agony of its broken horn drove it even madder. It charged again, faster and fiercer this time. Chen Yue's arrows targeted the eyes and nostrils. But the berserk bison reacted with freakish speed, always managing to shut its eyes and turn away in time, blocking the arrows with its hard skull. "Its defense is ridiculous. I can't even hurt it," she gritted out. Lin Wanqing's fireballs could scorch it black, but couldn't kill it anytime soon. "My damage isn't enough. We'll have to grind it down slowly." I analyzed it coldly. Against arrows and fireballs, the bison could afford to slip up countless times, but we couldn't afford a single mistake. Yet against my Lingfeng sword, it only got to slip up once. "Wanqing, Yue, distracted. Focus on the eyes. Leave the rest to me." When the bison charged again, the two women worked in perfect sync. Lin Wanqing's fireball forced it to shut its eyes, and Chen Yue's arrow flew toward the eye the instant it opened. And in that split second when the bison was flustered and off guard, I made my move. As it charged past, I unleashed my Gale sword technique, dashing in from the side like a phantom. The bison couldn't react in time. By the time it turned its head, it was too late. My wind cutter blade flashed like a streak of cold light. Thwack! The blade bit deep into the bison's neck. The power of a divine weapon revealed itself in that instant. The edge sliced through thick hide and muscle without the slightest resistance. Moo! The bison let out a feeble cry as its massive body crashed to the ground, blood gushing like a spring and staining the earth red. Its legs were still twitching. I followed up with another strike and lopped its head clean off. "You have slain the rampaging bison." Reputation +2. Obtained. Black Iron Treasure Chest X1. A white tier elite only gives 2 reputation points. The system's stingy as hell. But at least it dropped a black iron chest, so that's not bad. I replayed the fight in my head. Swordsmanship was just the foundation. My sense of timing was still way off. Bottom line, we were still green. We needed practice. Lin Wanqing let out a long breath. That bull was way tougher than yesterday's boar. Chen Yue slung her bow over her shoulder and ran over to the carcass, examining it eagerly. "Prime beef. We can make so many dishes with this. The three of us exchanged a smile. This was our first time taking down an elite together. Nerve-wracking, sure, but the outcome was perfect. The system popped up right on cue. Rampaging bison, elite corpse detected. Dismantle? Remembering how much the system had pocketed from yesterday's parts, I didn't hesitate. No, I stuffed the entire carcass straight into my backpack. Looking at the whole bison sitting in my inventory, I even thought, should I gut it first and then let the system dismantle it? Let's see it try to charge a processing fee then. What, it'd take some bones. Fine, I could live with that. Chin Yue was already planning ahead. Beef for steaks and braised dishes, hide for armor, tendons for bowstrings, horns for weapons, and stir-fried offal from the innards. After a short rest, we continued gathering supplies. I led the way, and wherever the wind cutter blade passed, trees toppled and stones split. The two ladies followed behind, collecting with practiced ease. Obtained, wood X50. Obtained, stone X20. Obtained, soil X10. A bountiful haul all around. But I noticed that each of the islands in this archipelago was pretty small, and the only water sources were tiny pools of a few dozen liters, not worth collecting specifically. Instead of gathering this little bit of water, we're better off digging up more soil and hauling back more stone. Luckily, we didn't run into any more beasts after that. Probably the commotion from killing the bison had scared off all the local wildlife. As the exploration wound down, a flash of light swept over us. And just like that, the three of us were back on the iron ship. The system was so practical. When we arrived, it let us disembark nice and slow, but when it was time to leave, it just zapped us out. Every time we teleport back, it feels like waking up from a dream, Lin Wanqing said softly. Chin Yue excitedly dragged me up onto the deck, her eyes shining. Fan, hurry up and let the bison out. Tonight I'll let you two taste a real feast. Lin Wanqing pulled out the green dagger and handed it over. Use this, it cuts fast. I hauled the entire cow carcass onto the deck. Chin Yue took the dagger, her movements skilled and practiced. Clearly, she had plenty of experience with dissection. While she worked, Lin Wanqing and I tallied the day's haul. Wood, 4,528. Stone, 1,521. Soil, 1,315. Weeds, 65. Spices are especially plentiful. Cinnamon, 3,621. Star anise, 823. Nutmeg, 632. Vanilla, 54. Saffron, 12. Treasure chests were a bit of a letdown, though. Just one wooden chest and one black iron chest. I nodded, satisfied. There wasn't as much wood as yesterday, but the spices were measured in pounds and worth far more. The saffron especially. 12 pounds might sound like nothing, but I dug up over 10 acres just to get it. Honestly, we had close to a ton of these spices already. Why bother planting more? It'd take forever to use up what we had. But both girls wanted to grow them, so I let them have their way. I took out the glowing golden planting space renovation blueprint and checked the materials. Originally, I'd only been short on soil, and today we'd made up for that. Everything was ready. The steel ship had 3 levels, and half of the bottom level was the engine room. After some discussion, we decided to build the planting space on the second level. It had over 200 square meters, enough room without interfering with our living quarters. The second level deck was nearly 8 meters wide, with a corridor running down the middle and rooms lined up on both sides. Each was about 10 square meters, and all of them were empty. Perfect for small planting spaces, I said, pointing at the rooms. Everyone has a door, so we can seal them off completely. No time like the present. I picked 2 rooms facing each other, laid out the materials, and activated the blueprint. Something incredible happened. The soil spread itself into neat furrows. Crystals and runes spun through the air before embedding into the walls and glowing softly. Energy stones floated near the ceiling, powering the whole thing. Almost instantly, a precise ecological irrigation system took shape on its own, like a miniature world unto itself. 10 minutes later, 2 fully functional planting spaces were complete. The soft light perfectly mimicked natural sunlight, and the humidity adjusted itself to the ideal level. Lin Wanqing reached out to feel the temperature and moisture, marveling. This is basically a mobile eco-farm. I immediately planted a dozen different spice seedlings: cinnamon, star anise, nutmeg, black cardamom. A few of each, just enough to fill the first room. Lin Wanqing read the prompt and said excitedly, "Growth speed increased by 50%. We'll have the first harvest in no time." But I threw cold water on it. Don't get your hopes up. Some of these spices only yield one harvest every few years. We're planting now mainly to, well, keep some seed stock going. The second room stayed empty for now. I looked at it, satisfied. Only 20 square meters, but it's a good start. Once we find more rare plants, we'll expand. Mole, back on deck. Chen Yue's butchering technique was almost comical. She only cut off the choicest cuts, stacking them neatly while muttering menu items to herself. This tenderloins for pan-seared steak, this brisket for braising. If I hadn't tasted her cooking yesterday, I'd have sworn she was a fraud. She was way too casual about this. Yue, I couldn't help pointing out, beef sinew is the main material for crafting green crossbows and longbows. Did you save any? The system charges a fee to break things down, so it's best to keep special materials by hand. She didn't even look up. Processing sinew and hide by hand takes over a dozen steps. It'd take months and still might not come out right. If you want ready-to-use materials, you're better off hoping the system drops them. She had a point, so I reluctantly handed the rest of the carcass over to the system. Obtained. Beef times 450. That's it. I was speechless. The hide, the sinew, the bones, all gone? That's one brutal processing fee. A single bison should yield way more than that. Chen Yue had already carved off nearly 200 pounds, and these 450 were just the scraps she'd left behind. That afternoon, the three of us split up our tasks. I'd search the sea for treasure and try my hand at fishing. Lin Wanqing would stockpile supplies to prep for upgrading to a mid-sized steel ship, and Chen Yue would focus on cooking. I pulled out the fancy green fishing net and was about to figure out how to set it up when the system immediately prompted me. All I had to do was designate a spot. The net then automatically attached itself to the stern. The system was actually being pretty helpful this time. I'd taken out a net yesterday too, but there'd been no such prompt, probably tied to the second stage of the newbie period, the survival era. The real reason I wanted to fish was that killing the bison had earned me 2 reputation points, and I wanted to see if fish gave any too. If fishing could farm reputation as well, I'd have a steady source of loyalty scrolls. Talk about being careful what you wish for. The net hadn't even hit the water before a fish showed up. Only this fish was a bit big. Turns out that when Chen Yue butchered the bison, the blood had washed into the sea. The strong scent of blood had drawn in something enormous. Look, what is that? Lin Wanqing pointed toward the stern. A massive shark, over 6 meters long, was circling the ship. Its gray-black dorsal fin sliced through the surface like a blade, its huge body flickering in and out of view. Every so often it would break the surface. Those cold eyes locked onto us as if sizing up its prey. Bloodthirsty shark white elite. Status: drawn by the scent of blood. Description: an apex ocean predator with an extremely keen sense of smell and an obsession with blood. Its razor teeth can crush wooden planks, a nightmare for anyone surviving at sea. Seeing the description, the three of us actually relaxed. I chuckled. It's just a fish. Sure, it can crush wooden planks, but it can't crush our steel ship. Chen Yue, however, cut in. Since it's here, let's not let it get away. Shark meat doesn't taste great, but shark fin is a delicacy. Of course, if it's coming right to our doorstep, then don't blame us for not holding back. I immediately drew my Windcleaver sword. Get ready to fight. Chen Yue knocked an arrow, and Lin Wanqing wove hand seals to gather flames. A sudden sea battle had just begun, but I quickly realized an awkward problem. Standing on the ship, I couldn't reach the shark in the water at all. The fight would have to rely on the two women's ranged attacks. This one's on you too. I reluctantly stepped aside. Lin Wanqing struck first, a fireball screaming toward the dorsal fin. But the instant it touched the water, it fizzled out with a hiss, only kicking up a splash. It's no good. The fireball goes out the second it hits water, she said anxiously. Chen Yue fired 3 arrows in quick succession. The arrows hit the water, their speed plummeting, barely lodging in the shark's hide, like a mere tickle. The limited damage only enraged this lord of the ocean. It suddenly accelerated, slamming its massive body into the hull. Boom. The 30-meter steel vessel merely swayed. But this shark was single-minded, refusing to let go, with an air of fighting to the death. I quickly rummaged through my backpack and pulled out several bone spears looted from the cannibal tribe. The tips, ground from beast fangs, gleamed with a cold light. Let's try this. I grabbed one, waited for the instant the shark surfaced, and hurled it with all my strength. The bone spear split the air and struck the shark's back dead on. It only sank in a shallow layer before that thick hide flicked it away. Its defense is insane, I frowned. The shark grew even more frenzied, ramming us one blow after another. Grinding it down like this wasn't going to work. I stared at my backpack, and suddenly an idea flashed in my mind. I tied one end of a hemp rope to the ship and the other to a spear. Then I took an iron ingot and used the wind cleaver sword to carve out a barbed arrowhead, binding it to the spear tip. In just a few minutes, a makeshift harpoon took shape. I gripped it tight and waited. The instant the shark sped forward again, I moved. Channeling all my body's strength into my arm, the harpoon whistled out. Bullseye. The barb sank precisely into the flesh beside the dorsal fin. The searing pain made it twist violently, bolting into the distance. The rope snapped taut instantly, letting out a teeth-grating creak, as if it might break at any moment. The more it struggled, the more its body was forced up out of the water. Now's our chance. Lin Wanqing and Chun Yue's eyes lit up at the same time. Arrows and spells rained down like a storm. I tied a long sword onto another bone spear and hurled it deep into its body. Every time it moved, the wounds tore even deeper. Its struggles gradually weakened, until at last it went still, floating on the blood-stained surface of the sea. Congratulations on slaying the bloodthirsty shark, White Elite. Reputation +2. Is it over? Lin Wanqing panted, sweat beading at her temples. The continuous spell casting had taken quite a toll. Chun Yue lowered her bow, her cheeks flushed. Red, yes. We took it down. I worked the fishing net to haul the carcass onto the aft deck. That massive body took up nearly half the stern. Yue, it's all yours. Save the fins. Break down the shark meat for the market. Cook up something edible so we can taste it. We've got plenty of spices. We could make a shoe insole smell delicious. You got it, Fan. Chun Yue's eyes lit up as she pulled out her green dagger, sliced off the fins, then broke down the rest. Obtained shark meat x 2500. Not a bad haul. I stepped into the wheelhouse. The engine roared, and the steel ship slowly picked up speed. The smell of blood would draw more trouble. We needed to move fast. This fight had exposed our weaknesses too. The hand-carved harpoon barely got the job done, but against tougher hides and bigger monsters, it wouldn't cut it. And that creaking sound from the hemp rope, it still gave me chills. One snap, and we'd lose everything. Time to upgrade our gear. I'd carve the metal-barbed spearheads myself and send Wanqing to the trading market to hunt down some heavy-duty cable. Meanwhile, Wanqing posted the shark meat for sale, deliberately pairing it with combat screenshots and announcing in the channel. Fresh, bloodthirsty shark meat from today's hunt. The channel instantly exploded. Holy crap! Lin Wanqing's crew is selling shark meat. White Elite grade. The screenshots are real. They actually killed a shark. How many days has it even been? It's your boy Fan team must be hacking. I'm still paddling a tiny wooden boat, and they're already selling elite monster meat. Please let me tag along. Is Fan's team recruiting? I'll do anything. Our reputation hit a new high in that moment. Sure enough, that familiar ID popped up again, with its usual self-righteous, guilt-tripping tone. Angel of Justice. At It's Your Boy Fan, you have the power to hunt monsters like this. Why not do more to help your fellow survivors who are struggling to stay alive? All you care about is hoarding resources. So selfish. Also, the Savior Vanguard Guild is recruiting people of ambition. Let's build a home together. This time, hardly anyone responded. The gap in power was already like a vast chasm. While most people were still struggling on rafts, we were sailing a steel warship and hunting the apex predator of the ocean. That kind of disparity woke a lot of people up. Some folks simply weren't in the same world anymore. The channel went quiet for a moment. No one wanted to offend us, just to please the Angel of Justice. Then someone spoke up first. Angel of Justice, if you're so great, why don't you do it yourself? If you don't have the skills, quit guilt-tripping everyone. Once the floodgates opened, the doubts poured in. Yeah, if you're so tough, let's see you kill a shark. Everybody, keep your eyes open. Don't join Savior Vanguard. A friend of mine joined, and they made him hand over all his resources. They call it pooling for the greater good, but really it just lines the pockets of a few managers. The major guilds seized the moment to recruit. Ocean Overlord. Strength rules all. Share resources. Aim higher. I'm your brother fan. Merchant Alliance. Focused on goods trading. Building the wealthiest settlement out there. Angel of Justice fumed. You're all slandering me. I'm trying to save more lives. Nobody paid him any attention. Lin Wanqing watched the messages flood the screen, the corner of her mouth curving up. The results were even better than she'd expected. She understood people too well. When everyone's on equal footing, they envy and scheme against each other. But once the gap becomes an unbridgeable chasm, they don't even have the courage to envy. All that's left is awe. When you're powerful enough, people defend you on their own. This was exactly the outcome she wanted. Before closing the channel, she glanced at the online count, 94,685. Another 1,000+ people had gone offline today. She stole a glance at me from a distance, thinking, thank God I have you. Then she opened the trading hall. Today's market was a world apart from yesterday's. Would remain the hard currency. Countless people were stuck at the threshold of upgrading their rafts to wooden ships. Demand was enormous. New shifts were quietly emerging. Food and fresh water were starting to climb in price. Once the newbie protection period ended, securing a stable food source became the new challenge. 100 grams of compressed biscuits for 1 wood, 1,000 milliliters of fresh water listed at 2 wood, and still getting snatched up. Some bids even hit 4 or 5 iron ingots. Wanqing's heart stirred. We have 5,000 liters of spring water. Healing items had the most outrageous prices, skyrocketing several times over. Bandages, 10 wood. Healing potions, don't bother if you're offering less than 50 wood. Clearly, today's exploration had left a lot of people bleeding. They didn't have my foresight. Every expedition was a gamble with their lives. More importantly, bulk trades had appeared. On the notice board, several eye-catching listings stood out. 150 iron ingots for 100 wood. Package deal only, no small offers. 80 empty black iron chests. Bulk sale DM me. Concentrate resources to trade for what's urgently needed. Looks like a loss, but you come out ahead on volume. Wanqing analyzed, but she was in no rush to take any orders. Her plan was to use fresh water to buy up massive quantities of iron and copper ingots. The opportunity was quickly sniffed out by the sharp ones. Someone called Trade King was advertising professional resource consolidation. Top prices for small lots, wholesale on bulk. Spread Hunter was even more direct. Let me help you trade the least resources for the most goods. Just a 5% brokerage fee. Wanqing watched, the corner of her mouth lifting. Not everyone survives by the blade. This kind of trading, isn't it just another way to live? Just then, the discordant voice piped up again. Angel of Justice. At Trade King at Spread Hunter, you're profiting off disaster, hoarding, and price gouging. Doesn't your conscience bother you? Trade King fired back immediately. I do business with clear, marked prices. That's a lot better than certain people waving a savior's banner. Hashtag resource scammer. The channel instantly split into 2 camps. The supporters. What's wrong with using your brains to make a living? Does everyone have to fight and kill? The opposition. Trying to make money at a time like this. That's just heartless. Merchants are bloodsuckers. The argument escalated. Wanqing was puzzled. This angel of justice. She seemed ready to attack anyone. She didn't jump in, just called Yue and me over to watch the show. Right in the thick of it, an unexpected player spoke up. Box fishing expert. Everyone's got their own way to survive. Is that wrong? Why should I have to explore and get myself killed? I nearly died on the island my first day, so now I just fish for boxes off the water's surface. Less loot, but safe. That struck a chord. Same here. Fished up 4 wooden crates today, bread and lumber, enough to live on for a day. Exploring is terrifying. I knew 5 people who went in, only 3 came back. Staying alive is what matters, not how you do it. The tone shifted from arguing over right and wrong to sharing survival strategies. I specialize in blueprints. Later I'll craft tools to trade for resources. I fish by the boat, almost enough to upgrade to a sailboat. I'm a carpenter. Selling woodwork got me a sailboat early. Can't compare to Brother Fan, but I'm better off than most. I'm good looking. A few sailboat big shots want to sponsor me. Should I say yes? Really, everyone just wanted to survive. What's wrong with that? Wanqing laughed out loud. These people really do have their own tricks. As we watched, Chen Yue walked over carrying a large platter, and the aroma of grilled meat filled the cockpit. Try this, steak marinated with rosemary and black pepper. The golden brown cuts were still sizzling. I took a bite, crispy outside, tender inside, and nodded satisfied. Incredible. A true descendant of imperial chefs. Though, come to think of it, did imperial chefs grill steaks? Then I turned to Wanqing. Since we've got a bulk channel now, stop selling in small batches. Wanqing nibbled her beef, eyes never leaving the trading interface. Brother Fan, small batches are a hassle, but the unit price is higher. Lumber retails at 1.5 to 2 iron ingots. Bulk only goes for 1.3 to 1.5. Water can hit 4 or 5 ingots retail, but bulk is only 3.5 to 4. I took another bite and answered while chewing. Not worth it. We're short-handed. Rather than burning time on small batches, we consolidate and move product fast to recover capital quickly. Wanqing thought it over. Fair enough. So how much do we sell? 4,500 liters of water, 4,000 lumber, 2,400 pounds of shark meat, 85 pounds of jerky, all of it. We've got too much spice, so if anyone wants some, put a bit up too. What? Chen Yue's second steak frozen midair. 4,500 liters of water? That's almost our entire reserve. I pulled out the desalinator blueprint. Got this a while ago, just didn't build it because the output's low. Worst case, we build one, enough for daily use. Besides, we've still got over 500 liters left. Tomorrow we'll find a water source island and top off. Fresh water's scarce early on, but it's basically worthless later. Wanqing instantly caught my drift, doing the math fast. At current market prices, if we dumped this whole batch, it'd be enough to upgrade the ship to medium class. Smart. I nodded. We're at tier 5 tools right now. Tomorrow we hit the leaderboard. If we want to hold the top spot for 4 days straight, the ship has to be upgraded. I added. And empty treasure chests are a resource in themselves. They double as water storage. Bring back more of them. Wanqing understood. Chen Yue winced at parting with the supplies, but backed the plan anyway, handing me 2 steaks. Eat first. They're no good cold. Wanqing worked while she ate, posting to the bulletin board. Bulk trade, selling 500 L spring water, for 1,000 lumber, 2,400 pounds shark meat, 85 pounds jerky. Buying, iron ingots, copper ingots, and rare items. Minimum 1,000 units. The post detonated across the trading zone like a depth charge. Holy crap. Lin Wanqing, the big boss, dropping this much at once. 4,500 liters of water. That's on par with a major guild stockpile. 2,400 pounds of shark meat. That shark was no joke. I thought I was developing fast. Turns out I'm not even a rounding error compared to these people. Familiar faces started popping up one after another. Trade King. At Lin Wanqing, can we talk privately? I can't take it all, but I want more than one thing. Margin Hunter. At Lin Wanqing, I'll pay top wholesale price. Give me priority. Commerce Alliance. My alliance is loaded with resources. We can absorb the entire supply. Every one of these merchants was a shrewd operator, all boasting about their deep pockets. Yet not a single one made the first offer. Justice Angel jumped out again. At fan_your_bro, at Lin Wanqing hoarding all these resources. Why not give them free to your fellow players? You just have to profiteer. What are you really after? This time, before Wanqing could respond, the big players erupted first. Trade King, Margin Hunter, Commerce Alliance. Which of them didn't have a guild backing them? Justice Angel, shut it. They earned those supplies with skill. It's their right to do whatever they want with them. If you're so tough, go gather this much and hand it out for free yourself. Selling at a marked price beats your fake do-gooder act any day. One big shot even said it flat out. Justice Angel, go play somewhere else. This kind of trade isn't something you get to weigh in on. Lin Wanqing glanced at the comments flooding in and refreshing madly across the trade hall, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. She posted a follow-up notice. In 30 minutes, resources will be auctioned in batches at the trade hall. Each lot is 1,000 units. Highest bidder wins. 2-minute time limit per lot. Iron and copper ingots priced the same. The regional channel exploded instantly. An auction? Now this is how the big players do it, making us cannibalize each other? But fair. The half-hour gap was intentional on her part, giving the stronger guilds time to consolidate their resources and letting the sky darken so players would start logging off, freeing them to focus entirely on trading. I wasn't sitting idle either. Wanqing used this half hour to scout me 2 new members from the channel. Yue and I will fish and haul in some treasure chests. I hoisted the net over my shoulder as I spoke. Chen Yue immediately darted into the cockpit. Got it, adjusting course. Lin Wanqing frowned. Fanji, you've only got 19,004 reputation. That's just enough for 1 loyalty scroll. I smiled. Relax. There's a newbie perk. I just tried 1 cast, dragged it for under half an hour, and pulled in over 600 little junk fish. The system forces a reputation point for each one. I'm at 19,625 now. I watched the system notifications keep refreshing. Caught a small yellow croaker. Reputation +1. Caught a baby squid. Reputation +1. This 1 cast pushed my reputation past 20,000, landing at 20,255. Enough for 2 loyalty scrolls. Those 5 or 600 little fish and shrimp looked like a lot, but really only added up to a few dozen pounds. I dumped it all on Yue to deal with. Whatever couldn't survive would get cooked or thrown up on the trading post. Lin Wanqing had made a discovery on her end. She ruled them out one by one. The 2 clever ones weren't reliable. The ones already living comfortably had no reason to join us, and the timid ones with no skills were useless. Just as she was about to give up, a plea for help caught her eye. The ID was Gao Jing, with a profile picture of a level 3 sailboat. Decent capability there. Anyone have healing items? We'll reward generously. My boyfriend got hurt while exploring. Please, I'm begging you. She'd posted the same message many times, and nobody had responded. Someone replied, go find the Angel of Justice. Didn't you 2 join his guild? Gao Jing already tried. He said he had to prioritize members who needed it more, told us to hang in there a little longer. Now Lin Wanqing was interested. She messaged her privately. What happened to your boyfriend? Wanqing, you legend. Sob. He got clawed by a bear, lost too much blood, and now he's running a high fever. We don't have any medicine. Your survival tools are at level 3, right? You shouldn't be this short on basic supplies. He built the boat with his own skills. But we joined the Angel of Justice's guild and got scammed. They said pooling our strength to help each other made us donate all our supplies to save the ones who were struggling first. Now we don't even have enough wood to trade for a bottle of disinfectant. I happened to be reeling in the net right then. Chen Yue's voice rang out. This haul is insane. Roll with Fanji and you'll eat 9 meals a day. Lin Wanqing reported back to me. Fanji, I found 2 good ones, a guy and a girl. The guy's Li Chang'e, a retired Special Forces soldier who worked for an ocean shipping company. #translation. Master of both seafaring and combat. The woman, Gao Jing, is his childhood sweetheart. They ran into each other by chance in the game, used a teleport scroll to reunite yesterday, and now they're stuck in a bad spot. I let out a cold snort. Angel of Justice? What a hypocrite. The more someone lacks something, the more they parade it around. After a pause, I said, contact them. I'll help, but only if they accept the loyalty scroll and join us. We're here to survive. I don't want any trouble after they come aboard. Chen Yue suddenly smiled. Honestly, we should thank the Angel of Justice. If they weren't backed into a corner, people like this wouldn't accept a loyalty scroll. True enough. Only when someone hits rock bottom will they hand over their life. Gao Jing replied quickly. Sis Wanqing, I agree. But I need to ask my boyfriend first. On a distant sailboat, a man with a deathly pale face lay on the deck. Gao Jing knelt beside him, shaking his arm, tears streaming down her face. Chang'e, we're saved. It's the legend, Lin Wanqing. The man opened his eyes weakly. Someone that powerful, why would they help us? A few minutes later, a feeble male voice came through. I'm Li Chang'e. You saved my life. I should follow you through life and death. This is no condition at all. But Jingjing doesn't have to. She can. No, Gao Jing cut in. Wherever you are, that's where I'll be. Good, Lin Wanqing said. I'm using the loyalty scroll on you now. Once you accept, you'll be teleported immediately. A prompt popped up on both their screens at once. Player, I'm your bro fan. Request to use loyalty scroll special on you. Accept. They exchanged a glance. Then, without hesitation, accepted. A flash of white light, and the two appeared on my steel ship. Shin Yue had medicine ready and quickly stepped forward with healing salve, disinfectant, and bandages. Lin Wanqing steadied the dazed Gao Jing and said softly, "It's okay now. You're safe here." Li Chang'e was weak, but couldn't hide his firm resolve. As for Gao Jing, anyone willing to face death alongside their partner in a hopeless situation had character enough. I nodded. "Welcome aboard. From today on, you're one of us." But the two glanced around uneasily. My ship was simply enormous. Li Chang'e had made his living on the sea and had seen his share of big ships. But to have a vessel like this in just a few days? He wouldn't have dared dream it. The regional channel suddenly blew up. The Angel of Justice discovered the two had fled and flew into a rage. At Li Chang'e at Gao Jing, "You ungrateful trash. The guild was going to invest heavily in you, heal you, and you turned around and ran off to outsiders." Before I could say anything, Li Chang'e, who'd just taken the medicine and whose color was slowly returning, propped himself up and fired back on the channel. At Angel of Justice, ungrateful? I handed over all my resources, and after I got hurt, I didn't even get a single scroll of heal. They wouldn't even give me a blood bandage. That's what you call mutual aid. Gao Jing worked up her courage too. "Everyone, be careful. Angel of Justice's guild is a scam. He made us donate all our resources, said he'd help people who needed it more, but it all went straight into the pockets of a few admins." The channel completely blew up. Knew he was a hypocrite. Glad I didn't join. Where are all the people who defended him before? Step up and say something. Angel of Justice tried to weasel his way out. That's when I stepped in, speaking in the channel for the first time in 2 days. At Angel of Justice, "I've got no interest in judging your character. But Li Chang'e and Gao Jing are my people now. You, watch yourself." I left it vague, but that hint of a threat shut him up instantly. He didn't dare make another sound. Li Chang'e looked at me gratefully. "Fan, thanks for stepping in. You're one of us. Of course I've got your back." I shifted gears. "Heard you worked for an ocean shipping company?" He straightened up. "Sailing, combat, ship maintenance. I know it all." "Good." Satisfaction flickered in my eyes. "Once you're healed, you'll be plenty useful." Half an hour passed. The second Lin Wanqing's auction notice went up. The entire 9,527 zone erupted. Batch auction. Highest bidder wins. 2-minute limit. Late bids void. For batches of timber, for batches of freshwater, 2 batches of shark meat, and only 1 batch of jerky. Batch 1. Timber, 1,000 units. Opening bid, 1,000 iron ingots. Ocean Overlord, 1,000. Survival First Alliance, 1,050. Avengers Legion, 1,100. The price shot up. The major guilds had staggering reserves and didn't hold back. At 1,300, an unfamiliar ID cut in. Dark Knight Guild, 1,500. The channel went wild, jumping 200 right out of the gate. Ruthless. The first batch finally fell to Dark Knight at 1,550. Looked like they genuinely needed timber for upgrades, not reselling. With a baseline set, batches 2 and 3 closed at 1,560 and 1,580. Batch 4. Timber, 1,000 units. The last one. The people who truly needed timber saw red. Ocean Overlord, 1,580. Dark Knight Guild, 1,600. Survival First Alliance, 1,650. The price rocketed past 1,800. Ocean Overlord, 1,900. Dark Knight Guild, 2,000. Dead silence in the channel. Dark Knight took it at 2,000, a record-shattering price. Insane. 2,000 for 1,000 timber. What the hell is Dark Knight, anyway? Next came the far more critical freshwater auction. Batch 1. Freshwater, 1,000 liters. Opening bid, 2,500. Freshwater was the survival line. The competition was even more. Got fiercer. When the price broke 3,500, someone unexpected jumped in. Savior Vanguard, 3,600. It was Angel of Justice. The channel erupted in boos. Aren't you supposed to be saving your fellow players? So much for the hypocrite. But his resources ran out in the end. The first 3 batches went to the 3 major guilds at 4,000, 3,900, and 4,050 respectively, almost as if they'd coordinated it, all hovering right around market price. The final batch of 1,500 liters hit the block, and the atmosphere turned white hot. Nightfall for 1,500. The price broke 5,000 and kept climbing. 5,500. When Nightfall called out 6,000, the whole channel held its breath. This was already the psychological ceiling. Just as everyone thought it was settled, an ID that had stayed silent the whole time made its move. Trade Alliance, 6,100. The low-key Trade Alliance had finally bared its fangs. Nightfall, 6,200. Trade Alliance, 6,300. The two mysterious guilds went head-to-head. In the end, Trade Alliance took it at 6,500, setting a new record. The bidding on shark meat was much more subdued. The two batches totaling 10,000 iron ingots went for less than expected. Qinyue frowned. Nobody's interested in shark meat. Lin Wanqing analyzed it. It's not that they're not interested. Shark meat is tough, has a weird taste, and burns through firewood when you cook it. When wood is scarce, it's just not worth it. But the 85 gene of dried meat, on the other hand, went surprisingly hot. 1,500, 2,000, 2,500. Trade Alliance eventually took it at 3,500. Ready-to-eat food, that's the real hard currency. I made a mental note. As for the spices, the response was ice cold. We can barely survive, and you want us to worry about flavor? Talk to me once I can actually eat my fill. Qinyue looked disappointed. People aren't at the point of chasing good taste yet. I gave a faint smile. No rush. Once they've got enough to eat, these spices will be worth more than gold. Needs come in layers. Survive first, savor later. That truth would prove itself, sooner or later. Night fell. The sea turned pitch black, lit only by the glow screens, the torches, and the faint shimmer of the moonlight grass. Gao Jing took the initiative to help Qinyue put dinner together. The sight of the two women bustling around the kitchen gave this steel warship a touch of warmth and life. Lin Wanqing closed out the day's ledger. Fanji, the hall's even bigger than we expected. She shared her glow screen with me. The guilds didn't pay entirely in iron ingots. They didn't have that much in stock either. Today's earnings, 30,000 iron ingots, 8,640 copper ingots. Combined with our old inventory, we now held 39,144 iron ingots and 11,656 copper ingots. I raised an eyebrow slightly. These guilds have deeper reserves than I thought. I underestimated them. Now, it's not a big deal for them, Lin Wanqing said. A guild has hundreds of people. If each one chips in 10 units of iron ingots, that's several thousand right there. Small amounts add up. Real power has always been held in the hands of the many. I pulled up the ship upgrade menu and checked the material list. The materials for the medium steam-powered steel ship were almost complete. Just two things left: one tungsten ingot, two battery packs. The new ship should come with a lighting system. With more people and a bigger ship, night sailing and daily life would need light. No point in hesitating. I opened the trading market right away. Tungsten ingots, none available. Battery packs, though, were in stock. One seller was asking for 5 units of water, practically giving it away. I snapped it up without a second thought. Another wanted 2 pounds of compressed biscuits. I didn't have any, so I messaged them directly. 3 grilled steaks for your battery pack. Deal. They replied instantly. Fanji. Seriously? Steaks. Deal, deal. Once the trade went through, they sent another message. Boss, hit me up whenever you've got good food. I open treasure chests all the time and pull parts and rare materials. I smiled. Could this be some lucky kid who specialized in cracking open treasure chests? Sure, pleasure doing business. Add Lin Wanqing as a friend. Send all the special stuff my way. Thanks, boss. No tungsten ingots in stock, so the ship couldn't be upgraded yet. I told Li Chang'e to keep an eye on the market. No rush. Nobody else had it either. I was the first to reach level 5 on survival tools. No matter how fast anyone else moved, they'd still be behind me. Night fell. 2 braziers blazed on the deck. A simple wooden table sat in the center, and a bowl of moonlight grass gave off a soft glow, adding a touch of magic to the evening feast. The air was filled with mouth-watering aromas. Qinyue and Gao Jing had teamed up to put together a seafood banquet: steamed fish, pan-fried shrimp, creamy roast beef, and wild boar soup. The shark fin didn't make it to the table. Chen Yue said good dishes were worth the wait. That one couldn't be rushed. I raised my glass. Inside was apple juice Chen Yue had pressed by hand, an absolute luxury these days. Come on, a toast to our new members. 5 glasses clinked together. Li Chang'e took a sip, and his eyes lit up. This is the best drink I've had since I came to this world. Gao Jing looked at him tenderly. Chang'e couldn't drink alcohol because of his job, so he got hooked on all kinds of beverages. Now that he can have pure, natural fruit juice, he must be over the moon. Lin Wanqing picked up the biggest piece of steak and dropped it into my bowl. Chen Yue rolled her eyes. That whole spread was my cooking, after all. A few rounds in, everyone gradually began to open up. Gao Jing traced the rim of her glass. I used to be a kindergarten teacher, spending every day with the kids. The principal always said I'd spoiled her rotten. Li Chang'e chimed in, a note of pride in his voice. After I left the service, I joined a deep-sea shipping company. The scariest moment? We actually got into a firefight with pirates. Everyone was stunned. Chen Yue asked curiously, real pirates? Like in the movies? Li Chang'e shook his head. Nothing like that. They were more brutal and a lot more terrifying. Lin Wanqing said, I started a tech company. It was actually supposed to go public next month. She shook her head with a bitter smile. But there's no point talking about that now. When it came to my turn, all I said was, the past isn't worth mentioning. What matters is the present and the future. Then the conversation shifted, and everyone started planning for tomorrow. Li Chang'e spoke first, ever the pragmatist. I think our top priority should be keeping the team safe. Our strength has already caught the attention of other guilds. Sooner or later we'll cross paths with them, so we need to guard against attacks. I nodded. Agreed. We also need to build a network, or just start our own small guild. But that's for later. Tomorrow, I'm planning to go on the offensive and hand out some perks. Everyone turned to look at me. Perks? Chen Yue blinked. You mean distributing supplies? I smiled. Supplies don't just fall from the sky. I'm planning to find an island with an abundant water source, collect a huge amount of fresh water, and then sell it at the trading post. Lin Wanqing, with the sharpest business instincts of the group, caught on immediately. Fan, you want to control the pricing power over fresh water? My eyes narrowed. Exactly. Demand for water at the trading post is enormous. We supply it in bulk, slightly below market price. On the surface, we're helping countless people and winning allies. But in reality, moving that much water will build us an astonishing stockpile of supplies. Chen Yue clapped her hands excitedly. Brilliant. From now on, we'd have a monopoly on fresh water in this district. Even at 1 liter for 1 unit of supplies, with over 90,000 people, we'd be rich. But Li Chang'e frowned. Exploring islands is too dangerous, though. There are so many unknown ones out there, and not every island has enough water. What if we can't find any? I gave a mysterious smile. Then we take our chances. What if we luck out tomorrow? Lin Wanqing and Chen Yue exchanged a knowing smile. Lin Wanqing added, in that case, we'll need a lot of containers. Our empty black iron chests are nowhere near enough. Let's all head to the trading post later and buy them up in bulk. Everyone agreed. Good, it's settled then. Empty black iron chests. The more, the better. The gathering broke up, and everyone headed back to their rooms. With the new members joining, the rooms had to be reassigned. We had plenty of household supplies in stock, so we set aside a full set for Li Chang'e and the others. I went to Lin Wanqing's room and packed all her household items into my backpack, because I figured she wouldn't be needing a room of her own anymore. She followed me the whole way. Behind me, she offered no objection, just kept her pretty face flushed the whole time. I woke up at the first hint of dawn. I stretched my limbs, got dressed, and stepped onto the deck feeling refreshed. The sea breeze was a bit stronger than yesterday, and the waves slapped rhythmically against the hull. Li Chang'e was already there. Up this early, I was a little surprised. He was busy familiarizing himself with the ship. He turned and grinned. Habit from my army days. Once the sun's up, I can't sleep anymore. We stood side by side at the bow, watching the sky gradually brighten. The salty, damp sea breeze hit our faces. Before the leaderboard refreshes, want to try some fishing? We can scoop up a few treasure chests while we're at it. Good idea. Perfect chance to test out Fan's green fishing net. I used to have a net too. White one, could barely catch anything with it. The two of us got the net ready, started up the ship, and let it slide into the water, slowly sinking down. We cruised the sea for about 2 hours, then hauled the net in. The catch wasn't great. Just some ordinary sea fish, and not many at that. The system notifications came in fits and starts, adding up to just over 300 reputation. 10,000 points felt impossibly far away. I was a little disappointed. Scraping together 10,000 reputation to trade for a loyalty scroll was going to be a long road. Li Chang'e stayed optimistic. Every little bit counts. At least we've got a bigger food supply now. I'd asked yesterday. Reputation was tied to the ship. When my ship fished, only I earned reputation. Anyone riding along got nothing. Just then, a system announcement popped up. System announcement. 1. The leaderboard system is now officially live. Current rankings will be announced shortly. 2. Today's top 3 treasure chests have been distributed. Please check your inventory. 3. Preview. Tomorrow, the top 3 will continue to receive gold, silver, and bronze treasure chest rewards. Keep up the good work, everyone. Li Chang'e and the 3 women gathered on the deck too. A new leaderboard icon had appeared on the screen. I tapped it open. Even though everyone had seen it coming, they still couldn't help but gasp. Zone 95, 27 player development leaderboard. First place, your bro fan. Level 5 small steam iron ship. Reward, 1 gold treasure chest. Second place, Shadow, level 5 small steam iron ship. 1 silver treasure chest. Third place, Ocean Overlord, level 5 small steam iron ship. 1 bronze treasure chest. Fourth place, Trade Alliance Leader, level 5. Fifth place, Angel of Justice, level 5. I raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Li Chang'e looked grim. We're not the only level 5. These guilds really aren't to be underestimated. The zone channel had already exploded. Oh my god, 5 level 5s. Big Bro Fan really is number 1. Who's Shadow? Never heard of them. Angel of Justice is level 5 too? Where'd they get all those resources? Angel of Justice jumped in. At your fan, but you didn't see that coming? We can build tier 5 ships too. That's the power of unity. Shadow, rarely one to speak, chimed in, golden treasure chest. Not bad. Ocean Overlord threw down a challenge outright. The top spot's changing hands next time, guaranteed. Trade Alliance Leader, golden treasure chest? Why shouldn't I fight for a shot at it? I looked at the screen full of taunts, gave a faint smile, and casually closed the display. Chen Yue, however, looked worried. They're developing way too fast. I always figured tier 3 or 4 at most. Never expected so many tier 5s to pop up overnight. Lin Wanqing frowned too. Looks like we underestimated them. Skill. I chuckled, pointing at the other tier 5s on the leaderboard. The big guilds pool every resource from their entire guild and just brute force it. Is it any surprise a few tier 5 ships come out of that? Everyone had a moment of realization. Gao Jing said quietly. So it's all thanks to sheer numbers. Makes sense, though, with hundreds or thousands of people, their resources definitely dwarf ours. Li Chang'e's expression grew even graver. But if that's the case, we probably won't hold on to first place tomorrow. They'll do everything they can to keep upgrading. I nodded, pulled up the upgrade interface, and shared it with the group. Upgrading to a tier 6 ship requires diesel engine technology. The blueprints are extremely rare, and you need more than one. The real kicker is you need diesel fuel. They can't scrape enough together. But given their strength, upgrading to a mid-sized ship is very possible. The group tensed. Chen Yue said anxiously. So what do we do? Should we upgrade to a mid-tier ship too? Of course we should. Let's open the chests first. Hopefully we get lucky today. I took out the few black iron chests left from yesterday, just to warm up. Then I went and washed my hands and splashed some water on my face. Whether or not tungsten ingots came out, it all came down to this. It was a little ritual of mine when opening chests. The first one, 5 lumber, 5 iron ingots, 10 hemp rope, 5 glass. The second, 10 stone, 5 glass, 1 machete. 4 in a row, all ordinary supplies. The best was 5 bottles of healing salve, barely useful. Rough luck today, huh? Chen Yue pouted. Lin Wanqing stayed calm. That's chests for you. Hit or miss. Just as everyone figured there'd be no more surprises, I took out that golden treasure chest with its swirling light. The moment it appeared, the entire deck lit up. The intricate golden carvings gleamed in the morning light. Oh my god, it's gorgeous. Gao Jing stared, wide-eyed. Chen Yue was dazzled too. It looks like a work of art. She leaned in closer. Fan, once you open it, can I have the empty chest? Gao Jing's face clearly read, I want it too. I glanced at the two of them. Women's minds really do work differently. Fine. I took a deep breath, steadied myself, said a silent prayer, and lifted the lid. A dazzling beam of light. A pillar of golden light shot up into the sky, streaked with a noble purple beam and a deep, ghostly blue one. Full-on special effects. The three-colored light bathed the entire deck. Everyone was too stunned to speak. Congratulations. You've obtained Deep-Sea Trawling Net, Yellow, X1. Congratulations. You've obtained Eye of the Storm, Purple, X1. Congratulations. You've obtained Heart of the Ocean, Blue, X1. Congratulations. You've obtained Free Attribute Points, X10. Congratulations. You've obtained Energy Stones, X10. As the light faded, everyone rushed to check their loot. I picked up the shimmering golden net first. The rope was woven from some material I couldn't identify, light in the hand, yet incredibly tough. The mesh was bigger than my fist, with a faint glow rippling through it. Deep-Sea Trawling Net, Yellow quality. Effect, harvests marine life. 3 uses per day. Rare fish catch rate plus 30%. The net of heaven is vast, its mesh is wide, yet nothing escapes it. Not even a single gram of living flesh can slip through. Note, the ultimate dream of the deep-sea hunter. The entire ocean is your fishing ground. Li Chang'e was rarely this excited. This is incredible. Our food supply is secured. My thoughts ran differently. Our reputation supply was secured. If it could catch anything down to a single gram of living matter, wasn't this basically a fish-wiping net? Every little fish and shrimp in the sea was reputation. As for whether it wiped out the whole ecosystem, well, that wasn't my problem. Lin Wanqing picked up the purple crystal orb. Inside, a miniature storm seemed to be sealed away. Eye of the Storm, Purple quality. Effect, predicts weather for the next 24 hours and gives advance warning of storms. Provides a protective barrier for the vessel during storms. Note, see through the will of the heavens, ride the wind. My eyes flashed. Now this is a real treasure. With this, we never have to fear a sudden storm again. Li Chang'e said, purple doesn't do it justice. This should be yellow tier at least. Chen Yue was drawn to the blue gemstone, a deep, profound blue, with ocean waves seeming to drift slowly within. Heart of the Ocean, Blue quality. Effect, place in a water storage container to automatically purify the surrounding seawater, producing up to 100 liters of premium fresh water daily. Long-term consumption improves physical fitness and slowly restores mental energy. Note, a gift of the ocean, a source of life. Chen Yue was delighted. This is so useful. We'll never worry about fresh water again. The last 2 items weren't bad either. The free attribute points weren't unlocked yet, but they definitely come in handy later. The energy stones were even better. Everything from this crate was quality loot. My luck was really on fire today. While everyone was still basking in the excitement, Lin Wanqing suddenly let out a soft, puzzled sound and looked up at me. Fan, a player called Treasure Chest Master just contacted me. He says you two have a deal, that you'll buy any special items he opens. My eyes lit up. That's right. He's the one from yesterday who sold that foodie in my battery unit. He said opening treasure chests always yields unexpected stuff, so I told him I'd take all the special items. Lin Wanqing wore a strange expression. But this time, today he opened a black iron chest and pulled out some broken statue. The system even says it has no function whatsoever. Can a game even have items with no function? She shared her light screen with everyone. Broken statue, white quality. Effect, a non-functional fragment with no use. Note, abandoned for who knows how long. Merely a trivial collectible. Chen Yue burst out laughing. A statue? A broken one? He pulls this out of a black iron chest. Is he messing with you? Gao Jing looked puzzled. Something with no function. What would you even want it for? It just takes up space. But I was intrigued. Ask him the price. And whether he's got any other special items. Lin Wanqing worked at it for a moment, then looked surprised. The statue's only one grilled steak, but what? He says the day before yesterday, he also pulled out a broken sword fragment. He's asking a lot for it. 10 units of lumber. Li Chang'e frowned. 10 lumber? That's ridiculous. What good is a broken sword fragment? But I asked, anything else? He's got some ordinary items today, too. 5 refined steel, 2 tungsten ingots. Something clicked in my mind. This guy really was my lucky star. First the gold chest, and now the tungsten ingots I desperately needed, delivered right to my door. Take all of it. And tell him, from now on, every special item he pulls, we'll buy them all. We can work out the prices. The trade closed quickly. When that broken statue appeared on the deck, everyone crowded around. The statue stood about a meter tall. It seemed to depict a sailor, though the face was too worn to make out. Ordinary gray stone, covered in cracks. Nothing remarkable about it at all. Chen Yue couldn't help herself. This is really worth a grilled steak? I seasoned that thing with care. Li Chang'e picked up the blackened sword fragment, palm-sized, pitch black all over, with sharp edges and covered in rust. Broken sword fragment white quality. Effect, no practical function. A shattered piece of a sword blade. The edge is sharp, but cannot be used in combat. Note, rusted over. No use for now. He was about to make some snarky comment when he noticed I hadn't so much as glanced at either item. Instead, I'd pulled out a massive amount of materials. Everyone knowingly stepped aside. They could tell something big was about to happen. I opened my light screen and tapped through personal, survival tools. My fingertip came down and pressed the upgrade button. Without hesitation, I hit confirm. Upgrade to medium steam-powered iron ship. All materials met. In an instant, a blue light wrapped around the entire ship. The deck shuddered beneath us, and we all lifted off the ground. Before our eyes, the sight was breathtaking. The hull was swelling and transforming before our very eyes. Steel groaned with a low rumble as the deck extended, the cabins reconfigured, and the mast shot upward. 5 minutes later, the blue light faded, revealing a steel behemoth before us. Oh my God! Chen Yue covered her mouth. The new ship measured 180 meters long and 33 meters wide, several times larger than the original 30-meter vessel. Its streamlined hull gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and 4 tiers of cabins were arranged in a staggered pattern. At the stern sat a broad deck platform, with a passageway on one side leading directly into a massive hold, purpose-built for fishing. Li Chang'e, the expert, made a quick estimate. Displacement of at least 30,000 tons. Over 200 rooms. Gao Jing ran to the edge of the ship and gazed out over the sprawling deck. This is practically a floating city. I ran my hand along the cold railing, feeling its solidity. The old boat had always swayed on the water, but this beast sat almost as steady as dry land. We now had a mobile base at sea, but reality quickly threw cold water on the moment. I turned to Li Chang'e. At this ship's scale, burning wood, how much do we need per hour? He thought for a moment. Each unit of wood is about 100 pounds. Under normal sailing, we'll burn around 5 tons an hour, roughly 70 to 100 units. Everyone froze. That much, Chen Yue exclaimed. That's like burning money. Gao Jing frowned. If we sail this thing out to grab treasure chests, we'll be operating at a loss. Lin Wanqing calculated rapidly. At market rates, 100 units of wood is worth nearly 200 iron ingots. That's a real burden. Into the silence, I delivered another blow. The upgrade just wiped out our savings. Right now, we've only got 2,400 stone, 14,000 iron ingots, 1,600 copper ingots, and pretty much everything else is down to double digits. I looked around at everyone. So we need to move fast on the plan. We have to corner the freshwater market and trade water for supplies. I pulled up the upgrade menu. But first, let's take a look at the next stage. Upgrade to large steam-powered steel ship, 260,000 iron ingots, 50,000 copper ingots, plus tungsten ingots, nickel ingots, aluminum ingots, crystals, runes, energy stones, a long list of astronomical numbers. Li Chang'e sucked in a sharp breath. Even if all 90,000 people in the zone pooled their resources, they might not scrape it together. 260,000 iron ingots. Chen Yue pointed at the screen. How many chests would we have to open? I smiled. Look at it another way. If nobody else can gather that much, then tomorrow's golden treasure chest is as good as ours. The team's spirits lifted again. Lin Wanqing saw an even deeper angle. When we get back from exploring today, we'll use our freshwater to buy up iron ingots in bulk at the trading post. There's only so much iron to go around, and whoever grabs the most aggressively comes out ahead. That way, everyone else. The guild might not even scrape together enough resources to upgrade to a medium ship. The others' confidence surged, and they urged me to organize the exploration right away. I summoned the light screen and tapped Explore. 3 directions materialized. Left, minor fortune, clear spring oasis, excellent resources. Rewards, 10 wooden crates, 5 black iron crates, 3 bronze crates, 1 silver crate, abundant fresh water, various wild beasts. Survival rate, 75%. An oasis hidden among the islands, a sanctuary for resupply, and a paradise for beasts. Ahead, moderate fortune, sunken merchant ship, good resources, possibly rare trade goods. May encounter other players. Survival rate, 80%. Rear right, ominous reef labyrinth, moderate resources. May encounter dangerous marine life. Survival rate, 40%. Seeing these 3 prompts, my eyes lit up. Talk about getting exactly what I wanted. First the golden treasure chest, then a smooth level up, and now an oasis full of fresh water was being handed to me. And the prompt didn't include that line about may encounter other players. What's the most terrifying thing during exploration? People stabbing you in the back from the shadows. As for beasts in danger, where there's water, there's conflict, there are predators making their dens. That's just the natural order. Besides, our strength was already a world apart from before. I confirmed my choice. The fog once again enveloped the entire ship. When it cleared, we found ourselves among an unfamiliar cluster of islands. The island before us rose steeply, blanketed in dense jungle, with no trace of water anywhere in sight. But the observant Lin Wanqing noticed clear signs of water erosion on the ground between the trees on both sides. Recalling the exploration prompt, I pointed toward the distant mountain range. Look at the direction of the watermarks. The source should be deep in the valley, right between those peaks up ahead. To reach it, we'll have to climb over this steep cliff first. We picked a relatively gentle slope and began our ascent. I took the lead, drawing my wind cutter sword to clear the way. Wherever the blade's light passed, thorns and shrubs snapped clean, carving out a path through the dense forest by sheer force. Li Chang'e followed close behind, scanning warily in every direction. The 3 girls walked in the middle, quickly gathering the timber I felt. I swung my sword, cold light flashed, and a massive tree, so wide it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it, crashed to the ground and dissolved into several orbs of light. Obtained, timber times 15. Obtained, timber times 6. Gao Jing, seeing this for the first time, was so stunned she couldn't speak. This sword is way too powerful, isn't it? She watched as I casually cleaved a boulder blocking our path in 2 with a single stroke. A flicker of realization crossed Li Chang'e's eyes. He'd always wondered why I'd developed so quickly, and now he finally understood. A top-tier powerhouse should have this kind of strength. The journey wasn't smooth. When we'd climbed halfway up the mountain, a low growl erupted from within the dense forest. Careful! Li Chang'e was the first to sound the warning. A black bear. I burst out from the thicket, rearing up to a good 10 feet tall, claws gleaming cold in the sunlight. Black bear, white territory guardian. Let me handle this. Qin Yue cried out sharply, her arrow slicing through the air. Almost simultaneously, Lin Wanqing formed hand seals, and a fireball roared out. Li Chang'e drew his longbow to full and let an arrow fly. 2 arrows and a fireball struck the black bear at once. But its hide was too thick. The attacks only left minor wounds, and instead they just enraged it. Roar! The black bear bellowed and lunged at me. I activated Golden Shield, a faint golden glow enveloping my entire body. My footwork shifted, and I unleashed Gale's sword art in an instant, charging straight up to meet the bear. A streak of sword light flashed. No one caught how I made my move. The black bear had already crashed to the ground, a thin thread of blood seeping from its skull. Slain black bear. Reputation +1. Gao Jing stared, dumbstruck. She finally understood why Fan Ji had held the #1 spot on the leaderboard all along. With that kind of power, that kind of sword, who could stop him? I stowed the bear's carcass into my pack as if I'd done nothing more than some trivial little chore. Let's keep moving. We're halfway up the mountain. Over this slope. Hopefully that's where the water source is. The higher we climbed, the more we gathered. Wherever the sword light passed, trees and stones alike turned into resources. Wood plus 12. Stone plus 3. Wood plus 9. Soil plus 3. System notifications came one after another. But this virgin mountain forest was more dangerous than we'd imagined. The vegetation blocked our line of sight. No one knew what might spring out the next moment. Lichanga stopped in his tracks. This won't work. Visibility's terrible, and it's easy to get ambushed. He crouched and picked up a few pebbles, weighing them in his hand. Let's try this. He hurled the pebbles into the thicket ahead, and they rustled through the leaves. It worked. With a sudden clatter, startled birds and unidentified small creatures scattered in all directions. With that early warning, I felt more at ease leading the way. After all, I still couldn't keep the golden shield up indefinitely. We walked a bit farther, and two low growls came from the left. On the left, I sensed it first. 3 mountain wolves darted out from the thicket, baring their fangs as they pounced. Mountain wolf, white pack hunter, skilled at swarming. Careful, they'll coordinate. Lichanga warned even as he threw stones and fired his crossbow to disrupt the pack. We were pressed for time and had no room to drag this out. Chen Yue and Lin Wanqing reacted instantly, arrows and fireballs forcing 2 of the wolves to scatter and dodge. I seized the opening, unleashing Gale's sword art and cutting one down in an instant. The other 2 tried to flee, but Chen Yue and Lichanga each shot one in the foreleg, stalling their movement. Strike while they're down. I closed in, 2 quick slashes, and cut down another. When I turned back, the last one had already been felled by fireball and arrow. Slain mountain wolf. Reputation +1. Slain mountain wolf. Reputation +1. The crisis was over, smooth as silk. We pressed on upward. Lichanga kept up his habit of tossing stones ahead to scout the way, flushing out 2 more snakes in advance. They slithered into the underbrush and vanished. When it comes to snakes, assume they're venomous whether they are or not. You'll never go wrong. I shot him an approving glance. That trick works. You really know your stuff. Just some field techniques I picked up in the army. He smiled modestly. The higher we climbed, the more the humidity spiked, and faintly, I could hear running water. We're almost there. I hear water. Me too. Push on. Ever since the snakes appeared, Lin Wanqing stopped gathering supplies and instead kept blasting the tall, distant tree trunks with fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. It worked even better. Plenty of small beasts bolted into the open and fled, saving us a lot of trouble. But just as we neared the summit, the fireballs drew a response none of us expected. An ear-splitting roar exploded from the trees to our side. A yellow and black form padded slowly into view, its amber eyes locking coldly onto us, the intruders. Mountain howler tiger, white elite territorial overlord. Its roar strikes terror into its prey. This beast was a full size bigger than the black bear. The animals in this world were nothing like the ones back on Blue Star. It growled low, baring its fangs, and settled into an attack stance. Everyone, be careful, I warned. Tigers pounce fast. The second it moves, get behind a tree. Chen Yue drew her bow, but her hands trembled slightly. Facing the Lord of the Mountains, that instinctive fear was unavoidable. Lin Wanqing forced herself calm, a fireball gathering in her palm. Gao Jing's face went pale, and she took an involuntary half-step back. The instant the tiger coiled to spring, I moved. The golden shield flared to life around me, and I shot toward it like an arrow off the string. Lingfeng's sword carved a cold arc, aiming straight for its throat. The tiger reacted with lightning speed, leaping aside and swiping a claw at me with a whistle of cleaved air. Clang! The claw struck the golden shield, metal ringing against metal. I used the momentum to spin, unleashing the Gale sword art with everything I had, blade light falling like a downpour. Roar! The tiger yowled in pain, several bloody gashes opening across its body, but none of them hit anything vital. That a mere 2-legged beast dared to wound it drove its ferocity into overdrive, and it lunged again. It was the first time since I'd crossed into this world that an attack of mine had missed. This tiger's speed was truly extraordinary. At that exact moment, Lichanga seized the opening and loosed an arrow at the tiger's eye. The tiger flinched aside. The arrow missed, but it threw off the beast's line of sight. Now's our chance. Lin Wanqing's fireball was already there, and Chun Yue's arrow flew straight at the tiger's face. The chained assault forced it to dodge, and in that split second, that was all I needed. Ling Feng's sword came down. Its sharpness lived up to its name. Once struck head-on, no matter how fierce the tiger was, there was no taking it back. I split it clean in two with a single stroke. Howling mountain tiger slain. Reputation +2. Only then did everyone let out a breath. That was too close. Chun Yue lowered her bow, her palms slick with cold sweat. This fight made it clear. Our coordination still needs work. I looked up at the summit, now within reach. Keep moving. We're almost there. After that brutal fight, everyone grew more cautious. There were no more close calls. 10 minutes later, the terrain suddenly opened up. Cresting the final ridge, a massive barrier lake came into view. The water was crystal clear, shimmering under the sunlight. On the far shore, a great waterfall poured down from a mist-shrouded cliff, its roar echoing as spray filled the air. My God, Gao Jing gasped. Incredible. Lin Wanqing was awestruck too. Chun Yue ran to the water's edge, scooped up a handful, and tasted it. It's fresh water, and the quality's excellent. I nodded, satisfied. This is exactly what we came for. The source of the waterfall on the far shore was hidden in the clouds, clearly not something we could explore today. A mere 3 hours wouldn't come close to enough time. But this barrier lake alone was more than enough to meet our needs. Conservatively, there wasn't just tens of thousands of liters here, but tens of thousands of cubic meters of premium freshwater. Bring it all back, and we could corner the market in District 9527 for a whole year, no problem. Too bad we didn't have enough crates to hold it all. For those with power, the greatest temptation isn't a lack of resources. It's knowing exactly how much you can take. We reached a gently sloping stretch along the shore, but I felt the collection area still wasn't big enough. Gripping the Windrider's sword, I swung a few quick strokes. A flash of the blade's light, and the hard rock along the shore was sliced flat like tofu. In the blink of an eye, a spacious water collection platform took shape. I sheathed the sword and said flatly, "Right here." Everyone immediately pulled empty black iron treasure chests from their packs. For efficiency, I carved out 2 footholds along the shore for people to stand in. Chang'e and I will get in the water to collect. The rest of you relay from the shore. Li Chang'e nodded, and we exchanged a smile. Lin Wanqing and Gao Jing worked in perfect sync, passing us the empty chests one by one. Li Chang'e and I took them, submerged them, and once full, stored them in our packs, one chest every few seconds, smooth as an assembly line. Each collection gathered 27 liters, and the system prompts chimed one after another in my mind. Chun Yue stood with her longbow, scanning warily in every direction. She watched for beasts on the shore and kept an eye on the undercurrents beneath the lake's surface. Still collecting, I asked, "How many empty chests do we have now?" There was a note of pride in Lin Wanqing's eyes. "Don't worry, Fan. The 3 of us didn't slack off last night. With our stock, that's 2,563 total." She did the math quickly. At 27 liters per chest, we can hold 69,201 liters of water. But I frowned slightly. Nearly 70,000 liters. Sounds like a lot, but we're a district of 90,000 people. Gao Jing laughed. "Fan, you planning to corner the water supply for the whole district?" Everyone burst out laughing. Lin Wanqing offered her analysis. "Dump 70,000 liters on the market, and you'll probably saturate it right away. Most people only drink a liter or 2 a day, and plenty of them have desalinators." I thought about it. She had a point. Water's a consumable. As long as people don't have a steady source, there's money to be made. Today, the priority is buying up every last iron ingot so no one else can get their hands on any. I paused. As for lumber, that steamship burns through wood like there's no tomorrow, so prices won't drop anytime soon. Going forward, we keep our lumber for ourselves. Everyone nodded. We kept filling containers. 2,563 crates. Even at 3 or 4 seconds each, that was over 2 hours of work. The monotonous repetition started to test our endurance. Gao Jing was the first to give out. Her arms went sore and her pace slowed, so she swapped places with Chun Yue. Lin Wanqing had a bit more stamina, but after an hour she was panting too. The 3 women rotated like this. Li Chang'e drew water while quietly studying me. As a former Special Forces operator, His physical conditioning far exceeded the average person's. But even he started to struggle after bending over for more than an hour straight. What shocked him was that I was still moving smoothly, without a trace of fatigue. How is this possible? He thought, unsettled. Didn't Fan say he was just an ordinary office worker? What he didn't know was that those 2 low-grade physique potions had completely transformed my body. 2 hours later, the last crate was full, and everyone let out a long breath. Finally done, Gao Jing plopped down on the ground, rubbing her aching arms. Li Chang'e leaned against the shore, discreetly stretching out his stiff back. I was the only one still full of energy. I looked at the 69,201 liters of fresh water packed into my backpack and nodded, satisfied. There was still a good half-hour left before the exploration ended. I didn't want to waste it, so I whipped out my Gale Sword technique and went around chopping down trees. Wherever the blade flashed, one massive tree after another toppled and turned into resources. Obtained lumber X18. Obtained lumber X16. Just as I was hitting my stride, a familiar flash of white light swept over us. All 5 of us were teleported back onto the steel ship. Back on board, everyone immediately took inventory. Besides the 2,563 crates of fresh water, we had 1,525 lumber, 568 stone, 256 soil, 2 wooden chests, and 1 black iron chest. We pulled out all the fresh water and stacked it on the deck. It looked like a small mountain. The ship was rock steady, and the sea was calm, so there was no need to worry about spillage. Just to be safe, I set the purple Eye of the Storm on the control console in the wheelhouse, and the ship instantly grew even steadier. Qin Yue took out last night's. Steaks were ready, still steaming as if fresh off the stove. Fuel up first. We've still got a lot of work ahead, she said with a smile as she handed them out. After the extra meal, she had me bring out today's catch, a black bear, 3 mountain wolves, and a tiger. Tonight we're eating bear paw and tiger meat. Her eyes lit up. This is the kind of feast you couldn't even dream about back in the old world. Gao Jing asked curiously. Yue, are these actually good? I've never had them before. Qin Yue answered confidently. Definitely edible. In the recipes passed down from my ancestors, these were all top-tier ingredients, stuff only emperors got to eat. Wolf meat's supposed to taste bad, though, so let's deal with that first. Nobody else knew any better, so they left it all to her, though a few were curious to give it a try. The system flashed white. Obtained. Wolf meat X198. She kept 3 pieces and handed the rest to Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, list these on the trading post. Then she turned to start on the bear and tiger meat. I took out the heart of the ocean, which gave off a soft blue glow, and handed it to her. Use this to purify the highest quality fresh water. Taken over time, it's good for the body. Qin Yue's eyes sparkled as she happily took it. She couldn't keep this shiny treasure for herself, but just having the right to use it was more than enough to make her happy. Everyone kept busy with their own tasks. Gao Jing followed Lin Wanqing up on deck to run the trading post and sell water. The ship had a rest area, a conference room, and a dining hall, but they were all empty shells with no fixtures at all. Even the makeshift beds were nothing more than logs I'd split in half with my wind blade, thrown together to get by. Li Chang'e and I headed to the stern to test the yellow-quality, deep-sea large trawl net we'd unlocked today. I took out the orb of swirling yellow light, and it automatically unfolded into a complete set of fishing equipment, linking up with the hull. The surprising part, the winch no longer ran on manpower. It was hooked up to steam power with electronic controls. Li Chang'e was usually a man of few words, but this big ship seemed to bring out an unexpected warmth in him, and he talked more. Inspecting the automatic winch, he said admiringly, "This design is brilliant." "Of course," I said matter-of-factly. "It's yellow-quality gear. Upgrading this ship cost another 30 electronic components and 10 chips. It's bound to have some automation." We walked into the wheelhouse. It was no longer just a simple joystick and pressure gauge, but a control console integrated with modern technology. On the central screen, speed, heading, and fuel readings updated in real time. I adjusted the settings, satisfied. Li Chang'e went to the engine room, where the automation was just as impressive. Logs only had to be stored in the supply room, and a conveyor belt automatically shredded them and fed them into the combustion chamber. Even better, The fuel bay came with a water injection system for high-temperature conditions, breaking water down into hydrogen and oxygen and greatly boosting combustion efficiency. He spoke excitedly over the ship's intercom. Fan, this is a revolution in traditional steam power. It saves at least a third on fuel. Saving fuel is even better, I said. Load it up, fire it up, run the test. A moment later, he responded. Fan, preheating's done. Ready whenever you are. I started the ship and hit the fishing button. The trawl net at the stern slowly sank into the sea. On the screen, this yellow-grade trawl net unfolded completely. 3,000 meters long, a full 6 li. We were only cruising at normal speed, but the net dragged a streak of white foam behind the ship. Lichanga came into the wheelhouse too, staring at the screen. Lots of people in the channel have fishing nets, but they're all basic ones, can barely catch a handful of fish a day. That's why everyone's short on food. Our net's this big, though? Wonder how the haul will turn out. Of course it will, I laughed. This came out of a gold treasure chest. One of a kind in the entire server. 2 hours later, I pressed the retrieve button. The winch spun, and the net slowly rose. Fully automatic, no hands needed. The cod end was hauled onto the aft deck. The mesh was huge, yet not a single fish or shrimp slipped through, while seawater drained away freely. Yellow grade, truly extraordinary. Even more impressive, the moment the net opened, fish and shrimp tumbled onto the deck. A groove on one side opened automatically while the other side sprayed seawater, sweeping the catch straight into the rear hold. Smooth as flowing water, no manpower required. Data immediately popped up on the console. This catch, 162 gene. Main species, sardines, small yellow croaker, prawns, etc. I glanced at my reputation points, 2,352. Rising fast, probably because we were scooping up even the tiny fish and shrimp. At this rate, 5 nets would earn another 10,000 reputation, enough to recruit new members. And this was just the test. Lichanga stared at that, 162, and shook his head. Fan, this doesn't even cover the fuel. All that work for nothing, just some reputation points. He had a point. Preheating plus 2 hours of sailing had burned 200 units of timber. At market price, that was worth more than this little pile of fish. Half a day's effort for just 2,000 reputation. Looks like this new BC area is resource poor, I said. Lichanga frowned. Or maybe we just got too lucky today. What goes up must come down. Nobody stays lucky forever. I thought that made sense. Let's try one more net. If the haul's the same, we'll stop fishing for today. Just as I was about to lower the net, Lin Wanxing rushed into the wheelhouse. Fan, stop. We're almost out of timber. I froze. How is that possible? Didn't we have over 1,500 units? One question later, I learned it was a mix-up, the kind that leaves you not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that over at the trading post, Shi and Gao Jing had been swamped this whole time. Selling water was nowhere near as smooth as they'd expected. At first, they'd listed it by the crate. 1. A full crate holds 27 liters, market price around 81 iron ingots. She kindly knocked it down to 76. Not a bad start, but I quickly realized the problem. The vast majority of players couldn't cough up 76 iron ingots. Most could only afford a liter or two. The trade hall comments and channel chat blew up instantly. Boss Lin, can you sell them separately? I only need 2 liters. 27 liters at once. Where would we get that many ingots? Come on, cheaper please. I've only got 10 iron ingots. Of course, Lin Wanxing couldn't just turn everyone away. She had to break them into smaller portions. But repackaging required containers. Luckily, she'd scored a blueprint at the trade hall. Wooden bowl crafting blueprint, white quality. Function, each one unit of wood produces 100 bowls, 500 milliliters each. Permanent use. Crafting cannot be interrupted or the materials are wasted. These days everyone had bowls and chopsticks, so the blueprint was cheap. She grabbed it for just 20 units of wolf meat. Sounds like a steal. 1 unit of wood yields 100 bowls. But to repackage 70,000 liters of water, she'd need 140,000 bowls, which meant burning through 1,400 units of wood. Hearing this, it all clicked. I did the math fast. The added cost is huge, but we won't lose out. This is a deal worth over 100,000 iron ingots. Lin Wanxing kept pouring out her troubles. Brother Fan, the real headache's still coming. The system lets you list bowls in stacks of 999, but every single bowl has to be filled by hand. It's just me and Gao Jing. There's no way we can keep up. I got it now. She was here to ask for help. She needed manual labor. Right now, selling water was the top priority. I made the call on the spot. Stop fishing. Everyone, go help. Chen Yue set down her ingredients, and Li Chang'e hurried over from the engine room. Soon, a strange scene appeared on the deck. 5 people sitting in a circle like an assembly line. In front of me sat a pile of wood. I used the blueprint to craft bowls, then handed the empty ones out to the other 4. They lined up in a row, mechanically scooping water. Finally, Lin Wanqing listed the full bowls for sale at 3 iron ingots per liter. During the gaps, I reached out to the resource merchants of a few big guilds and moved product in bulk. But even so, a rough count showed we'd only sold a bit over 20,000 liters by now. Staring at the mountain of empty bowls, Chen Yue knit her brow. This won't work. We're way too short-handed. Lin Wanqing looked up and wiped her sweat. I've done the math. At this rate, we won't finish even by tomorrow. With just a few of us, monopolizing fresh water is basically impossible. It's exhausting. It's all just repetitive labor, Chen Yue said, rubbing her aching wrists. Gao Jing gave a bitter smile. I've lost count of how many bowls I've filled. My hands don't even feel like my own anymore. Just as we were at our wits' end, Gao Jing suddenly spoke up. What if we use teleport scrolls to bring people in to help? Li Chang'e immediately objected. Too dangerous. Letting strangers on the ship. What if someone has bad intentions? But not everyone would. Bad idea, right? But what if it works? I didn't rush to answer. Some doors, once opened, can never be shut again. But if they stay locked forever, the road ends right there. Trust is always a gamble. Bet wrong and you pay dearly, but refuse to bet and you can't move an inch. While we argued, the regional channel had already exploded. Holy crap, how much water did the I'm Your Bro fan team sell today? Over 10,000 orders listed. They're trying to monopolize the whole region's fresh water. The boss must have found a water source, right? Even more surprising, the major guilds started messaging Lin Wanqing directly. At Lin Wanqing Ocean Overlord Guild here. We'll buy all your iron ingots at market price. At Lin Wanqing Trade Alliance. Wood for iron ingots. Ratios negotiable. At Lin Wanqing we've got rare blueprints. Want to trade for iron ingots? Lin Wanqing ignored them all. Iron ingots were something we were desperately short on ourselves. What's more, controlling the iron ingots meant we could slow down our competitors' upgrades. That was the real killer move in this whole game. Back at the trading house, water sales gradually leveled off. The market was nearly saturated. I could see it at a glance. But there were still over 40,000 liters of water piled on the deck, waiting to be portioned out. I raised a hand to stop everyone from their mindless, repetitive work. Stop. Let's try something different. Lin Wanqing rubbed her sore shoulder. Fan, what's the new idea? I pointed at the mountain of wooden bowls and water buckets. Even if the 5 of us worked non-stop, we'd be at it until tomorrow. But what if we subcontract this work out? Subcontract. Gao Jing blinked. Sell whole crates of water plus empty bowls straight to other players. They handle the portioning and selling. Whatever extra profit they make is theirs. Or they package it and return it to us, and we pay them a fixed rate. The words had barely left my mouth when Chen Yue's hand shot up first. Great idea. Then I'll go make dinner. And she was gone. This work was genuinely exhausting. Li Chang'e nodded. Solves the labor problem, and we don't have to worry about the risks of the transport belt either. Everyone's eyes turned in unison to Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, I asked directly, these past few days at the trading house, have you spotted any reliable people? Of course. Her eyes lit up. I've had my eye on a few for a while now. Perfect candidates to recruit into the team. Go contact them. Gao Jing looked a little worried. What if they take the goods and run? I gave a faint smile. It's just a few crates of water. No big loss if they vanish. But if they keep their word, then we've found a path we can walk down for a long time to come, and we get to test their character along the way. The team's got to keep growing, after all. As it turned out, this move was a huge success. The first batch of portioned fresh water quickly flowed back in. Come over. The players who'd helped were all thrilled. For them, it meant one more way to survive. Watching the endless stream of fresh water going up on the market and the iron ingots pouring in, Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Survival never came down to fists alone. It took brains too. Before long, the smell of cooking filled the entire deck. Dinner's ready. Everyone filed into the dining hall and froze. Charcoal grilled bear paw, pan-seared tiger meat, steamed sea fish, deep-fried jumbo shrimp. The table was loaded with delicacies, all steaming hot. Gao Jing swallowed. This is way too much. Li Chang sighed. A spread like this would have cost a fortune back in the day. I looked at the bear and tiger meat and shook my head. Forget a fortune. If it weren't for this game, you couldn't eat like this in a lifetime. The bear paw was soft and chewy, the tiger meat juicy. Every bite lingered on the tongue. After dinner, everyone opened the regional channel to see how others' days had gone. What they found made everyone frown. Almost didn't make it back today. We agreed to cooperate. Then they turned around and robbed us. Same here. Only got away because we ran fast. Anyone want to form a justice alliance to deal with these bandits? Just find the Justice Angels. Yeah, right. The whole guild's resources go to feed those few admins, and they're the least reliable bunch out there. The channel was full of bloody tales from these encounters. Clearly, the most dangerous thing in this world wasn't the beasts, it was people. Even more unsettling, some had started openly spouting extremist ideas. A guy with the ID Predator was arrogantly flooding the channel. On these seas, the strong rule. The weak deserve nothing but to be plundered. Exactly. That's the law of nature. Survival of the fittest. Plenty chimed in, and plenty more panicked. But strangely, the Justice Angels, who'd always styled themselves as champions of justice, stayed silent this time. Just as everyone was puzzling over it, a bombshell dropped in the channel. A player with the ID Savior Justice opened fire. I'm a former member of the Salvation Vanguard. Don't let the Justice Angels fool you. Their guild's been at each other's throats over unfair distribution. And then more inside dirt came spilling out. The best supplies all go to him. We can barely stay alive. That 30-meter steel ship of his, built with the resources we handed over. Today we demanded fair distribution. He refused, and then he actually rammed his ship into our sailboat. The channel instantly erupted. What? He's that kind of person. No wonder he's always guilt-tripping everyone. Turns out he's the dirtiest of them all. As public opinion boiled over, the Justice Angel finally appeared, and his one line left everyone stunned. The traitor is slandering me. They're trying to steal guild resources. I'm just keeping order, getting rid of parasites. That hypocritical line instantly set off a firestorm. Ha ha ha, I'm dying. Wasn't that steel ship built from our pooled resources? So we're brothers when we give you resources, but parasites when we don't? Have some shame. We got the lighting system installed on our mid-sized ship, but the mess hall was empty. Without blueprints, we couldn't build any of the fittings. Just a makeshift wooden table. Everyone stared at the channel scrolling past, faces darkening. Lin Wanqing spoke first, her tone full of contempt. This angel of salvation is even more two-faced than I thought. Always going on about saving everyone. But he's the most ruthless of them all. Qin Yue looked worried. There were already dozens of robberies in the channel today, and now we've got a full-blown guild civil war. If this keeps up, who knows how bad things could get. Li Chang'e analyzed it from a tactical standpoint. We're all going to cross paths sooner or later. The priority right now is beefing up the ship's defenses. I said nothing. My eyes were locked on the online player count in the top right corner of the channel, 92,536. The number was dropping, slowly but steadily, ticking down by 1 or 2 every few minutes. People really are killing each other out there, I said grimly. Otherwise it wouldn't be dropping this fast. Just then, a message tagging me popped up. The sender, Salvation Little Jean. At Fanbro, you're ranked #1 in the whole server. You're just going to sit there and watch the Angel of Salvation ram our ship and slaughter us? Shouldn't you be lending a hand? A whole crowd immediately chimed in. Shouldn't a big shot protect the weak? You're so strong, why won't you save us? Just like I said, the strong are all cold-blooded. I laughed in disbelief. Do these people's brains work differently from everyone else's? Lin Wanqing scoffed. Ridiculous. Right now, aside from teleport scrolls, everyone's in their own isolated waters. They'd basically be teleporting over to die. How are we supposed to help them? And why should we? Li Chang'e sighed. They're way too brainwashed. They chose to join that guild themselves. But when things go wrong, they want someone else to answer for it. I fell for his words once too. I even thought donating all my resources and silently swallowing the pain was something to be proud of. That Salvation Little Zhang kept tagging me. All you have to do is drop some resources for us on the market, and we can upgrade and escape. It's nothing to you. A drop in the bucket. Even Li Chang'e couldn't stand it. Give them an inch, and they take a mile. Why should we just hand over what we bled for? I was about to close the channel when a private message caught my eye. It was from Shadow. Careful. Someone's deliberately stirring up the crowd to make you their target. My gaze sharpened. I replied, who? More than one party, including the Angel of Salvation. Here's the English translation. With at least 3 guilds fanning the flames. They wanted me to join them too, using moral pressure to force you into handing over resources. I couldn't care less. Turn them down. I suddenly remembered a line from my past life. I have no morals, so how could you possibly blackmail me with them? I chuckled and replied, don't worry, I won't fall for it. Sure enough, the chatter in the channel started escalating. This fan guy is just selfish. Won't share any of those resources. What kind of number one is he? Everyone boycott him. Don't buy anything from him. Lin Wanqing wasn't as calm as I was. This is disgusting. But I suddenly smiled. Since they want to play, I'll play along. I posted a short message in the channel. At Savior Little Zhang, since you need help so badly, I'll give you a chance. Use a teleport scroll to come aboard my ship, and I'll guarantee your safety. The moment the message went out, the channel went dead silent. That Savior Little Zhang, who wouldn't stop shouting? He never showed his face again. Looking at the screen full of moral pressure rhetoric, I shook my head and laughed softly. We're at the edge of life and death, and they're still pulling this stuff. Childish. My gaze shifted to the nearly 40,000 liters of fresh water remaining, and inspiration struck. In the shop, a gold treasure chest was priced at 300,000 star coins. And from my experience opening chests, they never contained cheap junk. Maybe I could sell the water to the shop for star coins, then buy a gold treasure chest? The moment I voiced the idea, Lin Wanqing immediately agreed. Let's try it. No sooner said than done. I opened the shop, planning first to clear out the 31 crude weapons in my inventory. But the moment I hit bulk sell, the system popped up a prompt. Notice, white quality items are limited to 5 sales per calendar day. I gave a wry smile. Figures. The system doesn't leave any loopholes to exploit. Li Chang'e looked thoughtful. Seems like they deliberately guarded against this. Still, for the big guilds, 5-star coins per person per day adds up to real income in the late game. Refusing to give up, I tested other items and found even more restrictions. Green items capped at 50 sales daily, blue at 500. Higher tier items had fewer limits, but the prices were pathetically low. White items went for 1 to 10-star coins, green for 10 to 100. The most disappointing was the fresh water. Only 0.1 star coins per liter. 40,000 liters totaled just 4,000, not even a fraction of a gold treasure chest. The wooden bowls were even worse. The system recognized them as processed lumber and priced them at 0.01. This path was a dead end. Everyone sighed. Made sense. In a game, there aren't that many loopholes lying around for you to exploit. As night fell, the cockpit blazed with light. We gathered around the control console, tallying the day's haul. Lin Wanqing expertly summarized the data. Fan, today we sold 3. More than 12,000 liters of water, plus the wolf meat and miscellaneous items, netted us 90,000 iron ingots and 1,200 copper ingots in total. Chun Yue marveled. 90,000 iron ingots. I never would have dared to dream of this before, Gao Jing quietly reminded us. But upgrading to a large ship takes 260,000 iron ingots. We're still way short, I said calmly. The upgrade needs more than just iron ingots. It takes a ton of copper ingots and other materials too. At this rate, we won't gather enough within 3 days. I paused. Leveling up again isn't likely. But we've already claimed so many treasure chest rewards that we've more than broken even. If we can't get the next level, it's no big deal. The mood turned heavy for a moment. Nobody wanted to hand over the treasure chest to someone else. Lin Wanqing broke the silence. Since we can't upgrade, why not improve our living conditions first? Everyone agreed and started searching the trading hall for facility blueprints. Soon, one blueprint caught our eye. Modular crew quarters crafting blueprint. green quality. Function converts a designated room into modular quarters, containing 4 individual units and 1 common area, sleeps 4. Fatigue recovery speed plus 15%. Materials: wood 8, cloth 8, cotton 32, iron ingots 12, copper ingots 2, glass 6, plastic 4, rune 1. Note: after the ship is upgraded, facilities can automatically upgrade by consuming materials. My eyes lit up. Good stuff. Not many materials needed. Perfect for us. The ship had at least 200 rooms, so I built 3 to start. 1 for Chunyue, 1 for Lichanga and Gao Jing, and 1 for me and Lin Wanqing. Under the system, the materials automatically assembled themselves, and 3 cozy crew quarters were finished in the blink of an eye. Lichanga inspected the construction. Everything's welded to the walls, and the storage lockers have automatic latches, designed specifically for sailing. I laughed. Doesn't matter for us. With the eye of the storm, the ship doesn't rock at all. It's just like being on land. Everyone retreated to their rooms to enjoy the new digs. I noticed a new trend cropping up in the trading hall and turned it to show Lin Wanqing. Look, a lot of people are listing clothing, fabric, and apparel blueprints today. She leaned in. Looks like clothing is about to boom. Now that everyone's got food and shelter covered, they're starting to chase quality. We should make some money off this. I nodded, already forming a plan. We spent a while longer studying our development route and skill synergies before finally drifting off to sleep. That night, the soft bed gave me a deep sleep I hadn't had in ages. At dawn, sunlight streamed through the porthole into the room, and everyone was glowing with energy. A good rest really did bring a better state of mind. I climbed onto the deck and gazed at the rising sun. If we couldn't upgrade the ship, then we'd perfect the interior first. In a world lurking with danger at every turn, a comfortable harbor mattered just as much. After breakfast, rather than rushing out to sea, everyone held their breath and waited for the leaderboard to update. Soon, an announcement popped up. Server-wide announcement. The new player development leaderboard has been updated. Please check it out. On the light screen, the leaderboard icon began to flash. Everyone clicked it open at once. District 9527 Player Development Leaderboard. First place. I'm your bro fan. Level 5 Medium Steam Steel Ship. Reward: 1 gold chest. Second place. Trade Alliance Leader. Level 5 Medium Steam Steel Ship. Reward: 1 silver chest. Third place. Angel of Justice. Level 5 Small Steam Steel Ship. Reward: 1 bronze chest. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Meanwhile, the district channel had completely blown up. Oh my god, a medium steel ship? How did he pull that off? I'm your bro fan must be cheating. It's only been, what, a few days? A medium ship? Do you know how many resources that takes? Even more surprising was the shift at third place. Angel of Justice had actually overtaken Shadow and Ocean Overlord. We noticed the same thing. Shadow and Ocean Overlord clearly leveled up first. How did they drop down the rankings today? Lin Wanqing studied the leaderboard closely, then suddenly understood. Look, there's a little arrow next to each name. Click it, and you get a detailed score breakdown. Everyone clicked, and the answer became clear. I'm your bro fan. Ship: Level 5 Medium Steel Ship. Base score: 6,000. Facilities: Farming space 1,000 by 2, bathhouse 10, restroom 10 by 3, large trawl net 1,000. Total score: 9040. Trade Alliance Leader. Ship: Level 5 Medium Steel Ship. Base score: 6,000. Facilities: Bathhouse 10 by 3, restroom 10 by 15, dining hall 100, recreation room 100, meeting room 200, lounge 10, trawl net 100. Total score: 6690. Angel of Justice. Ship: Level 5 Small Steel Ship. Base score: 3,000. Facilities: Medical room 100, media room 100, meeting room 200, bathhouse 10 by 3, restroom 10 by 8, trawl net 100, dining hall 100. Total score: 3710. So that's it, the crowd realized. He climbed above Shadow and Ocean Overlord by racking up points from his facilities. Something clicked in my mind. In that case, there's no need to upgrade to a large ship for now. Just build more farming space and hold on to first place. Everyone agreed it made sense. In the facility rating system, Anything of yellow quality added a straight 1,000 points. Right as we were discussing this, discordant voices started cropping up again in the district channel. The district channel had already boiled over. And I'm your bro fan. You must have used some shady trick. There's no way you built a medium ship this fast. Question mark. Angel of Justice was the first to strike. Some people just love special treatment. They monopolized the water supply yesterday. Have you guys noticed? That medium ship of his is just an empty shell. Barely any support facilities. What's that farming space and giant trawl net? How'd he get such a high score? Cracked it out of a golden chest, obviously. I'm genuinely jealous. Before I could say anything, the channel's mood suddenly shifted. At Angel of Justice, all those support facilities of yours, how many ordinary members did you squeeze dry to build them? That one line lit the fuse. Several former Savior Vanguard members immediately jumped in. How the hell does scum like Angel of Justice get third place? He forced us to hand over all our rare materials. He builds a luxury ship while we don't even have clean drinking water. Bloodsucker. A medical room I could understand, but why the hell does he need a propaganda room? Supporters and detractors erupted into a chaotic argument, with some resorting to personal attacks. I closed the channel. This leaderboard doesn't just reflect strength, it exposes problems too. I'm worried this will trigger a bigger conflict down the road. Lin Wanqing frowned. Conflict is coming sooner or later, I said. Keep an eye out for blueprints in the trading hall, get our infrastructure up to speed, and make sure the defense systems are set up ahead of time. Everyone nodded. I took out the golden chest the system had rewarded me. This was the third one. What great stuff will it drop this time? Gao Jing stared at the chest, not blinking. Chen Yue pressed her palms together like she was praying. Brother fan, let me open it this time. Yue, you think you can pull something good? Lin Wanqing teased her. Something clicked in my mind. Right, I should test out someone else's luck. Some people are just naturally suited for opening chests. I handed the chest to Chen Yue. With all eyes on her, she offered a nervous prayer and slowly lifted the lid. In an instant, 5 beams of light shot up toward the sky, bathing the entire deck in a dazzling glow. 2 gold, 1 purple. Not bad. 2 golds. This batch is definitely a jackpot. The notification chimes rang out one after another. Obtained. Ship Spirit Hatching Egg, gold, times 1. Obtained. Stellar Iron, gold, times 3. Obtained. Automatic Fish Sorter Blueprint, purple, times 1. Obtained. Star Coins times 5,000. Obtained. Energy Core, special, times 1. Everyone looked a little dazed. It was all stuff no one had ever heard of. My gaze landed on the most eye-catching gold item. The Ship Spirit Hatching Egg. Basketball-sized, its shell covered in golden veins, and I could feel the surging life force within just by touching it. The shell trembled faintly, as if something was about to break free. Ship Spirit Hatching Egg Gold. Effect. Fruit. Place it on the ship to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, and it will hatch a ship spirit that helps manage the vessel and boost its performance. Hatching conditions. 1. Keep the deck exposed to sunlight so the egg absorbs essence day and night. It will hatch after 1 year. 2. Spend 10,000 star coins to hatch it tonight at the hour of the ox. Note, the soul of the ship, a companion for your voyage. A ship spirit? Ships can be alive too. The mysteries of this world are far beyond imagination. 1 year or 10,000 star coins. So this game's pay to win after all. I carefully set the egg in the sunniest spot on the deck. Everyone instinctively backed away, terrified of bumping into it. Next, I looked at the other yellow item. Star Iron Yellow. Effect, top-tier forging material. Can upgrade equipment below yellow grade, or craft special equipment. Sounds impressive, but for now I had no idea what to use it for. I'd hang on to it. Fish Auto Sorter Blueprint Purple. Function, rapidly sorts fish by size and species, 10 times more efficient than manual labor, and automatically discards spoiled fish. Materials, 2,000 iron ingots, 610 copper ingots, 20 rubber. We had more than enough in stock. Energy Core Special. Function, the core power source for large machinery and magical devices. Absorbs external energy to recharge automatically and runs stably under high heat and pressure. I looked at these items, frowning slightly. They looked high-end, and they sounded high-end. But when I really thought about it, none of them were all that practical. Only the sorter was actually useful. I shot Chun Yue a glance. No way was I letting this girl open the chest tomorrow. Not much practical use, Lin Wanqing said, pointing out the key thing, but it's a purple-grade facility. Install it on the ship, and the system's rating will give us a big boost in points. Fair point, since it added points. Then build it. With a few commands, a sleek machine appeared on one side of the aft cabin, complete with conveyor belts and multiple sorting chutes. The cabin was divided into several sections too. Looked pretty legit. Suddenly, I remembered. We still had 8 energy stones from yesterday's treasure chest. Perfect for expanding the growing space. I led everyone to the second-to-last deck of the ship. Nearly 100 empty rooms down here, with only 2 growing spaces to start. I pulled out the renovation blueprint and built them in bulk. The materials were consumed one after another, and 8 brand new growing spaces were built in sequence. The whole space suddenly brimmed with life. All it needed now were crops. Each growing space added 1,000 points, so 8 came to 8,000. Add the sorter. Even if someone upgraded to a large ship, first place was locked in. While everyone was still basking in the joy, I brought up the exploration interface. Time to start today's exploration. The familiar light screen unfolded, and 3 directions appeared. Left, Great Peril. Name, Ghost Ship Graveyard. Available, 8 wooden chests, 5 black iron, 3 bronze, 2 silver, 1 gold, assorted gold, silver, and jewels. Other players may be encountered. Survival rate, 5%. Description, countless ships have mysteriously sunk here, and derelict ghost ships drift across the surface. Legend says the Pirate King's treasure lies buried below, but survivors are few and far between. I sucked in a cold breath. A 5% survival rate. This was a suicide mission. No matter how tempting the resources, the risk was too high. And there was the chance of running into other players. An encounter in a place like this could only end badly. In the face of absolute danger, no reward is worth gambling your life on. Rule it out. Straight ahead, moderate fortune. Name, Coral Archipelago. Available, 5 wooden chests, 3 black iron, 2 bronze, 1 silver, rare coral, pearl-bearing shellfish, seafood. Other players may be encountered. Survival rate, 75%. Description, a coral cluster made up of dozens of small islands, rich in marine specialties. Shipwreck relics may lie hidden underwater. Coral and pearls were hot commodities in my past life, but in a survival environment, they served no real purpose. Sure, I could sell them at the shop for star coins, but the payoff didn't justify it. Rule it out. Rear right, minor fortune. Name, Fisherman's Market Ruins. Available, 3 wooden chests, 2 black iron, 2 bronze. Possible fishing blueprints. Beasts, snakes, and insects may be encountered. Other players may be encountered. Survival rate, 70%. Description, an abandoned seaside market that was once a fishing trade hub. Where there are no people, beasts thrive. There might be fishing equipment blueprints here, but there were snakes and insects, and given our strength, the venomous ones were the most terrifying. I didn't want to pick any of the 3, but 3 was all I had. After weighing them again and again, the 3rd was the most favorable. As for the snakes and insects, we'd just have to be careful. I chose the Fisherman's Market Ruins to the rear right. Fog enveloped the ship, and when it cleared, everyone gasped. This was no small market. It was a sprawling maritime town, empty and abandoned. Its elegant architecture still hinted at former glory. Only the areas along the shoreline were mostly in ruins. It's much bigger than I imagined, Lin Wanqing said, glancing around. Look at the architectural style. This was once an important trade hub, Chun Yue said, pointing into the distance. Excitement flashed in my eyes. To me, this empty city was a treasure trove. With the Lingfeng sword, I could turn all these buildings into resources. If I leveled the entire empty city, how much would the resources add up to? Just as I was about to act, Li Chang'e, who was keeping watch, suddenly let out a low warning. Someone's here. We followed his gaze. 5 players had appeared on the other side. Both sides instantly went on guard. A middle-aged man who seemed to be their leader raised his hand. Are you fellow countrymen? We mean no harm. We're just here to explore too. I said nothing. Li Chang'e stepped forward to negotiate, testing them out at the same time. Lin Wanqing and Chun Yue stood ready to fight. Chun Yue held her crossbow, But the other group didn't seem too concerned about it. The ball of flame dancing in Lin Wanqing's palm, however, was plenty intimidating. After some back and forth, Li Chang'e struck a deal with them. We'll each explore in a different direction and stay out of each other's way. The other side looked visibly relieved. Deal. We'll take the right. Then we'll take the left. Li Chang'e nodded. Once we split up, we headed toward the high ground on the left side of the marketplace. A grand complex of buildings stood there. From a distance, it looked like a castle, probably the former residence of whoever had ruled this place. The main gate had long since rotted away, so we walked right in. The courtyard was choked with weeds, and I caught glimpses of snakes and rats scurrying about. Watch out for the snakes and bugs, Chen Yue warned, instinctively moving closer to me. Let me handle it. Lin Wanqing formed a seal with her hands, and a ball of fire leapt into her palm. She hurled the fireball into the weeds, and the flames spread fast. Countless snakes and rats fled in a panic, many bolting straight out through the ruined gate. In the process, we earned some reputation, plus a bit of rat meat and snake meat. Not much. My turn. The Lingfeng sword traced a graceful arc in the sunlight. Wherever the blade passed, the stone and timber structures were sliced cleanly apart like tofu. I circled around the two-story gatehouse, and with a thunderous crash, the entire building dissolved into a ball of light. Acquired, stone times 30. Acquired, timber times 15. Acquired, iron ingot times 5. Acquired, glass times 3. The notification chimes kept coming. Lin Wanqing and Gao Jing expertly gathered up the drops. Chen Yue scanned our surroundings warily, longbow at the ready. Li Chang'e guarded the gap in the wall, keeping his eyes on the outside. This is insanely efficient. Gao Jing marveled as she collected loot. I didn't stop, pushing deeper into the castle. Everything in my path, doghouses, flower beds, I leveled with a single stroke. Once we passed through the inner gate, a tower at the highest point caught my eye. The tip of the tower gave off a faint blue glow, exactly like the altar at the cannibal tribe. My eyes lit up. There was something good up there, very likely an energy stone. I raised my sword and made straight for the tower. Every obstacle along the way crumbled before the Lingfeng sword. This castle was more lavish than I could have imagined. Not only did we find heaps of precious materials, we also stumbled on several blueprints. Acquired, ship-mounted integrated galley blueprint, green. Acquired, ship-mounted defensive ballista blueprint, blue. Acquired, ship-mounted swing-arm ram blueprint, blue. These are so useful, Lin Wanqing said, poring over the descriptions. With ballistae and swing-arm rams, we finally have some real offense. Just as everyone was basking in the hall, before I'd even reached the tower, Li Chang'e suddenly. He shouted sharply, "Watch out! Someone's coming this way." The 5 who'd split off earlier were now scrambling toward the castle, a dark mass of wolves at their heels. The strange thing was, they could have run anywhere else, yet they were heading straight for us. "Help! Save us!" The middle-aged man cried out, though his eyes kept flicking back over his shoulder. I watched coldly. These people looked panicked, but they weren't weak. Their running path and pace were controlled just right. The moment a wolf lunged forward, it got dropped by a crossbow bolt, and then they kept leading the pack toward us. They were clearly steering the wolves in our direction on purpose. They're trying to redirect the danger onto us, Lin Wanqing realized instantly. That's despicable. Chen Yue knocked an arrow to her bowstring. "Fan, what do we do now?" Gao Jing gripped my sleeve nervously. I gave orders fast. "Chang'e, take them and fall back to the tower. Wanqing, ready a fireball." The 5 of them climbed up immediately. I leaped up last, then spun around with a single sword strike, cleaving the stone staircase in two. The passage was completely cut off. The 5 had already reached the base of the tower, and the smug, sinister grins on their faces froze in an instant. Damn it! The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. Truth was, when they first ran into us, they genuinely intended to explore peacefully. But the moment they spotted that steel behemoth on the shore, over 180 meters long, they recognized it as the ride belonging to the number 1 on the leaderboard. Yesterday, they'd killed someone exploring alone, and the loot from that person's backpack had dropped for them. It wasn't much, but it drove them wild. If they could just kill me, even a fraction of the drops would make them filthy rich overnight. But when they thought of that ball of fire in Lin Wanqing's palm, they lost their nerve. Then they ran into the wolf pack, and a new idea took root, which brought us to the scene that had just unfolded. "Boss, what do we do?" the tall, skinny one asked anxiously. The wolves were closing in. A vicious glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. "If the ambush won't work, then we take it by force. While the wolves are still here, we rush them together." All five drew their weapons at once. But the wolves didn't take orders from them. More than 20 wild wolves bared their fangs and snarled, closing in a ring around them. "Deal with the wolves first." The middle-aged man was forced to change the plan. The five formed a back-to-back circle. They really weren't weak. Two of them even had cultivated skills, and for a while they held their ground. But there were too many wolves, and soon they were locked in a desperate fight. "Fan, save us!" the middle-aged man screamed even as he swung his sword to drive back a gray wolf. "We'll hand over all our supplies." I stood atop the tower, gazing down with cold indifference, deaf to their cries for help. "Fan, so you recognized me. Care to tell me how?" The leader stayed defiant. "We're no match for the wolves. We came to you looking for shelter, that's all." "Since you won't talk," I said, "then let's play with the wolf pack, nice and slow." "Fan, are we really not going to help them?" Gao Jing couldn't help but whisper. My voice was cold as iron. "Remember, mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself. These people are despicable." Chen Yue gripped her longbow, glaring down below. "They drew the wolf pack here themselves, and now they want to drag us down with them." The fighting grew more brutal. The weakest one broke first. A wild wolf punched through his defenses and clamped down hard on his arm. "Ah, help me." His blade hit the ground as the scream tore out. The other four had their own hands full and couldn't spare anyone to save him. Watching his companion get dragged away, the despair in the middle-aged man's eyes twisted into venom. "Fine. Fan, let me tell you something. In this survival game, when a player kills another, the victim drops a percentage of their supplies." He deliberately dragged out his words. "And one more thing," distracting me while shooting a glance at the archer. "Since you won't lift a finger to save us, then we all die together." The archer got the message. He pretended to stumble back, and the instant he turned, he snapped his bow up, firing an arrow straight at me on the wall. "Look out!" Li Chang'e was the first to spot it, but I'd already sensed it coming. The moment he knocked that arrow, Golden Shield activated in an instant. A golden dome of light wrapped around my entire body. Clang! The arrow ricocheted off and dropped to the ground. "Stubborn fool." Murder flashed in my eyes. Before the words even faded, Lin Wanqing's fireball and two arrows from Chen Yue and Li Chang'e had already flown toward three of them. In a single heartbeat, all three were dead. System alert. Successfully killed player sharpshooter. Ruling. This kill qualifies as self-defense. Verdict. Half of the target's supplies awarded to the defending party. Obtained. Wood X325, Stone X12, Iron Ingot X156, Copper Ingot X32. Seeing their companions cut down, the last two never got the chance to lose it. They followed the others straight into the wolf pack's jaws. But the wolves below the wall didn't retreat. They snarled up at us, wild with rage. With the distractions gone, I turned my focus back to that faintly glowing tower. A broken corridor bridge connected the wall to the tower. I stepped onto it, my wind-cleaved sword slicing through everything in my path. The wolf pack still howled below, but Li Chang'e had already led the three women to build a defensive line at the wall's entrance. Chen Yue dropped one wolf per arrow, targeting any that tried to leap up from the rubble. Lin Wanqing's fireballs exploded in the middle of the pack, sending flesh and blood flying. Gao Jing worked her bow to cover the gaps. There was no retreat here, so she had to fight too. Li Chang'e stood in front of all three with his blade, cutting any wolf that broke through the fire in two. Fighting from the high ground, the pack couldn't push through. Not for now. Come on. Some of them can't even make the jump. I didn't bother with them. Time was short, so I headed for the tower alone. The whole thing was built from massive stone blocks, sturdier than anything I'd seen so far. Sturdy? Didn't matter to me. Ling Feng's sword swept out at an angle. SHHK? The blade sliced into the stone wall like a hot knife through butter. I raced along the base of the tower, sword energy circling all the way around. The entire structure trembled, then collapsed with a roar, dissolving into a sky full of light orbs. Obtained. Black iron stone times 180. Obtained. Crystal times 100. Obtained. Energy stone times 32. Obtained. Deep sea mithril times 2. Obtained. Ancient rune times 2. Obtained. Bronze treasure chest times 1. Just as I thought. All kinds of good stuff I'd never even heard of. My eyes lit up as I quickly gathered the materials. Never mind the rest. The energy stones were exactly what I needed. With these, first place was locked for the next few days, and the gold treasure chest too. Even without upgrading my ship, I'd still be number 1. Not to mention that bronze treasure chest. Hadn't seen one of those in ages. The thunderous crash of the collapsing tower stirred up even more beasts outside the castle, but I couldn't have cared less. I stood on high ground, looking down. The entire castle spread out beneath me. Main keep, barracks, warehouse, artisan district, a treasure vault just waiting to be dug up. Best of all was the back garden. A few fruit trees loaded with red apples. Chen Yue's wasteful cooking these past few days had burned through most of our apple stock, so this was perfect timing. Chang'e, hold your position. I'm speeding things up. I shouted down. Got it. Go all out, fan. Li Chang'e and the others held the gates for dear life. I leaped down, Lingfeng's sword tracing an arc through the air. The moment I landed, I unleashed my Gale swordplay, and the buildings around me crumbled instantly. System notifications went off one after another, and the supplies piled up like crazy. I moved through the ruined city like a tireless reaper. Everywhere I passed, houses dissolved into orbs of light. Now and then a small beast lunged from the shadows. But before it could even touch the hem of my robe, sword energy tore it to shreds. An hour later, the entire castle was leveled flat. I stood in the center of the wreckage, watching the numbers in my inventory skyrocket, and nodded in satisfaction. Then I walked into the back garden, cut down a few of the tallest apple trees, picked out 2 that would fit on the ship, and dug them up by the roots to take with me. Obtained. Apple times 550. Obtained. Apple tree times 2. Obtained. Wood times 6. Time to hit the streets. I looked out at the sprawling stretch of buildings beyond the castle. This trip was bound to take our strength up another level. Sword in hand, I stepped into the streets, and my eyes lit up. Shops lined both sides. Blacksmith, carpenter's workshop, tailor, general store. Run down as they were, in my eyes they were all treasure waiting to be harvested. Let's move fast, I said, turning back. I'll take down the buildings. You cover me. Li Chang'e immediately gave orders. Yue, get to high ground and watch. Wanqing and I take the flanks. Gao Jing collects the materials. Chen Yue scaled the broken rooftop in a few steps, longbow in hand, her gaze sweeping the area like a blade. Lin Wanqing and Li Chang'e flanked me on either side, with Gao Jing close behind. I took a deep breath, and Lingfeng drew from its sheath once more. This time, I wouldn't tear them down one by one. I leapt into the air, my Gale swordplay erupting as I surged forward, then circled around behind the buildings and swept back. In an instant, 5 shops on one side of the street collapsed simultaneously, light orbs filling the sky. Acquired. Wood times 120. Acquired. Iron ingot times 50. Acquired. Copper ingot times 25. Acquired. Cloth times 30. Gouging scrambled to gather everything, muttering, "The stuff here doesn't seem as good as what was in the castle." Of course not, Lin Wanqing said. You could tell at a glance that castle wasn't built for ordinary folk. Movement in the alley to the left. Chen Yue called out sharply from above. Before she'd even finished, a swarm of mutated rats poured out of the alley mouth, each the size of a wild dog, malice gleaming in their blood-red eyes. Lin Wanqing reacted in a flash, her hands forming a seal as a fireball detonated in front of the pack. Li Chang'e held the right flank, his blade precisely cutting down the few that tried to circle behind. I didn't even turn my head. A single backhand strike, and every rat that closed in was slain. These little creatures posed no threat to us anymore, not in the slightest. Keep going, I said flatly, turning toward the right side of the street. This time was even faster. The row on the right seemed to belong to a few wealthy merchants, their supplies still untouched. Acquired. Premium wood times 80. Acquired. Refined iron ingot times 30. Acquired. Silver ingot times 10. Acquired. Insulated cotton coat blueprint green. Acquired. Grapevine times 1. One building after another fell, and the entire street visibly opened up before our eyes. Now and then, a beast guarding a treasure chest would charge out, but under my blade, none lasted more than a single stroke.